spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today. I'm losing
Welcome to day 3 of the New South Wales State Cup 2024. We've got a beautiful morning on our hands. It's quite warm. It's already 26 degrees. And my name's Gab Rose, and I'm excited for a great day of touch football. And I'm joined with Carly Banks. How are you going, Carly?
Yeah, I'm good, Gab. Looking forward to finals day. It's always the best day on the touch calendar. And, I think we'll be in for a cracker.
Yeah, and our first up match is women's 20s clash between Manly and Wallsend. Now, Manly have come in 6 from 6 in their previous 2 days, so they're coming in red hot against a Wallsend team who's got quite a few young players, but they've done a very good job as well. They're 4 from 6, Carly, so it's anyone's game in the tournament, day 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Manly team is star-studded with a lot of, young junior rep stars out there. But the Wallsend girls have done very well to get themselves, into, this stage of the competition. And, it's a real rap to that affiliate. They've worked really hard throughout their programs. They're well represented here at the New South Wales State Cup. And, we'll really look forward to this clash.
Yeah, and the game's about to start. Girls are on the field, and as we said, it's KO freebies all day, all the way through to 3:45 this afternoon. So don't go anywhere on your lounge back at home as we see Wallsend start with the ball, and they've started fast, Carly, as expected. Let's play on there.
Yeah, they sort of almost gave themselves up there, didn't they, Gab? Thought there was a little bobble in the roll ball area, but play on from the referee.
And we've got Stevens there working with Tiernan. And she's taking off, coming a little short side cutout pass. And Carly, even though it's a warm day, it will still be quite, the ball will be a little bit dewy, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. It does get quite sweaty and stuff. And already, the humidity is absolutely astronomical at the moment here out at the field. So we'll see how the girls go and here Manly with their first use of the football.
And you can see straight away the way they're promoting the ball there, aren't they? Straight out, it went from side to side and they nearly dropped it back in, and they have started fast. And with 6 from 6, this is exactly what we're expecting from the Manly team. Yeah,
nice transition, 3 pass, move the ball nicely, and then there's just this flowing play that Manly are renowned for in the women's game.
Yeah, and that looks like Chelsea Smythe going through, dropping it back in. Last touch, they've gone for a phase play, but just a little bobble in the roll ball there. But end to end, set 1.
Yeah. Coast-to-coast set there for Manly, but well handled in the end down on the line by Wallsend, and it'll just be how well Wallsend can get themselves out of their own end and how well they can withstand, this Manly pressure that's going to be relentless in this midfield.
Yeah, and you can see already that Nina van der Rieden just going up there. They're going in that wave-style defence. They're staking their claim straight off the bat, Manly. They're pushing up in attack and then they're leading up in defence. But it's been the back end of a good set here by Wallsend, and they've managed to, stem the flow and get all the way up to the other end of the field. So they'll be quite happy with that, Carly.
Yeah, there was a little shape there for the fly. If they'd released one more to the link, they may have sort of gained themselves an extra 10 or so metres there, but not a bad, reply in terms of that first set from Manly, from the Wallsend Wolves.
So they've got a few touches up their sleeve there. A skip off the right, looking for the cutout ball to the link, and we've got Chase Perrott, and we know the ability she's got as she wraps around, but a really good touch there by the winger. You still got another touch there, Chase, so go back and play the ball.
Yeah, nice little bump play there, and Nelly was pay dirt there for Manly.
And she's nearly snuck through there, Chase, and just in behind her there in the orange boots was Jazzy Vera, and we all know the wheels that Jazzy Vera has.
Yeah, absolutely, very, very quick.
So we'll see here the Wallsend Wolves will be needing to get to their box. They've had a good defensive set, and Chase gave her probably a little bit too hard in the touch.
Yeah, a little bit of a hard touch there, but Harper Broughton-Rouse has done really, really well there to acquire the penalty for her team.
Yeah, so they're about 5 metres shy of halfway, and they've got a full set up their sleeve here. Bang on halfway, they're playing the ball, and they're taking it straight up the middle here, Carly. So we can see their intentions early as well, the Wallsend Wolves. It's a really good set. Yep. commentator's curse here, Carly, 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, Rochelle Stevens is down in that Walls End box, and she's a very experienced coach, and she's spent a lot of time with Nat Little in the women's program at Walls End. But as we speak,
and that took an excellent touch there by Abby Chesworth.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Vera was on her way for the first try.
Absolutely, and we often see this, like teams come into this very, very well credentialed, which Manly are. The longer that Walls End can stick with them, the more pressure that it will place on the big guns.
Nice little fly play there, and that's Imogen Sayer there, and she's diving through for the first try, and just beautiful coming out of the box there, Carly.
Yeah, and it's sort of like it was building, wasn't it? The first couple of sets were a little bit of a preview of what we just saw there, and Walls End shouldn't be too discouraged though. Like basically, if they get that fly play again, probably just realising their spacings and maybe trying to put some pressure on to throw that pass. But great start for Manly, and let's see what Walls End can do in reply.
Yeah, so 1-0 to Manly. It was a beautiful pass there by Alyssa Medved, and we know the ball skills that she possesses. So. And onto a flying Imogen Sayer. But we're back to the action here, and we've got Walls End with the ball, and they're dropping it back inside. Now we had Stevens there, working with Tiernan again. Just looking there, she's got in behind there, Carly, so they're going to get some nice shape here for the last couple of touches. Yeah,
they really got to get to the 7 if they can, Gab. That's still a long way out, but now we're looking better.
Yeah, so dumped exactly on the 7 as you spoke about, and Stevens just snuck through looking for that. Good hands there by the link, which was Tasnee Magbag. She'd be able to hold on, and again... one more touch. So they should come up in a line here, Manly. No gaps we're looking for from them.
So you have nice strategy in the end there from the Wolves, just trying to end it on their box side, to try and see if they can sort of stem the flow. But Manly, again, it's only touch 2, and there's a nice quick release down the sideline.
Yeah, they're just so silky smooth with their ball skills, aren't they? They're coming on here, a couple of touches up their sleeve, and it's like one wave comes off and another wave just comes on at the same speed. As we see a sweep back here, we've got Charlie Evers sweeping through, and more than sweeping through, scoring a try. So it's 2-0 to Manly.
Yeah, it was a fantastic set. Again, they've gone from one end of the field to the other. Walls End didn't do too much wrong. They finished the ball over on their box side. It was just really good ball movement. Then they came on off the back of the latch, and what I'm liking about Manly is the intensity that they're coming on with their back end. Little nice sweet play, on the back end, and they're out to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, you can see how they're engaging not only one, but those two middle players there, Carly, and it's just too hard. It's a forwards versus backwards race there, and the forwards player is going to win on most occasions. So we see here there's a bit of a cheap turnover there for Walls End. They want to get to complete them sets, because otherwise this Manly train just keeps on rolling through. See, they're already on halfway, 2 touches in. Looks like Patterson out there. We're coming in for the latch here. We've got Smythe sneaking through, little short side raid, and it's play on there, and before you know it, it's 3-0.
Yeah, an unfortunate turnover, as you alluded to earlier, Gab, just from Walls End, and they don't need any invitation to they Manly to do what they just did then. And it's really important now that Rochelle Stevens down in this Walls End box just grabs the girls together, just composes them, and just says, look, we just aim to complete this set. We've got the tap. Let's leave it in the corner, and let's really commit ourselves to this ruck defence. If they can make a bit more of an impression on the first 2 touches, it will make life a lot harder for Manly and give them a little bit of heart and impetus to go on in this game. And there's a hard touch, and that's going to do their cause a lot of good.
Yeah, so it was Matilda Daniels that scored the 3rd try for Manly there. But you're right, they've got a fresh set here, and they're coming in at speed, and that's what we want to see. Dropped it back inside. Yeah,
and well called by the referee. I think there's a penalty there. I was looking at the forward pass at the ruck, and I think there'll be a few of those today. Just down on the scoreline. Very important that people make sure that those passes aren't going forward off those quickie plays.
Yeah, so we see here we've got Economist with the ball. She's working with Stevens,
Numbers.
and there looks to be a long pass on the right. Ooh, and she could see it.
Yeah,
but
nice
couldn't
vision.
quite execute.
Yeah, nice vision. Like she knew that it was, as you said, Gab, was just the execution wasn't quite right. But that's an encouraging, foray there from Walls End. Now, we're talking about those first couple of touches. We're on touch 2, and it's the vision that Manly have got to look up and see where the numbers is. Great work from the Walls End winger there, stepping up and putting an end to that. And it's really important they get to this latch, and that's another nice play now. Their defence have to keep coming forward here rather than rolling backwards, because this is where they're getting the number.
Yeah, and that's Medved there passing out to Van der Ridden and off to Vera. Cut out pass back in.
They need to stay up.
And then we've got Medved. She's looking to promote their Sayer again. A little bobble in the ball, but it doesn't matter when you're playing for Manly because that just was beautiful to watch. And we've got Charlie Evers in for try number 2 for her and try number 4 for Manly. And they just keep promoting the ball, so it's very hard to defend, Carly.
Yeah, the key will be there, they needed to come up in a flat line. So for the viewers at home, like coming up in a pretty straight line and then basically, brick walling, stone walling, so that when they look up, there aren't uneven gaps in the defensive line. And, Manly are just playing, that really nice eyes up footy. If someone's sitting back, they're going to, thread the pass. If they're, if they're up, then they'll get into a strike dump. So Wallsend have got to really work hard and try and, address the midfield dominance that sort of Manly have. I mean, easier said than done and quite easy from up here, Gab, but, they just have to keep plugging away. Like, they're not going away. Wallsend are trying their very, very best. It's just that Manly are so classy and they're sort of, definitely one of the favourites, for this event.
Yeah, and whilst it's under 20s and sometimes the teams can change, as we see a little short side raid here, little opportunity, half opportunity, but they finished it in their corner, so they'll be happy with that with their tap-off. They couldn't score, but they finished it down in the corner. As we see Manly promote the ball straight away, there's Sayer out the ball. They're just relentless. But what I was going to say was 20s teams often change year on year, but this Manly team's been together for, I'm going to say, at least 2 or 3 years now through Junior State Cup and now Senior State Cup, and they've already had a lot of success, but their combination at such a young age, you see a little, nearly tipped it on there, but their combinations are already solid, aren't they, Carly?
Yeah, it's definitely, a trait of the Manly club. We've seen it year upon year. Like, you take it back, a decade to the, Shelley Davises and the Hannahs and, all of those girls, Zara Nicholas, Sammy, Rogers, all of those girls sort of come through, spent a long time together. People often look at Manly and go, they absolutely dominate the women's game, but it's the hard work that they've put in, for a long time, and they deserve, everything that they've achieved over the years.
They sure do, as we see Fuller taking off from half here. Oh, and she's caught play through the referee, so we've got an opportunity here. She's coming half, and they may not realise because there was a little bit of... No, they realise the refs are on it. Day 3, I should have known better. They're acting half, and that was a shame because if she'd been able to offload to the play behind her, that would have been their first try. Yeah,
unfortunate there for Wallsend, but encouraging too that they were able to, to make that break.
Yeah, so here we see Vera there working with Van der Ridden as they're coming back onto the field here. Looks like they're going to come this side. They've got numbers here. There's 3 on 2 if they can get the ball out. Van der Ridden, step off the left and a good stump, but off the mark the referee's called. So they scrambled well there, the Wallsend defence.
Yep, excellent. And every time, they're able to do something like that, it makes a big difference in terms of them just composing themselves, catching their breath and realising that they're still in a contest here. And this is great meters down the sideline.
Yeah, there's been a little shift in Wallsend the last couple of minutes and they're now competing with Manly. And as we said, it's moments within games and you just try and claw your way back. You don't worry about the scoreboard being at 4-0. You just get it back set by set and one try at a time, Carly. We see here, last touch, another little duck through, and they've had a little bit of success down this side.
Yeah, and they've been very disciplined. They're obviously listening very well to their coach in terms of them wanting to finish the ball, over on their box side because they realise, the juggernaut that this Manly 20s women's team is. So they're doing a great job in terms of that. As I said, I think the area that if they could address it would be those first couple of touches defensively to try to put themselves back in the contest, and this will help them.
Yeah, they're forcing a couple of little errors from Manly.
Absolutely.
The last couple of sets they haven't been able to complete. And we see here, we're going to call that a win for Wallsend because they're getting the ball back on the Manly side of halfway.
Absolutely, Gab.
As we see there, nearly ducked straight through. It was Medved that had kind of rushed up through the line. You need to find a partner there. Well done. So there's no need to panic here. They've still got 3 or 4 touches.
Yeah, and that was a really good call from the ref. The Manly shooter was offside. She called her out, and that was really good recognition from the referee. And, a little bit more of that would be good. Unfortunately, a drop ball from Wallsend just when they were looking to build something there, Gab. But, like you said, encouraging the last few minutes in terms of getting back in the contest. Now, let's have a look at these first couple of touches and see what they can do with the press. That's much better now. They need to keep coming forward here off this next one.
This is a lot better defence by them. And then again,
there's the error.
Third set in a row, they've managed to force an error. So as I said, they are creeping their way back into this game. They've just got to be patient here up on the line, don't they, Carly?
Yep, and that's a really, really good adjustment there from Rochelle Stevens down in the box. They're really starting to sort of, get themselves into this game.
Speaking of Stephen, she's got the ball in hand now, dropping it back inside, and they might phase play here. That was Tiernan, but well held there by Sayer. And again, an early touch changeover. You've just got to be in finals day. You've just got to get everything right. She'll see Medved. She was racing away there, but been called back to take it on the mark. So again, Wallsend here, Carly, you'd be suggesting they do that press defence, try and force another error?
Yeah, definitely, because this one's over closer to their box, but it was a slower transition, so there's still an opportunity to get up and compete in this midfield. Yeah,
it was close to a forward pass there, but the ref's called play on as we see Patterson just drive it down, and they're coming in here. It looks like Smythe there working. Yeah, a little skip out. Skip out again. Light on her feet there. That was Zara Halliday, in fact. Oh, we heard a whistle blow somewhere. I was the referee from the sideline, so I'm not sure what's happening there. But
7 on. Did she say 7 on or 6? No? Oh, no. 6 touch. Oh, no, yes, it is.
7 on. So they're going to get a piggyback all the way back to halfway, which is lovely when you got the ball in hand. Not so if you're the Manly team at this point.
Yeah, not much fun when you're on the receiving end of those ones. And the referees will be all over that sort of stuff today, Gab. It's a big day for the referees as well as the players. Obviously they've had their sort of rankings being distributed already, but you want to make sure that you justify the ranking that you've been given when you get a big game, and these guys will be out to impress.
You sure do. That's Fuller playing the ball there, and she's working with Skian. See what they got here. They need to be patient, try and condition the defence a little bit. They've gone for a little rooster play, and they are nearly snuck through.
Unfortunate, yeah, just not squaring to play the ball, I think, there, yep. So, that's an unfortunate thing, but the play was right. A little rooster dive at the line, get live, and nothing wrong with that crack from Wallsend.
Yeah, so definitely the last 5 minutes. We've just gone over halfway through the game. We've got about 14 and a half minutes left, but they're definitely back in this game. We've seen it go end to end the last 5 minutes, and they're definitely putting pressure on the Manly team. Yeah,
they need to keep coming forward. Would like to see those two middles pressing together if they could. They're getting away on touch 4 and 5, and that's what's giving Manly the strike dump touch. But they've managed to procure an error out of Manly, and that's pretty good. It's getting this ball to this box, and then the back end. Let's see how they come on with the intensity. So it's a bit of a clunky third play.
Yeah, and she might have put one foot on the sideline there. It's not too far from us there, and it was close. And while she's trying to get close to the box at times, that was a little bit too close, Carly.
He was a bit too close for comfort, Gab, and unfortunately an error there. And it's really important that Wallsend front up here and do a really good job. They've been really resolute, as you said, this last 7 minutes or so. So important that they just keep going here.
Yeah, and they're recycling the ball well, as we see there. There's Sayer again, and I think she slipped through for another try. And it looks like the exact same spot that she got a try about 12 minutes ago, Carly.
Yeah, it is. At some point, the Wallsend links have to realise when their middle is in a bit of trouble. And we know sometimes it's the short side or whatever they're sort of coming to. But, here it's really important. They're backing away from the try line instead of coming forward. If you come forward, you make them make a decision. They're either going to have to check it or they're going to have to run. So the more you back off, the more option that the ball player has, the more they can bite into the line, and the harder it is for the defenders outside you to try to assist.
Yep, and that's a combination we're going to see a lot more of today. That was Medved off to Sayer, and we've seen that already a couple of times today. And for other teams, if Manly are successful in this game and playing them later, that's going to be a combination they're going to have to stop.
Absolutely. I mean, they're red hot, this Manly side, but it's really interesting when you've, been at a very high, consistent level during a tournament. You've got to keep going up gears, and, we've still got, a semi-final and a final to play. So, you want to keep building. So this is the I guess the quandary for the coaching staff when you've got a team that's sort of well fancied and doing very well. Just making sure that you're timing, your run into the finals, as well as you can. So you've got enough energy in the tank, and you're sort of, really peaking, at the exact right time.
It's funny, I was thinking about that this morning actually. Like, you can be a few ahead and it's finals day, so you can't afford to use up too much fuel, but you've got to keep some foot on the gas. So it's finding that balance, and you as a coach should be managing that in live time as games are going on.
Yeah, and it's one of the hardest things, Gab. At this stage of the competition, everyone has to be respected, and you don't bring your A game. At this stage of the competition, I mean, particularly in those elite divisions, you're going to be going home early.
That's right. And we just saw a little half opportunity there. It was Van der Ridden off to Vera, but was a little bit low for Vera there, but if she'd caught it, she would have been in at the corner for sure. So it's 5-0 at the moment. We've got about 11 and a half minutes of play left in this women's 20 quarterfinal clash on KO Freebies, and it's Wallsend Wolves working their way up the field, and they'll be looking to get a penalty or try and generate some type of strike dump here, as we've got 2 touches up their sleeve, but that Manly defence is just relentless, Carly.
Yeah, they keep looking back inside. I'd like them to run that fly and look out wide. There's some numbers there, Gab, so just sort of getting them to sort of maybe ask Manly a few questions. Those outside, defenders have basically played in... I was going to say dinner suits, but they're females, so ball gowns. They haven't had to sort of get too sort of involved and dirty. So I'd like to see them have to make a couple of defensive decisions.
It's good a good run there by the Manly player, and she's got, looks like, just sliced straight through behind the line, tiptoeing near that dead ball line, looking for the player that she needed, and indeed found, and it's Charlie Evers in a quarterfinal on the main stadium. A hat-trick for you.
Yeah, she's having a day out, isn't she, Charlie? But really great work from the acting half. Wallsend 4-on-3 defence probably would have liked to see that middle close that space, but shopped around so patiently and found the right person for the try. And that's really mature play from Manly to take him out to a big lead now.
Yeah, 6-0. So Wallsend, you've got to get the ball down the other end of the field. You're doing a really good job, and this middle part of the game has been excellent. They just do not want to let the floodgates open here. Yeah,
no, definitely. And, there have been lots of good positive signs, from them. They just have to keep plugging away and keep doing well. I know a lot of the Wallsend girls who would probably be playing 20s are in, the Women's Open sort of set up with sort of Nat Little. So, it's still a really, really good effort for the Wallsend club to be having, the girls represented, on finals day. So, lots of good things, as we've alluded to before, for that club.
As we see there's Medved spotting a gap out wide, and as we often see in 20s, there's a lot of expansive play, because there's a lot of speed across the field. As we see Medved back in the ball, they're dishing back to each other there. Coming on the field here, a nice latch dump there. Oh, I thought it was going to be beautiful hands there, but it just fell a little bit too far in front of her, and so Walton get the ball back about 8 metres on their side of halfway.
Yeah, and that's a timely changeover. For Wallsend, but they really need to go forward here. They need to be decisive about what they're doing. It's taken them a long time to get the ball over here, and we can put that down also to the humid conditions, Gab. Like, it's really hot out there. It's been a very long tournament for the girls, and really important that they just keep trying to truck it forward and work for this strike dump, which they've done really well there. But Manly up to the task on that occasion, and they get a really quick transition, and they're moving towards their box at speed again.
Yeah, they sure are. It wasn't a bad play by Eliza Georgalis there for Wallsend, because there wasn't much happening, so she just decided to pick the ball up and make as many metres as we can. And speaking of metres, they've just gone straight up the middle and taken about 10 or 15 free metres there, as they're a switch back. They're going for a short play, play, and that you will not see better than that, Carly Banks, on Sunday morning at State Cup. How good.
Wow. What a try. That is just champagne touch football. Viewers at home, drink it up, because that was a fantastic piece of play. A nice little switch, stepped and passed in the one motion, and a nice little bat on and a finish in the corner, and Manly putting the icing on the cake here, Gab.
They sure are. If they're having champagne at the moment, we'll call it a champagne breakfast on your Sunday morning. And that is beautiful play there. And Hannah Stacey, the recipient of that try, but well done to all the players inside there. That was lovely to watch. We're back to the action here. So Wallsend have got the ball, and looks like they've got a penalty here, so that's going to be good. They're going to get their first repeat set of 6 in a few minutes, and they're going to get the ball right on the 7, Carly, and that's the golden line, isn't it?
Absolutely, and let's see what they can do. They haven't had too many opportunities on the 7.
They're trying here, long cut-out pass, and she nearly snuck through but couldn't get control, and probably needs to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, on touch one, just I think, and this is the tough thing, and it's not just for young players, but when you haven't seen a lot of the 7 metre and an opportunity to score some tries, the eyes light up, and sometimes you just want to take that opportunity. But here they go with another opportunity. Let's see if they can be more patient, as you just suggested, Gov.
Yeah, if they could have got a quick tap there, the Manly players were already into their subset, so they could have kind of done a quick shift. And there's 7 minutes to go, quarter-final, you're down 7-0, so I say throw the ball around and have a bit of fun.
100%.
So we'll see what happens here. Again, they're on that 7 and they're working together, and she's had a good game. That's Alicia Conomos with a beautiful cut-out pass there and an opportunity, but well defended on the wing there. So that was Smith there working, and she's working with Conomos in the middle of the field. They want to try and open the Manly team up here and see where they can find some gaps. But as you can see, Carly, Manly's just rushing out past that 7.
Yeah, and every time they're looking for these quickie plays, and here's a sweeper.
She's gone straight through, and I think
so.
that's going to... Oh, what's the referee going to call? They're looking at it. That was one of those 50-50
I would have liked to play
calls.
on, yeah, definitely. Giving them the benefit of the doubt there. But that dump was on the 7. Would have liked to play some advantage and, let Wallsend have that one because they definitely earned a try there.
Yeah, that was Taylor Spicer there that nearly snuck through. And we're still going to have another fresh set of 6, and they're just coming in and rushing. You can see how far the Manly winger is, Vera.
They're very compressed, yeah.
So if you can get some phase playing a long ball out, again, easier said than done. But this sweep play is an opportunity here, and we'll see how this pans out. But Van der Ridden just slid out and made the touch there.
Yeah, but a lot more thoughtful attack from Wallsend. So, yeah, happy to see that.
There's Conomos again. She's working with Smith. Conomos off the left, passing it out, dropping it back in. But they're just like a brick wall at the moment,
Sure
this Manly defence. They've still got a couple here. We'll see what they do. It looks like it might be... Oh, she's gone through behind the line. It's a beautiful... Oh! I thought we had their opening try there. It just needed a little bit more air.
Yeah, Lila Jo Smith, really, really good play there. Shot through from acting half, threw a nice little dummy, went to the line, and just couldn't get that last pass to make contact with the winger. But, she's been probably Wallsend's best. She's asked a lot of questions, and she's really toiled hard for a team. So, great piece of play there, and definitely gave Manly something to think about.
Yeah, and there are opportunities out there. But again, we've talked about being patient and making a half opportunity, turning it into a full one, as we see Medved just march up the field here, working with Sayer, and as we said, they've worked together well.
They've been exceptional. That pod for Manly are an absolute standout. I think, if you go back over their uses of the football, Gab, I think they've been almost flawless every single time that they've, taken the field.
Here we go there. There's Medved, and we've seen her skills, and that's Vera, and that's just like shelling peas for them. They'll do that all day, won't they?
Yeah, money for jam, for that particular, group that we've alluded to, their combination, and it's nice and smooth. But, Gab, you don't get there without lots and lots of training and lots of years of sort of working together. As you said, they've played a lot together in Junior State Cup teams over the years. They've worked hard, and when you see any of these teams today that make it look easy, we know that it's not easy. It's years and years of hard work, and as we said, full credit to the Manly Club for the work that they've done over the years with their junior development programs.
Yep, agree 100%, and it's the hours at training as a team, but it's also the extra work you put in yourself as an individual player down at the park, doing your speed, doing your agility, and working on your craft. So on Sunday at State Cup, your legs are still moving. Yeah,
great point, yeah.
So here we see they're taking a dump on the 7 there, and we've got Tiernan. She's working with Stevens, and those two are working well together. We're going to see a sweet play here by Chesworth. They've gone behind the line there.
Yeah,
Manly,
forward pass, and this is a good pick-up here from the referee. And as I said to you, Gab, the refs will be all over those ones today. So those people that have games later today, especially on the stadium, make sure that those passes are going backwards. Yeah, there's no getting away with anything with the 3 referees on each field these days. Back in our day, we could occasionally get away with things, but not today with the live streams and 3 referees all being mic'd up. As we see here, going straight through here, a little step off the left. That's a beautiful play. Can she find some support? Oh, great hands, but well defended as well. Yeah, really nice piece of defence, and great play there from Manly, slicing through again. I like the direct line, and what I like about them is the variety in the attack. There's lots of people who are contributing and able to, open a team up. That's a good little dish off back, and she's taken another 15 metres up over halfway, and they've got their players on the field here, so Wallsend looking like they might have a chance. They like it down this short side. Dropping it back in. They've caught play on the referee. So we've got Taylor Spicer passing it off, and again, they're those half opportunities. Yeah, if they could have got the ball out wide, Carly's pointing, she could see a gap out wide, but they couldn't quite get the ball there. Yeah, but this is a great thing, again, we said about yesterday, that, you get to watch the live stream, even, after the event, and you'll go back on KO Freebies and you'll have a look and you'll say, we could have used the ball a bit more expansively here. So it's a great education tool, too, for our touch players and coaches. It sure is, and they're definitely not taking their foot off the pedal here, Manly. They've come back one way, they've got a penalty, and now they're switching it back. And there's a little gap here. She's not just a little gap. Wow. That was Charlie Evers, try number 4
for you. Put the ball down. What a great run. About a 25-metre run, and out of nothing, another try for Manly.
Oh, she's got a set of wheels, hasn't she? I like the fact that she just, backed herself, went through that hole, and then she accelerated again. It's like she found, another sort of gear. So you see her, she sort of goes, oh, I'll have a go. Oh, away. And away I go again. And, and goodbye. So fantastic piece of work to nail her fourth try in this quarterfinal clash.
So that'll probably be the last opportunity Wallsend potentially get with the ball. We've got about a minute left of play. We see Medved in to make the touch. And they're going straight at him here. They're going to see if they can find a gap up the middle. Working well, and as you said, there's Smith. And she's been working hard in a little link hole there, but unfortunately a late pass there. But they're still trying. They're still probing.
I was just going to say, Gab, you took the thought out of my mind there. Like, I thought Wallsend have toiled really hard. They haven't stopped trying. They're turning up defensively. They're having a crack in attack, and their club can be very proud of their efforts here.
As we see here, they sure can. We've got 30 seconds to go. We've got Vera at acting half. Working here. They might have a little trick play here to finish off proceedings, put an exclamation mark on their performance today. As we come around here, it looks like it's going to be a little sweet play. They've dropped back to the blind side and straight in through that link hole. And as we said, add another one to the tally, takes it to double figures. It's 10-0 and a beautiful try to end for Manly.
Yeah, they bring up the 10-try margin here, and comprehensive display by Manly.
Yeah, run us through the replay there, Carly.
Yeah, it was a really nice piece of play. Just got out of acting half, went to the line, pumped, and a nice link hole, and that put the icing on the cake for Manly for sure.
Sure has. A beautiful play there by Zara Halliday, the number 33 for Manly, and that brings us to the end of proceedings for this first clash of day 3 on New South Wales State Cup between the women's 20s, Manly and Wallsend. So Manly will progress. Wallsend, plenty of learnings to come. And before we move on to our next match, Carly, I just want to say good luck for you in the Doyleson box for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Gab. We'll do our very best. Quarterfinals, we all know that it starts all over again, so it's anybody's competition, but we'll be doing our very best for our club, and good luck to everybody else out there again today as well. Always in the mix, so stay where you are on KO Freebies, because coming up after the break, we have a mixed open clash between Newcastle and Manly.
Get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing. I'm losing it.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Please explain.
You beauty.
just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie, the New South Wales State Cup here on KO Freebies. Adam Collins in commentary for this one. The Mixed Opens quarterfinal, joined by Carly Banks. KB, Newcastle v Manly here in the quarterfinal Mixed Opens. Should be a cracker. What can you tell us about these lineups? Do you know a little bit about them?
Yeah, some fantastic names in there, and look, I think this will be such a keenly contested game. Newcastle are always really, really strong in the mixed. Unfortunately, last year, because of registering an ineligible player, lost their points, so they've got a bit of chip on their shoulder and something to prove in this competition this year. And Manly, always really, really well prepared and stuff, so I expect it to be an absolute cracking game.
Well, there goes the hooter, and we are underway. It's Manly with possession to start off the match. Newcastle getting up in defence, trying to take away that early momentum. There's a nice one-handed reaching touch.
Yeah, keep your eye on him from Newcastle. Reece French, the number one. He is lightning. Hunter Western Hornets mixed open player with a lot of potential.
So, good start for Newcastle defensively. They kept them, well out from the line. There was no real attacking opportunity there for Manly. So now let's see what they do. Subset close to their box, so they'll make their way up the field. I like that. Good direct momentum as well. And then he gets back across in front of the box. So good interchange for the Newcastle lineup. Now they bring the ball back into the middle where the men get together. To go back inside. Not too much happening there. This is where they'll accelerate. Last touch. They come back to the short. A nice defensive read there from the Manly number 4, Zach Simons.
Yeah, nice question mark there from Jack Smith, 2020 Australian under-18 boys representative, been in the mixed game for a little while now, and a great strike dump from Jamie McSpadden, who doubles in the coaching box as well for Newcastle. So really good questions there, but great defence from Manly.
Multiple hats by McSpadden, as we see a little breakaway here. Went for the quick hands, couldn't quite, get it away.
Yeah, great shutdown there from Aaron Clark, the number 6, a Nelson Bay product, but here with the Newcastle club now and doing a really, really good job.
Again, they're looking to get to their box early here in the count. That's 3 touches. They're already up to the halfway line, exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, great defence there, from Manly coming forward. Hey, Adam.
Yeah, last touch now, coming up here. There it is. There's a bit of a sideways shove. The referee says play on. They go to the right. There's numbers. Long ball over the top. Good catch. But great defence from Manly again in the corner.
Yeah, great work from the Manly winger, doing a fantastic job there. Summed that up nicely and did well.
Got a hold of that one right on the end of the fingertips.
Doesn't matter how you nab him as long as you drag him in.
The crowd went up. He held the ball. And now they're up to the halfway line. Troops come on. Pick up from acting half. It's a good roll in there. Good one-handed pick up from Jarvis Zockling. Couldn't get the ball away.
Yeah, and he looks like a likely customer for Manly, Adam. Seems to control the play really, really well there. So I don't think that'll be the last time that we see him ball playing there for Manly.
Yeah, he's certainly looking quite busy out there in the early doors of this match. Again, Newcastle looking to get across the field. There's not a lot of momentum up the paddock there on that one, but now they straighten up back through the middle. 10 metres over into enemy territory. Last touch again. Little stutter in the middle. He's through the little hole. A big dive, and he'll get there. The opening try for Newcastle.
Yeah, great piece of play there from Bailey Caruso. One of the Caruso family who began their touch at Wolves End, but moved to the Newcastle club, and wasn't he happy about this one, and a nice little celebration at the end, Adam.
It wasn't a clean gather from him too, and I wonder how much effect that had on the defence. It was a little stutter, and then the middle just held off, wasn't sure, and it opened up for him, and you can see his eyes, they opened up like plates, and he saw the line and got there. So opening try there for Newcastle, Caruso, but it's Manly back on the attack. And they'll want to strike here if they can. Little dummy, but a good touch coming from Jamie McSpadden. Manly regather now, still just outside the 7 metres, so the defence has to push forward. They left one back in the line, and that's the man that's going to make the touch. No, the ball was away in time. What a pass!
Yeah, fantastic piece of play from the number 4, Zach Simmons. He's done really good. He's cranked back off that left foot, and he's found a really nice inside ball, and this will look good on the replay ads.
I thought the Newcastle defender with the white hat had stayed back and he was going to shut him down, but that ball was perfectly executed.
Yeah, you watch him crank back here. Big step, bang, step back, and did really, really well. And a nice gap hit on the inside by Daniel Chitty to even things up.
Chitty hitting the line like that, that's the money. As we see a long ball out to the corner and Newcastle strike back.
Yeah, really, really nice.
Aaron Clark that scored that one, KB.
Yeah, really, really nice piece of play there by Newcastle. Really great response. Nice strike dump there. And Todd Harvey, another guy who's come from the Wolves and Beresfield. They tend to move around a little bit in the Hunter, but Toddy Harvey is a very, very experienced player and a really accomplished mixed player. So I expect him to have a bit more of an influence here as the game goes on for Newcastle.
You talk about the players moving around clubs. That's the beauty of our game when
Absolutely.
We have so many associations within reach of each
Close
other.
Area,
People will play touch every day if they could.
Absolutely, mate, and it's good to sort of get around and play with different people and different clubs and experience different cultures.
Another nice long ball, but the defence was right onto it there. Touched by Ellie Spain. She held her line and made the touch on the wing. So now Newcastle push up off their own scoreline here. It's good metres. More direct play this time from Newcastle, pushing right through that middle third.
Yeah, and you'll notice that about Jamie McSpadden. He's got a really good mix of like direct rucking and sub-box patterns. So there'll be a lot of variety in this Newcastle attack.
Nicholas Bale with the ball in hand, and Caruso you can see setting up behind him, just pulling the line out. Now to the left. Does he get that one down in time? No.
Yeah.
Referee's going to talk to him and say,
This is a really good decision by the mullet man. He's done well. One of our favourite referees. Nice little splitter play there, and that's a Reece French special. It's what he does. It's his favourite play. You watch him, he gets low and underneath the player, and I think not being onside there has allowed Reece French to dot over there.
So just on this one, Cully, we'll see it here. Great images. The player, number 9, dived out off the line, and the touch was under, like the ball was already underneath him and towards the line.
It's a skill. It's a skill, lads, to be able to get themselves in that position and just maybe pre-touch a little bit better, for Manly. But easier said than done, ads, and quite easy from up here, obviously.
Absolutely, including my athleticism. There'd be no way I'd be getting off that line the way you did. But we see now Manly strike back with good defence. It's one of those things, isn't it? Like when somebody's diving at the line, you've got to get down and just, almost drop and block that line off as opposed to reaching out in front of it. Yeah,
it was a nice question asked by number 4, Zach Simmons. We've mentioned him already in the call, lads, and if Manly are going to keep pace with Newcastle, him and Daniel Chitty are going to have a really big hand, in this effort for Manly.
So now it is Newcastle back on the attack up over the halfway line. They'll roll forward here. Good momentum. Sweeper comes around on the last touch. They go back to the right-hand side. They'll need to catch pass. And just the last pass couldn't get the hands.
Yeah, that's a classy release there from Ashley Miller. Also another very, very experienced player. Many years ago, Hunter Western Hornets Women's Open player, has played all the way through the ranks for Newcastle and a stalwart of that club, and really good to see her, getting involved there, and just unlucky that the winger couldn't handle the last pass.
Loves the State Cup, as we see Manly back up over the halfway line once again. There's the fresh legs on. All the boys just changed. A little flick back inside. Quick dump here. Looks to split left, comes right, but good shutdown. Strong defence from the Newcastle winger. She came in.
Yeah, nice little flick pass from number 2, Charlie Chuck Souters. Lucky enough to have coached Chuck way back in the Elite 8 days for the Rebels, and he and his brother Tommy, again, stalwarts of the Manly Club. So really nice to see the boys playing together, out here and being a part of this Manly effort.
Newcastle roll on up over the halfway. One-handed pick up at speed, gets the ball away, holds it up in the middle. Defence was strong there from Manly. Shut down any opportunity that Newcastle thought they had. And they get the ball back, but a little bit slow roll ball there.
Yeah, and Manly are just edging their way back in. I'm just feeling this momentum starting to change a little bit. Newcastle came out of the blocks really, really well. And now Manly are absorbing that, and they're starting to turn this into a bit of a grind, which is their best chance of being able to get success in this game.
Tom Watkins in the number 9 working hard in the middle there. That's a pick up from Willie Bishop. Bishop, can he get the ball away to a support? He does.
And that is class, isn't it?
Willie Bishop.
There are not enough, superlatives there for that guy. He's done it at every level, over the years, and he keeps on producing. And any team that has, Willie Bishop in it is going to be dangerous and needs to be well respected.
Yeah, ageless Willie Bishop, and just the experience and that heads up, the ability to read the line at pace. He found the opening. He's good enough to get the ball away. Kudos to the support player as well. She held the channel very well out there and gave him the option.
Yeah, nice little cut line from them, and a critical thing in mixed. And anything you can do.
Ball down. Again, the touch claimed by the defender, but the referee was on the spot and said, yep, you did get him, but the ball was already on the ground.
Yeah, nice piece of play there. And Nick Bale, ever present on the inside, was a part of the Australia Senior Mixed team that won the World Cup earlier this year, Adam. So he's a great addition to this Newcastle lineup as well. And yeah, great support player and does all the hard work for everyone. And nice to see him get his name on the score sheet.
So they're back out by 2, Newcastle. It's always a scoreline, that 2-try lead. As a coach, I was always mindful of that. 2 tries, it's easy for some players to rest.
Oh. Yeah, and they got the link for being offside, but again, great read from Ashmore. That won't upset Jamie McSpadden too much. He'd want his link girls striking that outball play on the 7.
Now Manly on the attack, 7 metres out. Looks short, and then they've jumped out left. Long ball, and the referees look like they're going to call that one clear. What a pass.
Yeah, and that's a really, really good read there by Manly in defence. You saw them sum it up. It was a strike dump a lot off centre over here, and they looked up, summed it up, saw that the defenders were in a bit of a halfway hell, looked up, summed it up, threw the long ball over the head of the winger, and, great response there from Manly.
Was a little half look to the right there from Daniel Chitty, and then he saw the body turn of the defenders on the outside, and that's when he went back to that long side. That was a beautifully delivered pass. And again, the ball carrier stood out there and just waited for it to hit the chest. What a ball game, 4-3. Newcastle with the 1-try lead. They're looking to strike back. Manly standing strong in defence.
And as it is, as you know, the mixed game very well, mate, it's going to be tit for tat, and we're going to see a lot more tries. I think the scoreboard attendant's going to be very busy.
Ticking over. Been doing that job. It's tough in there, keeping an eye on the game when it flows like this.
And a really good pick up there by the referee, a little bobble in that roll ball exchange. And Mullet Man's on his game today. Absolutely love him.
All the referees at this time have been on fire. There's been some outstanding refereeing on display here on KO Freebies. So you see Manly again back on the attack. They'll roll forward here up to the halfway line, close to their sub-box, so the fresh legs will come on. The cavalry arrive.
This is really high quality mixed touch at the moment, Adam. Like, both teams are really digging into this midfield battle, and they're turning up in numbers in defence. They're trying to get all those extra metres they can in attack. This is high quality. So for the fans at home, hope you're enjoying this one.
Zach Simons it was that took off on a little scoot there, but couldn't get through the line. Just chucked the ball back inside and went to ground. So Newcastle, this end-to-end touch football will keep going here in this mixed opens quarter-final. Winner progresses. It's on the line here for one team. Manly trail by 1, but there's, as you said, a little bit of a change in momentum.
Reece French, he's the danger man, and there he goes.
Good speed, ball to ground. Again, referee on the spot. You called him early. KB, he's certainly had a hand in this one for the Manly outfit.
Oh, Adam, I'm really, really impressed with him. I've been impressed with his, NTL performances for the Hunter Western Hornets in the mixed open the last couple of years, and I think he's a representative player of the future. He has a lot of ability for the mixed game, and always seems to chime in with the right attacking sort of option. But he's also a very resolute defender.
What about the pictures from our team at Bar TV? Quality there. You can see how close that was for the defender, but your man good enough to get it down, and he was happy about it too. Now Manly back on the attack. Nice defensive read from Caruso.
And a good call from the ref. Yeah, they weren't moving forward out wide, and the referees are going to be really, insistent that these links move forward, whether men's, women's, or mixed today, and that's what we want to see.
Well, that's the game, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And when we get our way into the final series, these teams are expected to play right to the letter of the law, and the referees will police it.
Absolutely.
Doing a great job again. Caruso just got turned around a little bit there, but they recover nicely.
What a great read. What a great read from Amber Chaney. Again, another experienced Hunter Western Hornets mixed open winger.
She's done that a couple of times too, Chaney. She's been strong.
Oh, she knows her craft very, very well, and she's one of the most reliable wingers in the mixed genre.
Good pressure there in the middle from Newcastle. Forced the error as Caruso got up and just forced the pass there from Charlie Souters. The ball goes to ground, and Newcastle, they make their way up that right-hand edge. Now they'll turn the ball back into the middle. Couple of touches remain. It's a good flow here for Newcastle. Last touch now. They go back to the right-hand side. 6 more. It was Charlie Souters that got up in the line there and went for the intercept but couldn't take it.
It'll be interesting to see what they do with this repeat set. Jamie McSpadden and Jack Smith working together on these first few touches.
Young Jack Smith, another one of those junior Aussie representatives in this Newcastle lineup. Here he is now with the ball in hand. Fast feet too from Smith. Back to McSpadden. Jamie out of half. There he is. Back to McSpadden again. Can he get it down? Smith, McSpadden, you called it, KB.
Yeah, and a nice strike dump there from the number 7, Owen Winkley, as well. He's an Australian Defence Force player who's based in the Newcastle area, and Owen does a lot of the work. He worked him off centre. Jack came back, and a nice hit on the inside from Spads, and that'll please the Newcastle fans knowing.
2 beautiful passes in that movement. One from McSpadden to Smith, and then Smith back to McSpadden. I thought the defender might have had him there, but he did enough to get the ball down.
Yeah, great work from Spads. Those little legs of his are ticking over. He won't mind me saying it. I worked with him at Hunter Sports High for a number of years with the touch program, and good to see Jamie get over the line.
I don't think he'll have any worries with you calling him short legs, because, hey, they get the job done.
Absolutely.
As long as he's in front on the scoreboard, he won't care. And it is Newcastle back on the attack, working off their 7 metres. And good push here through the middle. Momentum, but just breaks down. Couldn't quite get the ball down. Caught wrong-footed. But on the back of it, Manly seem to be rolling back here. There's not too much defensive pressure coming forward.
Yeah, and whether it's that they're just tempoing their game, I was just thinking about that, Adam. It was interesting you say, and we'll talk about it in a minute after this attempt from the passive out the back. Yeah.
Yeah, well done, Newcastle. That's a great setup.
Yeah, I saw Reece French framing for that one, and I didn't want to spoil his thunder by talking about how Manly were rolling. But, as you said, great setup and a good pick on the passive there, Adam. Just hiding in behind there. And see, when you're setting your passive and you're doing it to the side where the 2 girls are stationed, it's always going to pay dirt if you don't. So that's very good mixed strategy from Newcastle.
But how much of the defence just rolling back that way allows that passive play to happen?
You've absolutely hit it on the head, Adam, and it's the thing that Manly, and it's funny how the tempo of teams is very different. Like, we see someone like Willie Bishop, etc., when he injects himself, he's brilliantly there to snuff out that attacking foray. Zach Simmons has probably been Manly's most
big
dangerous.
push through the middle.
Oh,
great
French
touch.
again.
Big touch coming in from Manly. I think that was Jarvis Zockling. And now it is Newcastle 10 metres inside Manly territory. Smith, McSpadden puts that one down and then gets a little shove off the ball for his pleasure.
Yeah, the boys just sort of a little bit of tension this heat, maybe causing the tempers to fray a little bit, I think, Ads. I think referees just need to keep an eye on that, just so that it doesn't get out of control in this last 3.5 minutes.
We've had extreme heat warnings up here. It's already... At 7 o'clock this morning, it was like 31 degrees and 87% humidity. I mean, that's just incredible conditions to play touch in.
Yeah, it is. And, this morning it's meant to get a little bit more intense as we go, and then, some possible rain later on. We're not weather people, but, wow. Yesterday was like the 4 seasons in one day, wasn't it? And who knows, it's State Cup, Ads. We might be in for another one today.
Yeah, the impact that storm had, it was over in a flash, literally. The number of lightning strikes.
Yep.
And the town of Port Macquarie was without power for about an hour.
Yeah, it was crazy stuff.
We got back underway as we are here today. Newcastle again on the attack.
Yeah, I thought Todd Harvey was going to release that on that fly play there, and that would have been very interesting there.
Last touch, tap on, double tap on.
Stop it.
Quick hands out to the wing. And they end it as far away from the Manly sub-box as they can, but the referees have found a penalty in that one. Must have been that last pass called forward. Yep, the signal from the referee, forward pass. Oh, that just a push pass there early again, trying to get to their sub-box, moving sideways instead of building momentum.
Yeah, and this will give Newcastle the opportunity to just sort of get a little bit of composure back, and that man, Reece French, has just entered the fray. Expect the play to obviously feature fairly prominently for him.
And Caruso, yeah.
And he's been good too. He's been his partner in crime and giving him every opportunity. And Reece French again.
Wow, that's class.
Yeah.
From French.
Yeah, as I said, Ads, I've had a big rap on this young man for a number of years, and I love seeing him getting just his just desserts. Years ago, he sort of stepped up and was a part of the Hornets Men's Open program for a while, and he just sort of moved into that mixed area, and it's really good to see him find his niche and find where he belongs.
A young man, but that's experience out there. It was a nothing play. He looked up, saw a little gap, and he just exploited it with that pace that he has. Yeah,
he's a very, very quick customer. He's got all the skills. He can catch, he can pass, he can dive. He's got a good set of feet. He's a good defender. He's got all the ingredients to be an elite mixed player in the years to come.
Just over a minute remains here. Manly, they want to get one here if they can, and they will.
Yeah, Bailey Caruso just didn't sort of shut the gate on that one, and really nice for Manly to get a try, because they've been really trying to up the ante, knowing that their tournament's on the line, and trying to do whatever they could to get back into the contest.
Well, they haven't sat back at all. They've been cracking, but Newcastle have been up to the task. But we see that little inside ball, and then I think it was Tom Watkins, the man that gets it over the stripe. Just a little back inside from Max Simons. And that's a just reward with 40 seconds remaining. Newcastle will have, you'd think, the last opportunity here.
Yeah, definitely. They've done really, really well. It's been a really thorough team performance, from the Knights. They got out of the blocks well, and they just kept the intensity and consistency going for the duration, and they very much deserved victory in this one.
Owen Winkley with the ball now. We can see Smith and McSpadden out there as well. McSpadden into half. Oh, he just lost the handle on that one. It was a bit of a sloppy roll ball from Winkley. And the clock ticks down. We'll hear the siren shortly. And this one will go the way of Newcastle. There it is. And that's all she wrote for Manly in the Mixed Opens division for the 2024 State Cup. Convincing there for Newcastle, and they'll move through. And they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think they definitely, obviously move into that upper echelon of sort of favourites to annex the title. But, as I said, they'll have a lot to prove this year. But good tournament from Manly, and let's see how far Newcastle can progress.
Yeah, looking forward to that, and we'll bring you all the action on KO Freebies, courtesy of Bar TV. Stick around. Make sure you stay with us for the rest of the finals coming from Port Macquarie, We're going to take a break and bring you all the action of finals day here, and we'll be with you shortly.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Friday, Sunday. Let's go. I'm losing it.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Welcome back to KO Freebies, where we are at the Championship Day at the New South Wales Touch State Cup. My name's Gab Rose and I'm joined here with Jason Stannon in a Women's Open quarterfinal clash between Canterbury and Northern Beaches. Jace, this is going to be a good game.
Yeah, very much so. I'm excited to be here with you, Gab, of course, the legend that you are. Finals day, Sunday, does it get any better than this? Good conditions?
Yeah, it's very warm out there, and it feels like the storm that we saw yesterday is coming back through the ground. I know a lot of the people that played in that 8 a.m. time slot that traditionally would be okay at this time of year, but it was very warm. So, and speaking of warm, the action out here, it's going to heat up in the next minute or so. We see Northern Beaches taking their place on the field, and they finished second in their pool, and they're coming up against one of the tournament heavyweights in Canterbury, who did finish third in their pool. They've had a few stadium games, but as we know, Jace, the tournament starts again on a Sunday.
I think so. It's nice and fresh. We always get these the odd upsets, you know, on Sunday. Anything can happen. I actually think we might have an upset here because Northern Beaches got nothing to lose taking on the more fancy Canterbury, but they are going to have to handle some really classy players there. Clare Tandek, Andy Law. There's a few there in Canterbury, and they've been quite strong, I think, without probably setting the tournament on fire. Would that be fair?
I would say so, and I'd say the Doggies, they're a very good State Cup team. They seem to perform extremely well in these 3-day conditions. I think that's because they've got the ability to get in the grind. So they're patient, they work hard, they're strong in the touch, and these type of tournaments really suit Canterbury. So we'll see how this plays out. And as you said, we got Clare Tandek, and just on her for a moment, unbelievable.
Amazing career, Claire. Amazing.
Yep, she keeps it up with people probably half her age, and I know she wouldn't like me saying, but she's definitely one of the best players our game has seen. And speaking of best players, over in the Canterbury box, we actually have one of the GOATs, I would say, in Louise Winchester.
Is Louise over there as well? Oh, that's
She
a
is.
secret weapon. So, Louise, of course, as well. And Claire, older sister, amazing players, definitely one of the GOATs. And I'm not sure. I don't know. Now you're making me get nervous about my Northern Beaches prediction, Gab.
Well, the referees might want to watch. If it gets close, Louise might pop some boots on and try and jump on. So we'll wait and see. She's that competitive. I know she would.
She'd be able to do it, no doubt. But the Northern Beaches story is a bit interesting, Gab, because they had a really disjointed Sydney champs where they didn't even feature in the finals. They had injuries and players in and out, and they've sort of started to gain momentum. And then I watched them a little bit Friday, Saturday. They've been improving. It's just whether or not they can pull that together.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they can go that extra step and upset Canterbury. But as you mentioned, Canterbury, very classy outfit and always tough to beat at State Cup.
Yeah, and potentially Northern Beach is a victim of their own success. They've got 3 players that have been in their program over the last couple of years that are now representing Australia in the Rugby Sevens program overseas. So it's an amazing platform for our young men and women to go on to other sports. And, I mean, they're travelling the world and playing for their country. So well done to the Northern Beaches for producing, and progressing that talent through the system.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, they're running a good program out there in Northern Beaches. Their men's featured in the semi-final last year, so they've got both the male and female, development paths going quite strong.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes here. Obviously, Northern Beaches, they'll be looking for Nicole Sowdern, the number 6, the young lady that's going to be taking the tap. We've also got players like Holly Raff and Georgette Randall, Pahuka Berryman, Duff, Brianna Nathan, the list goes on from Northern Beaches. And you turn your attention over to Canterbury, and you've already mentioned Andy Law, you've got Clare Tandek, you've got Sailor Perrott, then you've got experienced players like Lauren Thorne, Steph Cummins. The list goes on. We could name every single one of them.
Yeah, I think so. Canterbury seems to be more like they've got a couple of those guns that you have to try and handle. Yeah. And if Northern Beaches can sort of really stay connected in defence and sort of challenge Canterbury, that'll be their best chance, because I think some of those one-on-one matchups, Claire's just too smart, Andy Law too good on her feet, so one-on-one they're going to have their hands full, the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, so play's underway, and Sowdern's got the ball in her hand and she's taking it up the middle. She's working there with Nix. Bring it out here, dropping it back inside, and we see there Randall, and they've got a try in the opening set, and Jace, you've called it early. 1-0 Northern Beaches, 1 set, 1 try.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot in that. They looked like they manned up pretty good. Claire was quite active in the touch. Got a good touch there outside the 7, which gave him a good... I think maybe just Canterbury, if they had that again, I think maybe the link thought they were beat on the inside and maybe shut down a little bit hard. I don't know whether she had to come in that tough. So maybe a bit of an error there for Canterbury, and Northern Beaches took full advantage and got the first score.
Yeah, and they have got the skill to be able to do that. It was the number 13, Jade Pond, that scored the opening try. As we see here, Andy Law using her feet. Refs called ball down. They were looking for a 6 to go there. Tandek back inside. But so they've scored the try, Northern Beaches, and defended that first set well. So this will put the cat amongst the pigeons here. The skill level of Northern Beaches, and that they couldn't have asked for a better start, Jace.
Yeah, I think so. With that shutdown, Gab, obviously when you're outside, you're trying to determine, is the player inside beat? Do I need to help? Because you do want to stay connected, and you only get a split second to decide whether you're coming in or staying out. And on that occasion, Canterbury got it wrong.
So there we've got Holly Raff stepping out, stepping back in, but straight into the hands of Sailor Perrott, and you do not want to give her the ball in space because she can move. So we see there Tandek with the ball, working with Law. That looks like Crawford following him behind. Perrott's going to the box. Coming on now, fresh legs, and they'll be looking for a solid set here. And we're going to see him drive straight up through the middle. That's Steph Cummins at acting half. Nice little fly play out the back. And here we'll see Fionnett. She's going to take off, and she can throw a good pass. Beautiful pass, but well defended there by the winger, Jade Pond. She scored one in that corner, and now she's saved one over there as well, Jace.
Yeah, you mentioned the fly play, Gab. We haven't seen a lot of that. And what is that, those for the younger viewers at home, is as you're driving on, generally you'll just go straight and take the dump. But one of the people swinging on, if they sort of peel off you and then you use them, it's often we call that a fly, and it was really effective in previous years. We haven't seen it as much this year, Gab. Would that be fair?
I would say so, but it's definitely something. We see 7 on the field here for Northern Beaches, so the ball will be brought all the way back up to halfway. Canterbury will get a tap on halfway, and again, for our viewers at home, 7 on the field. Even if you go that millimetre early, the refs are onto it. So, but yeah, the fly play, it's a hard one to defend if done well, Jace, because you've got to come in to affect the touch because you don't want them running. So we see Steph Cummins just topple over there, but if you get the timing right, it's a really effective play to players running at speed.
Yeah, I like it. You almost gain a touch because instead of having that dump, you give it to the fly and you open it up. So hopefully we see a little bit more of that today.
As we see here, Canterbury on the move here. It looks like Sailor Parrott, beautiful pass, but it's just gone over the sideline. So she'd probably like to have her time again there. Sailor Parrott, give herself a little bit more time and wait for the best option to open up for her.
Well, that was a good example of the read, wasn't it? Because it looked like she had the middle beat, but the defensive link for Northern Beaches just sort of jockeyed or sort of jumped on the spot a little bit, gave her middle time to recover. So that was a good example of, deciding whether to come in and help or stay out.
Yeah, so we see Saldern with the ball. Thrown a difficult pass over the top, and it was going to be hard to get to hand there because she turned her body the other way, but suffice to say she's finished it in the corner, and that could have been the plan all along, Jace, finish it on the 7-metre line on her side of the box. Yeah,
finish in the corner. You'll hear that a lot in our commentary. It means that Canterbury's got all the way if they want to substitute. It's a good, 40 metres or so to try and get the players across. You'll see now they've already killed 2 touches trying to get there. Then there'll be a third. So that's quite a good tactic sometimes. Put the ball in the opposite corner.
Yeah, and what was looking as a good set there with Sailor Parrott running up the field has actually turned into an error. A forward pass off the ruck, which we do see a lot of as well in today's game, with everyone trying to get every millimetre of advantage as they can. So Northern Beaches has got the ball. They're 10 metres on the Canterbury side of halfway. It's Saldern there working with Nix, and Nix is driving the ball forward for her, and they'll be looking to run a play out here. We've got Pahuka Berryman Duff on the right-hand side. Looks like they might be going the sweep play, Jace. And we'll see what the referee's going to call. She's pointing. It's no try, but it's a penalty to Northern Beaches. So they're going to have to sustain some pressure here. Canterbury, they've given away a penalty on their line.
Yeah, good example of that connected defence, getting some help from the inside with the sweeper. Let's have a look if they can do it again. They've got a bunch up and help.
It's Berryman Duff, and she might have got the ball down there. It's going to, Tandek's calling the touch. Referees agree. And it took an excellent full-length dive touch from Clare Tandek there to save the second try for Northern Beaches. They're really putting them under pressure here, Northern Beaches, Jason.
Yeah, I think they've started very well, and nice and expansive play here. They won't get it on that occasion, but pretty impressed with Clare's defence. She's just really good on her feet there. She showed a dive, and she's pretty hard to get around.
She's hard to get around because she's fast in between the 2 ears as well, so she's a step ahead as we're speaking of stepping through. But Keely Silva, beautiful touch there. Came in, read the play early, read it perfectly right, and stopped to try. So the wing play by both these teams, Jace, it's on show today.
I think so. And then, so we've seen in the first few minutes a couple times where Canterbury have been forced to shut down. So that might be something Northern Beaches are looking. They might be getting ready to throw that big long ball to the wing again. That might be a chance. I think on the Canterbury side, they just got to get through the middle a bit better. You mentioned a couple of times they've turned the ball over. So Canterbury got to drive a little bit better, and Northern Beaches probably start to look for that long ball now. And
one that will drive well for them is Steph Cummins. She's at acting half here at the moment. Physio by trade, using her hands well there as she takes the ball down. We've got Andy Law slicing straight through, and that's somebody they've got to unlock today, Canterbury. Andy Law, because she's lethal when she gets the ball in hand.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it on day 2, Gab. I'd like to see some of our faster scoopers maybe taking off on the 4th touch, so they've got the option for the second phase. I think it's probably something that's a bit untapped. We've got some really good scoopers in our game. I'd like to get the ball in their hands a bit earlier in the set.
Yep, so there's a good set coming here there. We've got Hinwood, the number 3 for Northern Beaches. It's play on. No, they've called ball down now. They nearly gave themselves up there, the Northern Beaches.
I think they did. I think the referee looked at them and said, you don't want it? Okay, we'll let Canterbury have it.
We'll hand it over to Canterbury, and it's Fianet that takes the roll ball, and there we've got working with Cummins coming through there. They need to try and get some ball at the other end of the field here, Canterbury. Northern Beach have done a good job of keeping him down on their side of halfway. So we need a good latch stump here. They're coming on forward. There we've got Thorne going to be at acting half, working with Parrott. As we said, Thorne's got plenty of experience. Touch there from acting half, but it was late in the touch count. And Northern Beaches, they're looking very enthusiastic, and they're here to win this game this morning.
Yeah, we're only 7 minutes in, but if Northern Beaches can keep pressing and being active in defence in the midfield, that's going to make Canterbury's job hard today, but in saying that, we're only 7 minutes in. There's plenty of footy left, and Northern Beaches will have to keep their energy up to do that for the whole 30.
Yeah, they sure will. And that you sometimes win in minute 28, 29. You've just got to stay patient all the way through the game. So there was just an error there in the roll ball there from Jasmine James. But they're still finishing the ball on the other side of halfway.
Yeah, they've started pretty good. I think Canterbury would still be pretty relaxed about the situation. They just need to make sure Northern Beaches don't get a second or a third. I think there's enough experience there with Law and Perrott and Tandek to pull a couple back late. They've just got to stick with them for the moment, Canterbury, and be patient.
Yeah, that's right. Stay in the grind, as we often call it. As we see Tandek with the ball, skipping out of one, working with Fionnett. And as we said, she can throw a long ball, but so they've just come in and snuffed that out before anything could eventuate. So really good defence from Northern Beaches, Jace.
I think so. I think a bit of a combination of good defence there, Gab, and also I think Canterbury probably haven't showed us their best attack just yet. So let's see if Northern Beaches can hold out some good attack from Canterbury in this game.
That's a good run by Berryman Duff. She's given her team some momentum as they come through, and that's Nix working with Saldern. That's Saldern off the right, off the left, into Nix, and that's last touch, I think. They may not have heard the count. But again, finishing it about 8 metres out, so they're slowly creeping down towards the line.
I think so. So this is something with the Northern Beaches team that's a bit of a feature of their play. You'll see here with Canterbury driving, Northern Beaches will actually press up and be active. They won't just roll back on their heels. You'll see there 3 players going up on the first one. Now you'll probably see 1 or 2 go on the second. They proved me wrong. But that's generally they're active here, which makes it hard for Canterbury.
There we see Andy Law taking the ball forward, working with Cummins. That's a great drive in.
Yeah, this is better. This is
better. Here's her opportunity here, Andy Law. There's been caught up in the ruck, and that'll be a penalty to Canterbury. But that was probably their most best opportunity to date in this first 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's what we need from Canterbury, that running game and on the run, getting the ball in hands early. So good sign there for Canterbury. We need more of that. That's the second penalty now in a row.
Yeah, so Jace, explain to our viewers at home on KO Freebies what happens if they get a third penalty here, Canterbury.
Yeah, well, third penalty will be like an exclusion, so one of the Northern Beaches players will have to stand off to the side, and it will end up being a 6 versus 5 situation. So Northern Beaches will have to be really active now, moving forward, not giving a penalty away, and on the reverse side, Canterbury are going to be patient and try and earn that third penalty.
So we see Millie Barnes for Canterbury holding the ball up. Now she's working with Crawford. Crawford's driving in. That's Cummins underneath. And there we've got Tandek. They might phase here. It might go all the way out wide. Oh, and she hasn't caught her offside. Well defended in the link there. That was Georgina Randall. Cummins has nearly sliced through.
I think we lost the touch count there. They just got a penalty and then that was a shame. So probably a bit unlucky for Canterbury. I think we might have missed the touch count. They got 2 penalties back to back and then we're rolling into last place. So a bit unfortunate for Canterbury, but they'll get more opportunities.
Yeah, they sure will. We're only just over 10 minutes in, so we're 20 minutes to go here, and there's a good run by Brown and Nathan. Again, they're doing, but there's 7 on again here, or potentially forward pass off the ruck. No, 7 on. So usually when you see the penalty bang on halfway coming out of the box, it means that one of the substitute players has gone on that second too early. And it's great to be enthusiastic and eager and ready to go, but you've just got to time it a bit better, don't you, Jace?
Yeah, sometimes we're a bit excited to get on, and that's a good sort of spot you've said for the viewers at home. When you see the referee giving the penalty exactly on the halfway, 5 metres out, then you know it's from the 7 on. So it's a good way to see, to keep up to speed with what's going on out there. It's so quick.
Oh, there's an opportunity there, but again, well defended there by Jade Pond. So we've got, it looks like she might be injured. We'll just get a read on who that is there. It could be the number 11, Alex Chung.
Yeah, it's hard to get the numbers, but...
Here it is, Alex.
Hope she's okay.
Yeah, she's walking off okay, so hopefully just copped a little knock as we see Tandek come out the side. They might do a little wrap here, and that's going to be a try, I'm going to say. An old-school blindside wrap, Jace. Clare Tandek, Keely Silva, high fives all round. Excellent last touch try.
I don't think I've seen that for 10 or 20 years. Clare Tandek showing she's got all the tricks in the book, and that one seemingly out of nothing. I think it was last touch. There wasn't a lot going on. And Claire did a bit of a magician trick there. Have a look at my left hand and you won't see me hiding the magic coin in the right hand. So, classic play.
How good. We're all tied up at 1-1, and that'll look amazing on replay later on the New South Wales Touch socials. So, as we said, just a little blindside wrap. Last touch as they're nearly diving through here, and they've... Yeah, she's setting up a try at one end there, Keely Silver, and saved another one there because their line attack's looking strong here, Northern Beaches. So the game's just gone to a new level as we see Saldern, although they look like they're coming back for a penalty here. It's going to be a changeover on the 7-metre line, and 1-1. 13 minutes in, 17 minutes to go, and we're all locked up, Jace.
Yeah, the tempo definitely has lifted in the last couple of minutes, and I think with that, when you're a winger and they run around you like that, I think it gives you nightmares.
It's hard. You're isolated out there, aren't you? There wasn't much the winger could do because Silver hit such a good hole that she had to engage, the defender had to engage.
Yeah, well, I think Clare was almost hiding behind and they just sort of popped up on the outside. There was a whole, like I said, it was a magic trick more than a touch move.
You're right,
Well,
it definitely was like a magician. As we see there, Berryman Duff peppering the line. They've still got a few touches up to go here. So we've got Holly Raff at acting half. See what they can come up with here. Berryman Duff, Raff at half. She's going to throw the big bomb, but it's gone a little bit forward out of the hand. So no damage done there for Canterbury. They get a penalty, in fact, and it'll be 7 metres out. It looks like it'll be Sailor Parrott taking the tap.
We often talk about saving the tries. It's got a scoring one, and Keely Silver had a great read to leave the link there and peel out on the winger. So, I mean, over the course of 3 days, I wonder how many tries Keely Silver saved for the Doggies. Yeah,
she'll save a lot, Keely. She's a very experienced winner and one of the best in the game at the moment, and daughter of Rod Silver, who's playing up here as well this weekend. So, again, a real family affair for various different clubs. We see a little skip out there. There's one touch to go, and we've seen that a few times, Jace, where the girls have thrown the ball away with still one touch up their sleeve. So they've really got to be listening to, besides listening to their own players, they've got to be listening to the referees as well.
I think so. And, sometimes we forget how fast the game is. It's at end to end. It's sort of like maybe 30-odd seconds for a set of 6. So it's a really quick game, and you've got to keep your eyes open, your ears open. You've got to sort of take a lot in, and listening to the referee is an important one that we always tell our players.
It sure is. You and I were both perfect in that regard, weren't we?
I was actually good. I was able to listen to the ref and give a few tips to help him out as well. So
constructive feedback, wasn't it? Yeah.
I sort of viewed myself as part of the referee team.
Yeah, we've all done that a few times. As we see here, Saldern seeing what she does a few times and nearly making her way through behind the Canterbury line, but well defended there by Steph Cummins. So Canterbury have got the ball. We're in a bit of a stalemate. It's a bit of a grind now. We're exactly halfway through the match, 1-1. The game's evenly poised, and you can't leave anything in the tank in these quarterfinals, because if you leave it on the table, you could be going home by 9 o'clock this morning. So we don't want to see that for either team. They'll be giving their all and seeing who can progress to the semi-finals and deep into this tournament.
Yeah, I think there's lots of stories over the years of really quality teams with one eye on the grand final getting knocked out in the quarters early. It's actually happens more often than what you think, even as recent as last year.
And speaking of happening, oh no, what's the ref going to call? They might be calling obstruction by the referee. There's a lot of discussion here. Canterbury Lauren Thorne thinks she scored. There wasn't a touch affected. This replay is going to be extremely interesting to watch. Sailor Parrott came back on the switch. She offloaded to Lauren Thorne, but you see potentially the referee got in the way of the Northern Beaches defender.
It's a nice little switch back on the inside.
And you see there.
Short ball. I'd almost let it go. I don't know whether she would have got there. It's a tough one, isn't it? 50-50.
That's a tough one. So the referee was trying to get out of the way, but in doing so actually affected the ability of the Northern Beaches.
You probably got to call it back, but I mean, I don't know whether she would have got there, so maybe that's let off the hook for the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, and that can happen in sport. That's just one of those lucky breaks you can't do much about. So Canterbury got to forget about that. Those opportunities will arise, and for Northern Beaches, take full advantage of the stroke of luck you've just been given. All right, as we see here, Berryman Duff. She's going to hit that link hole, but 6 to go, so it's come off one of the Canterbury players. So the game can change, can't it? So it looked like Canterbury were going to score a try down there into the field, and now we've got a repeat set for Northern Beaches, and they'll be attacking some line, and they've got Brianna Nathan coming on, and she'll be working with Berryman Duff.
Yeah, we're starting to approach that last 10, the championship minutes. It's 1-1, it's set. This is where you've got to absorb everything that's happened in that first 15-20 and think, what am I going to do? Is it a direct diving play? Is it a sweeping play? Am I looking to hit the winger? Second phase? These are all the things our players are thinking about.
And they're looking long here, and it's
Great
Good touch again by the Canterbury winging, because Jade Pond, she's already scored a try this morning. And you can see they've put their strike back on. We've got Raff on, we've got Saldern on, we've got Berryman Duff, and obviously Brianna Nathan, as we see now. That is an unbelievable pass. And Putdell, she's dropped it, Jade Pond. It was probably a little bit out in front of her, but that could be an opportunity gone begging, Jace.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Northern Beaches probably construct the set a little bit more. I know you were talking in yesterday's call about conditioning or doing something, and then the defence expects that. And I really think they're, hit short, hit length, and the long would have worked. I think going long, it probably made the wingers' job a bit easier. So I think Northern Beaches, it would serve them well, maybe mix it up a little bit next time they get down there.
We see here coming into the last touch. It wasn't a good start to the set, but they're going to finish well, because we've got Tandek stepping off her left, hitting that link hole. And it's going to be a touch pass, but they've managed to get it down the other end of the field.
And Canterbury's looking better, aren't they, as the game's sort of progressed? I think Northern Beaches probably had their measure early, but as we sort of predicted, Canterbury's just hanging in there in the grind. That's their go-to. Northern Beaches will have to find something special to cause the upset.
Yeah, they're very enthusiastic in that first 15 minutes, and as you said earlier, Jace, it's hard to keep that intensity up for the whole game. But they're doing a really good job here. A nice little tip on, and they've got an overlap out here, but Tandek's up to the task, and she kind of just shuffled, and Tandek and Silver used the sideline to their advantage there, and they just ran out of a little bit of space, Northern Beaches.
Yeah, they actually looked good coming on. I think it was Marissa Stubbs really opened up the field, but they weren't able to complete it. So Northern Beaches still got plenty of football. They just got to settle down a little bit. Canterbury definitely have the momentum at the minute.
So there's Thorne with the ball with Fionnett. Thorne from acting half, she's going to drop it back in. Fionnett playing the ball again. And we're going out there. We've got Millie Barnes, who's quick on her feet. Millie Barnes out there in the left link. There's Fionnett working with Thorne. And they've gone for a forward pass here. It's a late call by the referee, but I think a correct one. But they're going to have to take it all the way over near the Canterbury box. So they won't be too disappointed with that. They've got their defensive line set now, Jace, Canterbury, and they'll be able to, I'd really say, push up in defence here. Yeah, look at
this. Now it's Canterbury being active. Look at this with the second shoot. So they know they've got to go another level to get over the top of these younger girls from the Renegades. So good work from Canterbury being active here in the midfield.
Yeah, so we've got Georgette Randall taking it up here. Saldern back on the field. She'll be working with Raff. And there we see Berryman Duff from half. We know she can throw a good ball. They're second phasing, but again, 6 touch. So it's, again, just as you're coming onto the field, having an awareness or asking the ref as you run on what touch we're up to.
Yeah, and that's why I thought Canterbury in that midfield sort of meeting them. They're sort of taking that last touch away. So Northern Beaches make it to the try line in their set, but they don't get an extra touch up their sleeve. So good work by Canterbury.
And there we see Hayley Crawford, and she'll run all day, Crawford. You can see her there working there with Onright Bullock. There's Crawford, a nice little, they could phase it here, and there's going to be an advantage out to the left if they find it. But Crawford's decided to go straight up Main Street, looking for somebody, and that's going to be 6 touch. That looks like Jade Pond again. What an amazing touch, because it looked like that was a try for all money, Jace.
I think it was a try for all money, and it was probably the right result. I wasn't sure whether the initial dump was off the mark, but just strolling in the in goal. Ooh, so close.
So close.
Referee
she saved
right
a
on
try.
the spot.
Yeah.
She might have saved the tournament if they get out of this one.
So
Great
we see
defense.
here 9 minutes to go, and they're coming in hard there. That's a really good dump. We've got Nathan off the right, a little short ball, but it was probably just thrown a little bit hard. Sometimes when you're running hard and you see that hole, you've just got to kind of, take a little bit of power off the pass and pop it to somebody who's steaming through, Jason.
I think so, yeah. And that's a good example. We talk about sort of like, penetrating the line or really scooping hard, and often when you do that, that's when you'll get the big shot. So it's sort of like the ultimate type plays to run hard like that and make them think you're going to dummy and then hit the winger.
Speaking of running hard, it looks like Sailor Perrott there. She's found some space and time with the ball. Dumped there by Tandek. They might get a penalty here, Jace, through the ruck. Yeah. This could be the opportunity Canterbury needed, and look who's got ball in hands, Clare Tandek.
I think so. This is set up for them now. They've been sticking with Northern Beaches for the best part of 20-25 minutes, and now the game's set up for them to take it away from them. So it's all going according to script for Canterbury. They just need to get that elusive try.
Yeah, so yesterday they were a little bit guilty of not being patient. So let's see if they can be patient through this set as we see Perrott take off. Beautiful pass. You don't need to be patient when you throw balls like that, although the referees have called it forward. Again, that was probably touch 2 or 3, Jace.
It was early. You just mentioned being patient, and Might have been the commentator's curse. They went straight into it and threw the ball. You'll see when she's running sort of on that angle. It's hard to keep that pass backwards. You've got to really get a good rotation on. So there probably wasn't a lot in it. But as you mentioned, maybe patient, run a couple more cracks at Renegades would have got the result.
Yeah, you've really got to turn your body, don't you, and flick the ball over with your wrist to make sure it goes backwards when you're running at speed forwards. It's a difficult skill here, as we see. Looks like, again, Northern Beaches are going to be disappointed because that's at least the third penalty for 7 on the field, Jace.
I think so. I'm not sure if it's, could be that mental fatigue or physical fatigue. It definitely, as we got to the middle part of this game, they sort of haven't been as switched on or as focused, and Canterbury really now on a platform if they're good enough.
Yeah, so it's easy turnover, and you just cannot keep inviting teams with the quality of Canterbury back into the game and giving them field possession. 7 minutes to go. Game's on a knife's edge. We've got Tandek with the ball. Working there with Crawford. And Andy Law, so they've got their big guns on the field, and they've pulled out of the touch, and Andy Law's going to go all the way, she says, and it's ball down, 2-1 Canterbury, and as we said, you can't make mistakes against good quality teams because they will take full advantage, Jason.
Outstanding play by the Canterbury Bulldogs. It's taken them almost 25 minutes to hit the lead, but they've hit the lead at the right time. Look at Andy Law, looked like she was going to dump, and look, it's just that finish that's done it. She got down so low, and it almost exploded into that try. The replay's going to look great here. Look at this, looks like she's going to ball into her hands, looked like she was going to pass, sliding right down. That was just class there.
And you just cannot pull out of the touch because you gave her that extra few seconds and the speed that she possesses, and we wanted to inject herself in the game, and that she's done, as we're seeing a no touch here, and that one's gone way forward. But it might be a penalty to Northern Beaches here because you cannot pull out of the touch in the 7, Jace. Now, Claire's discussing the point with the referee. Penalty's been awarded, so Northern Beaches will get an opportunity. As you said, there's 6 minutes to go. It's 2-1 down, and as we say that, as the tap's about to be affected, back on the field, Nicole Saldern.
Well, this could be Northern Beaches' best chance to try and get back in this one. But, as you mentioned, you can't do a no-touch there inside the 7. Here's trouble. Oh, Claire.
You talked about her defence before, and
wow.
No better example of it than right there, Jace.
Well, she's a scrambler. She's a fighter. She looks like she's beat sometimes and then just still gets there. Amazing player.
Good defence there. It's the Canterbury link. They tried to do a link punish on her, so she came out to make the touch. It was Kate Phillips, but she managed to scramble her way back out there, and there was no opportunity for Northern Beaches. So they're asking them to be... Well, that was very flat off the ruck, and again... There's 3 in on there. Clare Tandek coming up off the ground. Her clothes will need a double wash this afternoon, Jace.
She's saving everything, Claire. She's had an absolute amazing game. As you mentioned, Andy Law, Parrott, Silver out wide. Canterbury really been coming together in this one. So it's been great to see. And this will be a good platform. If they can get through this next 4 or 5 minutes, this might be able to set them up on finals day.
Yeah, and as expected, it's an excuse upon, but it is an absolute dogfight out here at the moment. As we see Parrott with the ball coming in, that's Chung with an excellent dump for her speedy acting half. She's thrown it over the top, and probably not the end that they're looking for, but again, they finished it on the other side of the field at that end.
Yeah, so Northern Beaches, I think they'll rue, if they don't get back in this one, I think they'll rue the fact that they weren't able to be as consistent with their sets, especially in that middle part of the game. They definitely started well, but maybe that 1 try lead wasn't enough.
Yeah, they've lifted here in this set. We see Saldern back on the field, working here with Bailey Nix, and she skipped out of 1, skipped out of 2, and I think she's gone all the way. No, the ref's caught an amazing touch there by Tallulah Kirk, and that was one of those ones it'd be good to see on replay. But that was
Kirk,
great
I think
effort.
She saved them the State Cup there, because I think they'll beat for all money. She's coming around the back.
Oh,
great touch.
And
Super
excellent
touch.
call by the referees. Got her on the back of the leg, and it took full-length dive like Superman there, and it was a superhuman effort. Here we see Nix working with Nathan. They've gone for the out ball, and Nicole Saldern, that was a beautiful pass, and probably in these situations has to be taken.
I think so. She's probably a little bit guilty of getting a little bit close. I think if she had that again, she would have liked to maybe hug the line a bit, because they definitely had them stretched. And Canterbury, they're still there. I didn't have them winning this one, but they've proven me wrong so far.
Yeah, well, they've got 3 minutes still to survive here, and as we said, that can change. And here could be the opportunity in the door opening. because they're going to take a quick tap here. They've got the ball. They're 10 metres into Canterbury side of halfway. They're bringing it out. They're creating some space. They're coming all the way over. I'm going to say she's going to go for a sub there. Why not bring it closer to where you need to get off?
I think so. So good chance for Northern Beaches. Could be one of their last throw of the dice here. We'll see how they go.
Yeah, and they've got a penalty. So Holly Raff's going on the field. She'll be one that they're looking for. Working there with Berryman, Duff and Saldern. So they've got their opening 3 on the field and they've come back in. Really good touch there. Andy Law knocked Tandek over in the process, but she'll be back up.
Yeah, they seem at the moment a fraction one-dimensional. It's like a quick release play for a dive. I think maybe that quarterback or the release off the ground, a bit of a dummy play is what's going to get them.
See that chick, that's the play they like. They try to get Saldern on the outside of the play making the touch, but it's Andy Law here, so it's going to be hard to get outside her. As Law makes the touch, Saldern, ball in hand, she's going to throw long, and that's a better pass, and a touch. What's the referee calling? Excellent touch by Enright Bullock, and again, that could have saved the game. So we see these moments in these big games, Jace, that, the pendulum's swinging a little bit, but big players come up with big moments, and
I think so. Look
none more there than Enright Bullock. Had to be made. Yeah,
she was marking the link and then ran out with the fly to the ball, and Canterbury's earned this one, Gab. They've saved enough half chances. You mentioned the dogfight. They've been in the fight and they're coming out on top. They've definitely earned this. There's been nothing lucky about this performance from the doggies.
And we'll see Perrott try and slice straight through. They'd like that little wrap, and they've managed to get 6 to go. So that's a fortuitous call there for Canterbury. Hands up in the air from Northern Beaches, and no doubt they'll get Tandek back on here just to steady the ship. She'll be working with Perrott and Cummins. They don't need to do anything silly. They need to use the whole set as Cummins looks like she's nearly going to go straight through there, but it'll chew up a few seconds here. She takes the dive. She can walk back to the mark.
I think so. This is a big game management here. I expect Clare to be able to control this last 60 seconds, but I think their victory is going to be on the back of that defence and all those half chances that they saved. I think that's what they're going to think back on, and that they're going to need that and more to go deep today. Yeah,
it'll definitely take a lot of juice out of the legs here, but, have a look at Clare walking back to the mark, and Northern Beaches can't really do much about that. So she's doing nothing wrong, playing smart. We see Perrott's got the ball in hand. There's Fearnet out here. Tandek at acting half. It's last touch. They'll be finishing it on the sideline there, and that's 6 touch again, but they've played on thinking they're scored, but again, the clock's chewing.
Claire's tricked them again.
Yeah.
She knew it was last touch. That was very clever. So she's dumped the ball even though it was last touch, and I think she had both teams fooled that it wasn't last, and she's burned another 20 seconds off the clock.
And now they've gone for a tap, but they're going to have to move it over a little bit, so it's Saldern with the ball. There's less than 20 seconds on the clock here. They're going to need a magic act from Saldern or one of their key players here, because they're 40 metres away from where they need to be. As we see there, Berryman Duff working the ball up, and this could be the last play here. We got Saldern, but an excellent touch by Andy Law. She's acting half, in fact, and as the hooter goes, there's clapping hands and hands in the air all over from the Canterbury Bulldogs, but Jason Stanton, that was a very entertaining match for a quarterfinal.
It was a great start to the day in this women's division. We've got the men's coming up, but Canterbury have done well. As you said, there's a lot of State Cup about that. The grind, they were into it. They've done well, and I wouldn't really want to be matching up against them in the semi-final, because they definitely don't mind, getting in and doing the hard work.
Yeah, so stay on your KO freebies. No need to go anywhere, because after the break we have a men's open quarter-final between Hornsby and Newcastle.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
my feet wanna go dancing.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Live and exclusive from Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Men's Open quarterfinal action. Newcastle, they topped Pool A. They'll take on fourth place from Pool B, Hornsby. And Newcastle have been in red-hot form, but there's one thing about this Hornsby side. They're a little unpredictable with the amount of creativity they do possess, so this could go either way, Jason Standard.
Yep, I have tipped Newcastle, but I'm a little bit gun-shy because my tip in the women's didn't work out in the previous game. But there's lots of things to look at here. Definitely Jack Edwards from Newcastle. It's an absolute pleasure to see him craft his stuff. And as I always say, we don't know how many games we've got left to call the great Dylan Hennessy, but, you know, definitely the greatest player of all time in our game. I think we've been going 50-odd years, and it's a real treat to have the greatest out there. So hopefully Dylan can strut his stuff. He was on one leg yesterday, and he was still putting on tries, wasn't he, James?
Yeah, there he is on the left of your screen, just behind the man with the cap. I believe that's Simon Lang. We can't quite get a proper view of him there, just popping up momentarily. But, look, it's been a wonderful career for Dylan Hennessy across both the New South Wales State Cup, even the Queensland State Cup these days. He shifted up there not too long ago, but maintains that affiliation with Hornsby. And they have had a lot of success in the past decade. It's dried up a little bit more recently, but certainly he would love to go out with a bang, you'd have to imagine. And as you say, we don't know how many more state cups is in his repertoire.
Yeah, definitely. I was trying to persuade him to turn out for Aussie again for next year. I think there was talk of his retirement after World Cup, but I think he's still got plenty of value to add. And when you look at this Hornsby team, don't forget we've got the likes of like Simon Lang in there as well, Josh Rosario. We've got the Kennedy twins, haven't they? Had great careers. And then don't forget Heath Cooper on the wing, the stalwart. He's been holding together the Hornsby and the Scorpions teams for more than a decade. I think he's the most capped out there and often goes unnoticed, but he'd probably say 4 or 5 tries a game out there, Heath Cooper on the wing.
It's a bit of an older team here, the Hornsby one. A lot of veterans in it.
Yeah, definitely yesteryear. This is the young champs coming through. I think Newcastle will go close to winning it today. I've sort of got them going close to all the way, but Hornsby would be hoping they've got a bit of juice left in the old legs and maybe cause a big upset, a bit of a miracle here on the stadium to kick off finals day.
You can see there the strapping on the left ankle of Simon Lang. Dylan Hennessy also has the exact same strapping there. A little bit walking wounded here, the old boys, but I still think there's plenty in the tank. But it is almost a matchup here of youth versus experience, if you will. And Newcastle, we know they played a frantic pace. For Hornsby, it's really quite an off-the-cuff style. But I think if we were to pick a team from Pool A that plays maybe a little bit similarly to Hornsby. Probably the closest is Newcastle.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very good matchup. I think Hornsby won't mind. I think Newcastle's their best chance in terms of a matchup to cause an upset. The big thing for me is being able to handle Jack Edwards, because he's got the inside game and the outside game. So when you're looking to sort of cause a bit of an upset, you've got to be able to control the gun players of the opposition first to sort of get into the game. So if Hornsby can keep a lid on Edwards, we might be in for a cracking match here, James.
Well, here we go. Hornsby with first use of the ball. Simon Lang marches it forward. First taste of finals footy in the men's open division. Hennessy popping a little pass. Lang wrapping around. Toner's also out on that right-hand side. Scoops it up now. Threatening to link up out wide. All played at there from Connor Edwards. It went backwards, but doesn't really matter here in the sport of touch football. If you make a play at it, the ball hits the ground. That results in another set. So they're already showing that they're willing to push the pass, so to speak, here, Hornsby. Hennessy bouncing through the middle. Toner losing his footing momentarily. Hennessy once more back to Toner. Rolls it here on the 7. Toner again, threatening to go long. Oh, found a lovely little pass, just squeezing in between a few defenders. I think one of them was Jack Edwards, and that could have been the first try.
Yeah, a little bit interesting play selection from Hornsby. They look like they were trying to stretch Newcastle rather than go through them. So we'll see how that sort of tactic sort of plays out. But definitely their first couple moves, they were looking to pull the middles off centre. Look at this drive from the Knights.
Yeah, terrific run there from Botham, as now Atkins gets involved as well. Marching forward, and he'll just stop momentarily. Replacing Ritchie there. Good scoop, though, from Atkins. Ritchie bouncing around out for Botham. It's a nice high press from Hornsby. Nowhere for Newcastle to go.
Yeah, so just to looking at that early contrast, we'll see whether that develops. As we saw Newcastle charge into the line, then going straight into a static play, like a quick release between the middles. On sort of contrast, Hornsby tried to play a bit more expansive and try and stretch Newcastle. So let's see how that plays out. Definitely two different sort of tactics from the coaches.
Strong charge there from Lang, then a very flat pass out of acting half. Rosero gets his first taste of the action now. A little dummy. He's just trying to position a run there for the work of Nathan Hassan. But unfortunately, that one goes to ground. So Newcastle get the turnover here through Mitchell, popping it back towards the middle. Botham. Got great leg speed. Really chews up the metres quite quickly. Little darting run here from the Knights as they head into enemy territory. Now Howard dropping it down. A little bit slow to get there, though, was Edwards. As a result, they'll just recalibrate things a touch here. Howard drops it on the 7. Now Edwards, this is where they're dangerous. Finds a pass, tipped on, out for Squires, but well marked up.
They're good D there from Hornsby. They're showing they're not going to be intimidated or sort of passive. They were definitely very active there indeed. Probably good talk. They stay connected, so that's a good early sign for their D. Good work, the Lions.
Well, Hornsby have come here to play. I think this is the sharpest I've seen them look in the opening 2 or 3 minutes so far in this tournament. Hennessy now scoops it up, or attempts to, with the one hand. And there might be the commentator's curse. Just to give them a wrap, there's the error.
Yeah, well, I think if they're going to stay in this one, it's going to have to be on the back of their D as well. We know they can attack, but they're going to have to hold out this strong Newcastle team. They've got so many ways to score, the Knights.
Here's Simmons now, bringing it forward just shy of that 7-metre mark. Ellers takes off. Great speed from Ellers, looking for some support. They mark up well, Hornsby, but not well enough. Squires on the money. They got a little fingertip to it, but not enough to bat it away. And the Knights strike first in the quarterfinal.
I like that drive, and like a scoop on the end of the drive, sensational. The dump right on the 7. I think it was it the number 4 there? I think it was Ellers, just showing a clean pair of heels. Really hard to defend when you're running backwards, 40, 50 metres continuously, and then a nice scoop starts flying at you. It's hard work, and Newcastle just too much class on that occasion.
There's Jonathan Weeby there, who nearly did enough to just bat it away. Just the slightest glance on the ball, but still falling straight into the arms of Squires. So Hornsby behind the 8 ball here. Still early days, just 4 minutes gone. Hennessy looking dangerous, pops a pass here. Great take from Toner, then tries to take off. Atkins made the touch just in time, though. Last one now for the Lions. They roll it back. Rosero. Toner wrapping around Hennessy. Great footwork. Finds the flick pass. Here goes Toner through the middle. Oh, geez, if he'd passed to Rosero, he'd done enough to draw both the link and the middle in.
I think Hornsby probably a bit unlucky not to get the try on the previous play, because both the defender and the referee were pointing to the shirt, and Toner dived, put the ball on the line. The shirt's nowhere in the picture, so I think Hornsby may be a bit unlucky not to get the try in the lead up to that one. But, you need a bit of luck sometimes. Newcastle out by 1. And here comes Edwards and the crew again.
It's about 4.5 gone here as now Connor Edwards receives it from Howard. Howard dropping it down. Connor Edwards again, having a little look at them. Rosero, such a great defender, Rosero. Once more makes the touch. It'll be the turnover now for Hornsby. I think they're right in this one, Stanto.
Yeah, they've definitely started good. I think the defensive error probably a bit uncharacteristic because they look pretty connected and quite active to start the game. So I wouldn't rule out Hornsby just yet, but they're going to have to stick with Knights. It's going to be hard to peg back 2 or 3 try lead, so Hornsby got to stick with them.
Hennessy finds a way through, pops a pass. Oh, they're all looking for it. That was Nathan Hassan who was there, and I think they're going to call this back for being held.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of grabbing going on, and it might be in the bin. It's just whether the referee thinks it's a professional foul or not. He might give him a warning. I'm not too sure, but definitely there was grabbing in the lead up to that, and it's a 4 sub, so it'll be a momentary 6-on-5. Let's see whether Dylan can take advantage of it while the Newcastle player comes on.
Great footwork there from Kennedy. Now they'll head a little bit wider still, but that was unfortunately for Hornsby where Newcastle were coming from. I think there's been a bit of an accidental tread on the toe here.
Yeah, that doesn't look, I hope he's all right. It doesn't look good. That generally is a calf for an Achilles when that happens. So a bit unfortunate for Lang there. It was a little bit innocuous. Normally when you take off like that, it's generally an ankle.
Well, he's already got that left ankle taped, and based on his reaction, you'd imagine it's actually that. I thought initially there might have been some contact with the heel of the defender's boot right onto his toe, which obviously can hurt a fair bit, as now it's picked up once more. Rosero trying to link up, battered down there from Floyd Ty. So another set to come. And Lang's not looking great behind the dead ball line there.
Yeah, I hope it's not too bad. That's the second penalty, so hopefully Kennedy and Rosero here can have a nice controlled set. Try and force that third error out of Newcastle, then they'll get the 6-on-5 scenario.
Oh, Toner, great footwork.
Toner, how good on his feet. He's a real handful for the night so far.
Fitzhenry who hit the deck there. He's very agile, so that just shows you how good the step was from him as Rosero bombs it long. Oh, great one-handed take. That's an outstanding catch. I think they're going to say it's 4, though.
Yeah, again, it's unlucky. Look, Hornsby just got to stick with them. As you said, they have come out here to play. They've had a few that have gone against them. I don't think there's a lot wrong with that one, but I think there's been a few 50-50s that have gone against Hornsby. They've got to stay patient. I'm sure things will swing back if they can stick with the Knights, but on the Knights side, they're going to try and put a second and a third on and put them away.
Oh, both of them super speed there. Got around the outside of Nichols momentarily, but he recovered well right on the line. Gets the slightest little touch on the back of the shirt. Now Ritchie, Atkins. Well, that one looked to be just as forward as the previous one. Yes, they will pick that one up.
Yeah, pretty good scramble there. So this Knights team's is quite interesting if you think back to country champs. They beat Dawson in the round games, got outplayed by Dawson in the final, and then I wasn't at the event, but I heard they went up to the Hornets champs and then had a win. So this Knights team is just on the edge there. If they can get a few things right, there's no reason why they can't be holding the cup later today. But of course they've got to get over this Hornsby team first, and Hornsby are not going to stop. They're going to keep coming at them.
Yeah, it's a good point you raised there, because if we cast our mind back just a few months ago to country championships down in Wollongong, obviously Newcastle reaching the final there, but they were probably humbled a bit by Doyleson. So to come back, play hard in that Hunter Western Hornets competition, I think that puts them in good stead. And from what I've seen so far in this tournament, they have improved since country champs.
I've been very dominant on day 1 and 2, but as you know, it's championship day is a whole other story, and they're going to have to go another level or 2 levels.
Edwards now, Ehlers, great footwork, bouncing off the left, then the right. Just having a look as well at Simon Lang down the other end of the field. He's slowly making his way back to the Hornsby box, but I dare say his tournament is done based on the way he's moving. So turnover comes here in favour of Hornsby. Oh, geez, I think they're a little bit unlucky there. There was definitely the leg of Sam Mitchell that was still in the roll ball there. That wasn't clean by any stretch of the imagination defensively.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, there's been, look, if you just sort of look at it, you know, all things being equal, the first 10 minutes, there's been at least 3 or 4 50-50s against Hornsby. But as you know, these things tend to even out. They've got to stay patient. There's 20 minutes left. I really think they just got to hang with Newcastle. I think Newcastle are sort of on the edge here of going 2 and 3 up. So Hornsby's going to have to scramble and stick with them because the Knights definitely have their measure for the moment.
So Edwards throwing that one into the arm of one of the defenders. Gets another set here. Now Ehlers dropping back towards the middle. Or big left foot step. Taking off quickly, but they shut down the gap. It's Jonathan Wiebe who got there in time. Alongside Roberts. Back to the 7 they go. Ehlers. Slow approach. Fitzhenry. Waiting here at acting half. Now Jack Edwards sweeping back around. Oh, that's brilliant from Edwards. Picked his timing to perfection. Identified that Wiebe hadn't got back to the line in time and then just took off.
Yeah, this is where we talk about you need the whole 6 defenders to work together. The player that makes the touch is always going to be offside and he's going to need help inside and out. And the Knights were able to isolate the defender there, Wiebe, that made the touch. And beautiful work for Edwards. And look how quick he gets down. He does make it look easy, but it's not necessarily a hard play. You got to get not necessarily an easy play. Sorry, you got to get your timing right. So this is that second try we're talking about, and Knights will be looking to get out to 3, and then it's going to be hard work. Hornsby going to try and stay with them.
Oh, Hennessy, great pass. Both of them, however, makes a touch. But I think you're right, Stando. This is a really crucial next try here. If Hornsby can get it, still game on, but Newcastle, they're very dominant front runners. Hennessy with a delay on that pass, just scheming as per usual. We'll get another set here.
Yeah, and Hornsby, this is like we're moving into that second 10 minutes. They've had a bit of a look at Newcastle. They're going to have to try and get the 1 or 2 back here because the Knights are a team that can make you pay and put on 2 and 3 very quickly.
Oh, Hennessy, great footwork, then bouncing through the middle. Atkins is claiming the touch, though. Hennessy thinks he's got there. He's already kicked it back to halfway, and the referee agrees. And the GOAT still has a little bit of life in the legs yet.
Yeah, I like that. Nice ball from the ground there. Come on back off the left. He's actually stronger off his right, so that'll show you how good a player he is. His non-preferred left foot stamps it down and gets down low. So look at that. Look how sharp that is. Injuries and all. That's the Australian captain. 2-1 to the Knights. I like seeing that try because it makes it more of a contest now, and it's a bit of a challenge for Newcastle. I want to see how much depth they got in their game.
Newcastle again, all getting very close. I think that was too quick for the Hornsby defence. Yes, it is. It's another one on the board, and once more it's Jack Edwards.
And that's that response that I wanted to see from him. So you'll see the dump here right on the 7. It actually looked like it was a no touch, but it was a well-executed play. And what the Knights, what I like, what I'm seeing here is when they get that half opportunity or, something leans their way, they're able to turn it into a try. So good work there by the Knights. Again, out by 2. And the Hornsby boys are playing catch-up now, I think, for the last 15.
It's gone across very quickly, so 17 and a half exactly remaining here. 30-minute matches if you're just joining us on KO. No half-time break as Kennedy sends it out here for Rosero. Rosero drops it just shy of the 7. Toner taking off. Oh, Toner, good speed. Finds a way through. Looking for support. Oh, popped the flick pass. It was on the spot there for the taking for Hillard. But unfortunately, it goes to ground. And now Newcastle will quickly spread it. Once more out towards this right-hand side. Great metres on play number 1. Marching up the field. And this has been a feature for the Knights throughout the tournament so far. Great driving sets. Ritchie complies with that mantra. And now wider still for Ty. That's well and truly gone forward. Squires, no chance to finish there.
Yeah, pretty good drive there from the Knights. And this is why they're such a superb team. If you just reflect back on the first 10-15, James, Hornsby has been in the in-goal multiple occasions, hasn't got the try. Knights, a couple half opportunities. Like albeit, I know a couple of things went their way, but they've taken the opportunity when they've got it. And that's a sign of a really good team. And that's why they're up 3-1. Both teams probably equal opportunities, but Knights have turned theirs into tries.
Nichols with a really nice cycle of the footy there to keep it alive. Now Hennessy with the one-handed scoop on the last. Hennessy looking dangerous, changes the angle, finds a great ball. Out wide it goes. Hillard's on the spot. Well, that is the Hornsby Lions at their absolute best.
Vintage Hornsby there, and as you can see, once Dylan scored that try, he starts to get more attention, and you'll see when he took off here, he's like a magnet. All the defenders came in from the open side and the short side, and that just opened up a good old-fashioned late switch. And look at the pass there. Great ball out to the winger and a good finish by Hillard. So maybe this game's got a little bit of life in it yet. It's not all the Knights maybe.
3-2, still more than half of the game to go. Roberts with that final pass there, a brilliant ball. As Howard, well, he had a heap of room to move there. Nichols was a little bit slow to react, but got him in the end. Back to the 7 he goes now. Edwards, Howard, Fitzhenry. Drops it down. Jack Edwards now taking off. Short pass here for Fitzhenry. I think they do enough, Hornsby. Yes, they do.
Yeah, this is a better drive from Hornsby. They got on the ball quickly, so let's see whether that can give a bit of energy, a bit of life to the Lions. But the Knights have still got their measure for the moment, but the Lions are coming back.
Yeah, good meters here in this set. Rosero picks it up now, the one-handed scoop. Fires it out to that right-hand side. Need to work for the strike dump. Hennessy's out there. That's what he wants. Pops it down now. Rosero back for Hennessy. Hennessy looking dangerous. Oh, there was a man who's hit the deck. Now, my question is, was that forced upon him or did he simply slip? Because if he was taken on suspicion, well, once more, that's a 50-50 or more so that's gone against them.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of trying to hint at a bit earlier with the 50-50s. There's been a few little indiscretions like that have gone the way of the Knights, or maybe just, but it isn't nothing to do with them. They're actually playing well and they're taking their opportunities, but they're definitely, in the first part of this game, there's been a few things not going the way of the Lions.
Now Ty picks it up, standing long. What a ball from Floyd Ty! Well, that is ridiculous. It's a 30-metre pass that no one saw coming except for Hugh Doherty, who crosses, but this ball is immaculate.
And it's just the turnaround, James, is just so impressive. We were just talking about Hornsby with the 50-50, maybe could have scored on the other end, and the Knights just marched down the field, and was that Floyd Ty? Wow, left to right, he just ripped it right across. So hard to defend when you're able to throw a ball at that length, at that speed. So great work again by the Knights. They're back out by 2. They've got a bit of championship feel about them, don't they?
Hennessy short side for Toner. Never back on side was Mitchell. Well, surely that has to be a try, or at the very least a penalty. There's no way Mitchell was back.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a tough one. I think there might have been an earlier infringement, but definitely towards the end of it, looked like he got it down. There might have been infringement in the lead-up. So, Hornsby, they've still got 13 minutes. They just got to remain patient.
Oh, Mitchell's never back on side.
Yeah, probably a bit unlucky.
Well, that wasn't even 1 foot back. That was neither feet anywhere near the line. I'm not sure how that one has not gone the way of Hornsby. Geez, they have copped a few rough calls here in this one. 4-2. I think had they had the rub of the green, we would have been looking at 4-all, maybe even 5-4 Hornsby.
Yeah, and when you've got these games, you just got to try and overcome a bit of that adversity. Things aren't going to always go your way. 4-2, they're still in it. 12 minutes to go. I'm sure if they can just keep pressing, they will get some of the calls go back their way. But Newcastle have been very good at taking their opportunities. As I mentioned, James, every half chance they get, they've converted into a try, and that's a sign of a championship team.
Hillard now drops it down. Rosero off here for Maury Kennedy. Rosero picks it up with one hand. Trying to link up with Kennedy once again. Oh, lovely little delay on the pass. Now pops the ball here for Toner, who was arriving on field from the box and nearly arrived at the perfect time. Instead, that ball goes to ground. So 4-2 with just over 12 minutes remaining. Newcastle now getting a little bit more expansive. Edwards threatened to put the foot down. Instead, pops a little pass. But look at the metres they're chewing up here.
Yeah, that's going to serve them well. It's not the first time they've got to their substitution box in 1 or 2 touches, so definitely that's a key feature of their game. Great work, Knights.
Means they now have about 3 plays at the line here. Fitzhenry took off. I think there's a touch pass there actually on Fitzhenry. Yes, it is. So called now. Just under 12 to go. If Hornsby score next, I still think this goes down to the wire, but one more for Newcastle just might do it. It's Rosero up towards and over halfway now. Roberts. Hennessy drops it down. Little ball here for the run of Weeby. Wrapping around yet again is Kennedy. Oh, and that's not a great scoop there. It goes to ground. It's Nathan Hassan, who's unfortunately had that one come out of his grasp.
Yeah, a bit unlucky on that occasion. So have a look at the drive for Knights. This is something I really love about their game. This is 0 touch. This is coming to the first touch again, and they've made their box. It's such an amazing thing to do. I know I've got commentators cursing they've dropped it, but I really like the way they're dominating the midfield by getting really good changeovers, and that's been one of the differences between the two teams. Hornsby haven't had as much ball down on the Newcastle line.
So Toner marching forward. Hennessy not out there at the moment. Rizzero will be the one they'll call upon here to try and enact some revenge on the Knights line. Toner taking off. Nichols waits at acting half. Back to Toner here, looking for a little sinker pass over the top. Oh, taken from Edwards, and now the foot race is on. Good luck catching Newcastle. Doherty's too quick. He'll sprint away against the run of play. A length of the field try that really puts Newcastle in the box seat now.
Yeah, it's going to be a long way to come back from here, even though we've got 10 minutes. But what a beautiful intercept, and then he had the vision and the awareness to look off his shoulder and see Doherty. Then we're off to the races, and no one was going to catch him. Absolute speed, and as I said, this is boding quite well for the Knights because they're controlling the midfield. They've taken their opportunities, and if they can keep a nice, clean and disciplined last 8-9 minutes, this is going to be a great springboard into the semi-final.
It's a double for Doherty, and for Jack Edwards, I feel he's been a little bit quiet in this tournament leading up to this game, but at the important time, he's really stood up. That's two tries that he's scored, plus now an assist, if you will. So he's had his fingerprints all over this one. It's now Hennessy bouncing around off that right foot, big step. He was looking for the strike dump inside the 7, but Newcastle pulled out, perhaps seeing what he was after. Hennessy again fires a great pass for Rizzero, who had the try line begging. He just had to keep running. He was already past the defender.
It was touch and go. We'd have to have a look in the replay to see how close he was to putting it down. But again, see, that's the opportunities that Hornsby would have had to have taken to be in this game. Knights, every half chance like that, they have scored. Rizzero's coming into the line. He probably didn't know how far that defender was away. It was a little bit touch and go. You'll see here, if he'd sort of done that looping dive towards the corner, he probably gets there. But again, a bit of a missed opportunity for the Lions. I think they'll rue their missed chances. And I think on the Knights side, they'll be very pleased that their ability to take every opportunity that's been provided them.
Unfortunately for Hornsby, they're staring down the barrel of back-to-back quarterfinal exits in the State Cup 2023-2024. Now for Ty. What a pass that is, but he was already caught. He set it up well. And Floyd Ty is showing a few skills that I haven't really seen him do so far in this tournament. Some big, long passes.
Yeah, that's the number 40 there for Newcastle. Definitely, he sort of got my attention. I didn't know he had that long pass in his arsenal, but he's definitely showing pretty good footwork, good passing, good ruck work. Definitely a player to watch, the number 40 there for Newcastle.
So now Josh Kennedy brings it forward, followed by Roberts. Hennessy in an acting half. Kennedy taking easy metres on offer here. Maury Kennedy was storming onto the field on the wing. Thought for a moment he might link up. Hennessy cycles it back to the middle. Toner waiting for the touch. I'll just try and set up for the strike dump here, Hornsby. Hennessy always scheming. Gets it here on the last. They'll come to Toner. Great footwork. Back to the middle. Chance here for Roberts. Closed down by Sam Mitchell.
Great defence there by Newcastle. Staying connected. Helping each other out. One player gets stepped. The other player comes in and saves. Great teamwork. That's what we need. I really like what I'm seeing in the Knights, more so in the middle 10-minute period of the game, the middle third, James. They sort of really turned the screws on Hornsby. They handled some of their vintage class early, and then when the time was right, they kicked on and they pushed out to a 3-try lead.
Simmons now will march it forward. Popping a little pass here for Edwards. I believe coming into this one as well, Newcastle undefeated. So they're really staking a claim for this State Cup. Edwards drops it down. Last one here now for them. Back to Simmons. Oh, pops a pass right at the death. Ella's diving over. They've just made the touch in time out wide, but of course there was a whole slew of issues defensively before that. So we'll come back to the 7. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Stanto, but you have Newcastle making it all the way to the big one.
Yes, and I think I just think that their lead up with what with last year's event, country champs, into the 100 champs, and then what we've seen here on day 1 and 2, there's definitely a bit of a momentum building with Newcastle. This is a good platform again. They've got to take that form into the semi, and then they're going to have to be their absolute best later today, whether it's a Doyleson or a Central Coast or someone, depending on the crossovers. But I definitely think Newcastle won't be far off. Doyleson probably still the favourites, but Newcastle would be my next pick at this stage.
And Doyleson popping up into favouritism, you'd have to imagine, after that big result against the reigning champions, Central Coast Dolphins, on day one. Now Hennessy scoops it up. Late switch here for Rosero, and again, it just comes out of his grasp. He's a quality player, Rosero, but his last two involvements near the line have left plenty to be desired.
Yeah, it's just those part or half opportunities that Hornsby. I know Coach Terry Cooper, very clever coach, one of the best in our game. He would have had him primed up and running the right sorts of plays that they needed to unsettle Newcastle. They just haven't been able to take those half opportunities, James.
Fitzhenry now chiming into the action. Pops a little pass here for Richie. Mitchell back over the top. Atkins it is now. Richie waits for it. Back to Atkins. Inside the final 5 minutes. One more here for Newcastle would do it. Atkins now threatening long. Oh, holds it up beautifully, but a great touch in the end. I think that's Jonathan Wiebe who makes it.
Yeah, he's had a lot of work to do there in the middle to try and hold out. The Knights have just got so many ways to attack, so many strings to their bow.
Rosero, quick release, and then really trying to force the issue there, unfortunately, was Wiebe. Rosero had started to head towards the substitutions box. It's probably a pass that didn't need to be thrown. And that just puts them under the pump, and time now is a massive factor here.
Yeah, I can't see him crawling back from this point. I'm more looking at what we're seeing from the Knights to see how they're going to finish, to see if they can maybe get another try, put another stamp of class on this quarterfinal.
Well, Edwards is back out there now, so that shows you the conviction in trying to close this one out. As Edwards takes it now back to that 7. Also watch for Floyd Ty. He's floating around the middle there in the number 40, and this has been a coming-of-age kind of game for him. Now Howard drops it down. Edwards popping a little pass for Ty. That's so classy from Jack Edwards. It was Dylan Hennessy-esque.
Was that Floyd Ty again? It's blue ribbon play for the Knights. Nice little sweep around there with Edwards. Just held the pass long enough to get the link interested. The link probably didn't need to come in, but with the Knights players are so good on their feet, James, is that they get the middles in trouble so often. So the link's only got a split second to decide whether to come in or not. Probably didn't need to on that occasion. And Ty, don't need to invite him twice. What a game he's having. Floyd Ty.
And for Jack Edwards, that's now 4 of the 6 tries he's had a direct hand in, either assisting or scoring. Hennessy popping a little pass over the top, played up there from Ty. Otherwise, that would have been another set to work with in terms of falling right into the arms there for Hornsby to dive over. It was very close. Hennessy now finds a beautiful ball here for Toner, well taken from Hillard. Ooh, hot stepping as well. Now passes it back towards the middle. Well, I'm not sure why that's not play on there. There was an opportunity for Hennessy.
I'm not sure. How about I say no comment sometimes, James? Is that a good one?
You turned into a politician, Stanto. Hadda comes here for Rosero. Oh, Toner, they can't take that off him. Oh, they will. They will, and Rosero can't believe it. I'll tell you what. Look, Newcastle probably deserve the victory, but geez, they have had... It's not even the rub of the green. They've had the rub of the sandpaper here, Hornsby.
What do I decline or do I just agree and be quiet?
Stano, you can say whatever you like.
James Preston's look. There has been a few harsh calls go against them, but I think that's been combined maybe with a couple 50-50s as well, and then Newcastle taking their opportunities. So when you roll all of it together, sometimes you can have that feel that's a little bit one-sided. But you can't take away from the Knights who have put together an absolute superb performance here, James. And
both of them beautifully worked. The flick pass is going to go forward. That was one I actually wanted to see play on just because it was so nice to watch, but we'll stay at 6-2 with 90 seconds left.
And I think the crossovers for those, you can jump on the New South Wales Touch app to check, obviously all the results. And I think the crossover could be with Central Coast if Central Coast win their quarter, which is played right at this time at the moment. So we could have that amazing sort of mouth-watering clash of Newcastle versus Central Coast in one semi-final. What a matchup that would be.
It would be a very, very exciting matchup there as we approach the final minute now. This one beyond doubt for Newcastle as they'll send it out wide here for Botham. Edwards just marching forward. So they've certainly closed out this match. And Edwards hitting peak form at the right time as well. Little pass provided here as they continue to soak up all the meterage. Newcastle in no hurry to get on with things. Fitzhenry plays it, of course, son of Daniel Fitzhenry, the 2005 West Tigers premiership winning winger. So great to see that lineage carrying on here. Ty receives it now through the middle. And it's really just slowed to a canter, this game here. Both teams know the job's been done. They're not looking to expend any more energy, and Newcastle will simply drop it down there, and it's a sombre ending, Stanto.
Yeah, a little bit of a quiet ending. The Hornsby boys will get their much-deserved rest after the 3-day event, and definitely an air of excitement if you're a Novocastrian.
Oh, what a pass here from Weeby. Nichols is still alive, and then Hassan was coming for it. Well, they nearly produced the try of the tournament by not really trying.
Maybe that would be the secret. Try less. But, yeah, look, really, really great performance from the Knights. I like to see... it's been great to see Edwards step up, really take control of the game, and I think that's going to provide a great springboard to them into the semi-finals. That's the end of Hornsby's run, but all the best for the Knights for the rest of the day.
Absolutely, and we get to see some more Newcastle action up next. We move to the Mixed Opens semi-final here between Wollongong, one of the real heavyweights of the Mixed Opens division, up against Newcastle in our Raise Invest Women's Premier League match of the day.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Friday, Sunday, hey, hey, hey,
Welcome back to finals day at Port Macquarie on a beautiful sunny day, albeit very warm for the players and even commentators as they're running between fields this morning. My name's Gab Rose and we're poised here just waiting for the start of a mixed open semi-final between Wollongong and Newcastle. Now these are two heavyweight teams in this competition. So the Wollongong Devils have got a star-studded lineup. They've got Luke Tonegato, and we've got a couple of NRLW players in Dominique Dutoit and also Emma Tonegato, recently married. She's now Emma Veron. So Matt Tope, you've got stars all around the field, and then you take the ball all the way over to the Newcastle side, and they've got a cracking lineup as well. And I'm joined here by Mitch Walkerton, who I would dare say has run up the stairs himself, just as I did a couple of minutes ago, and we're both quite sweaty before this action starts, Mitch.
Very sweaty, Betty, this morning, Gab. Yep, and not in good nick, actually. But I can't wait to see this game. This will be a really good game. Two really good mixed teams, always at the pointy end of state cups. Can't wait to see how this one plays out.
And this is our Raise Invest game of the day here. So, hey, touch football fans, want to make your money work harder? Sign up with Raise, Australia's #1 investing app, and earn a $20 reward after your first investment. It's easy. Just download the app, link your account, and start investing today. Don't miss out. Join Raise and start building your wealth now. Investing with Raise carries normal investment risks. Be sure to read the PDS and TMD to understand these risks and determine if Raise is right for you. We've got about 90 seconds till the game starts today on through Bar TV and obviously KO Freebies. In the game of touch footy in the semi-final and final phase, if a game is drawn, Mitch, run our viewers through what a drop-off means.
Yeah, so at the end of 30 minutes, if the scores are tied, we will go to a drop-off where the teams will recommence for a 2-minute period with 4 players each. After 2 minutes, if the scores are still the same, they will drop to 3 players versus 3. And it is golden try. Both teams must get the ball within the first 2 minutes, so everyone does get the opportunity. In the unlikely event that we go to a drop-off, Gab, Wollongong, who are defending now, would tap off in the drop-off.
Yeah, so because it's only a 30-minute turnaround, and that's a good point to note there, Mitch, because Newcastle are starting with the ball at the start of the game, but if it does go to a drop-off, it flips to as if it was a second half, and Wollongong would have first crack at the try line. The players will be hoping it doesn't go to a drop-off. The referees will be hoping it doesn't go to a drop-off, but I know our games have been delayed a little bit because there were some drop-offs in the backfields over the previous few time slots, and that's the closest of our competition across all the different grades, Mitch.
Absolutely so close. It was Men's Premier League. It was Wests versus Bankstown that went to a drop-off.
Yeah, right. Well, it'll be interesting to see as the scores come through on my sideline as the morning progresses. But there's steam rising off the ground, and as we said, hot in the commentary box here. And it'll be hot out on the field. There'll be some action. There'll be some light stepping. And I'm just looking down in the Wollongong box there, and Matt Tope, a seasoned campaigner.
Yeah, he is just a gun touch player. He excels at every team that he plays in, but he will be pivotal in this Wollongong team today.
Yeah, and in these games and these championship rounds, it's experience that often comes to the fore. They know how to game manage. They're always watching the clock. They're looking for gaps, and they know exactly what to do in those pivotal moments, Mitch.
Gab, you know better than anyone. You won about 40 state cups.
I must have won them before I was born then, Mitch.
Maybe 15.
Yeah.
But when you get to Sundays, it really is the start of the sudden death. Teams can get a bit nervous. There's scoreboard pressure because one loss and you're out. So
yeah, that's right. Every game's a final. As we see Newcastle first with the ball, we've got Reece French. He's working there. He's peppering the line. As he's dived, he's done a little flick pass out to the left-hand side. They didn't use all their touches there, but they did have a little look at the Wollongong line, Mitch.
Yeah, they did. But Luke Tonegato, the open side middle, got up, created pressure, and there he is rucking to the sideline. He was really important in getting the defensive stop.
Yeah, and as we said, it's a bit of a Tonegato family affair with Rachel and Luke and obviously Emma as well out there for the Wollongong Devils.
So good.
We see there Matt Tope, the man we spoke of,
There's
and
the
this time it's only
commentator's
taken
curse.
45
Well done, Gab.
seconds. I
40
think that's my best ever, actually.
Sorry, Topi.
It's out of the way, though, and no damage done as we see Newcastle driving the ball. It's the first time they've got some fresh legs onto the field. And they'll get a few touches up here, Mitch. And if you're looking at Newcastle, what would be the first type of plays you'd be looking to run?
Well, I think they're going to go middle scoop here with Jamie McSpadden and Jack Smith. And he's off. Oh, great defence.
Yeah, that's really good defence there because Jack Smith was off there and he was going to go. But he's got 6 to go, so a touch that had to be made or they had to knock the ball down there because it was looking dangerous for Newcastle.
Was Terry Deegan, another name synonymous with our sport.
Yeah, there's so many names in this mixed division. And I was talking yesterday, I think it was you, Mitch, that we're so lucky in our sport. Good touch there by Matt Tope. We're so lucky in our sport that the men and the women on even footing, and often it's the women that can make a difference in these mixed games.
Oh, 100%. It is a big difference. Everyone needs to contribute.
So we see there McSpadden with the ball. He's off the left. He could have nearly snuck through there.
Yeah, very sprightly there from Jamie.
So we've got Smith's about to get the ball. We're coming into the later part of the touch count here.
Counties.
Couple to go. Yeah, they've gone the county play. He's ripped it through, but it's another 6 to go. So this will be their third set on the line. No penalties have been afforded yet, so we're in no danger of losing a player at this stage.
No, we're not. Topi wasn't happy with that one. Said it was thrown into him. Oh, no.
The karma gods for Matt Tope have rolled his way in this occasion. As we see straight away, they're promoting the ball out to the wing.
Yeah, look at that.
And straight up to halfway, Mitch. That's a good first 2 touches.
It just makes it so much easier. You get good flow on, you get subs on, you get a strike dump here.
We've got Stanley at half there and working with Bart Hill, and we know what Bart Hill can do. Working there, step off the left. Oh, unfortunately couldn't find the player there. It looked like...
That was Nicole Beck. She wanted to drop back under.
Yeah, and speaking of names...
Yeah.
Nicole Beck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another big name in our sport.
Yep.
So here we go. You can see Wollongong doing that push defence, and they're doing a good job here.
Making it very hard to get to the box to get subs on.
And just explain to our viewers that might have just tuned in for this game to watch Family and Friends, Mitch, what we're talking about with press or push defence.
Yeah, the press defence is where teams are aggressive and push forward as opposed to, letting teams get a good roll on.
And speaking of going forward, that's Reece French. Beautiful, went one way, and it looked like Bailey Caruso. He's opened the score for his team, Newcastle, 1-0.
Yeah, he has. So they got they didn't have the greatest start to the set there, Gab, but they got a good bit of flow through the middle, and then he picks up, clean pair of heels, we've got a slip over, good hands, Caruso opens the scoring.
Yeah, and there was 2 Wollongong players left on the ground there, stepped off the left, timed the pass perfectly, and Bailey Caruso, Johnny on the spot to get that first try.
Yep, good start to the try.
So they've changed ends here, as you'll see, and that's what happens in this 30-minute turnaround, as we see Emma Veron. I'll have to get used to that name, Em. Sorry about that. I spent a bit of time with Emma this year in the New South Wales Origin camp. She's a very hard trainer and very good at her craft, does a lot of extras. As she's got the ball now, and you can see the speed she possesses, nearly getting outside the male link there for Newcastle.
I follow her on Instagram, and, she's always working hard. Oh, look at that.
It looks like he might have gone straight through. Dummy score. And we'll just have to get a read on who that is, but he'll be very happy with himself because there wasn't much going on there, Mitch.
No, there wasn't. What's the golden rule, Gab? You've no dummies. Watch the player with the ball.
There's only one player that can score, and it's that man or woman with the ball.
Dummy, nah. The middle sort of look at each other.
Might be Luke Tonagato. Have a look.
There we go. It was a nice play from the other
Number
middle.
7. It was actually Edward Burrell. So we're all locked up. It was a great play through the middle as Newcastle back with the action. They won't want to let tries through like that, Newcastle, too often.
Absolutely not.
Oh, let that rip, but it's definitely gone. It left from before the line and went over the line, so that one's an easy call for the referees.
Yeah, well, it's good defence there from the Devils too. The Cindy 2-step went back to the open side. They are going to try and potentially attack where the girl link will be. And, they did a very good job there, the Devils, to just slide out.
Yeah, because again, in the game of mix, it's a little bit different to the men's and women's, and they do have the 2 females usually on one Lincoln wing and then the far wing as well, the other wing. So as we see speaking of females, that was an excellent run there. Nicole Beck, but a bobble in the acting half.
Bad luck.
That was Brittany Rudd there, and they just couldn't quite get it was a little bit disconnected, but they got them on the other side of halfway, so they won't be too disappointed. But Newcastle have now got the ball just into Wollongong's half, and we see here Todd Harvey driving it forward, waiting for new players to come on the field. We see the bright orange boots there. Unfortunately, Danielle Nicol couldn't hold on to it there, and there's an opportunity out wide here for Wollongong. And they've just got 6 to go. And she probably had to do that, the Newcastle winger, Mitch.
Yeah, Amber Cheney came in and saved that. Had to knock it down.
So we see here Veron back on the field, and beautiful step there by Terry Deegan. Gained an extra 10 metres, and that's one to watch there, Terry Deegan. Nice hands off there. There's got some space out here, and as you said before, they've got the 2 girls out there, Newcastle, but excellent touch. See how much they've opened the space up,
Yeah,
Mitch.
they have. They're nice and great width is the word I'm looking for, Gab.
Yeah, they won't want Burrell to get through here. He did that a couple of minutes ago for the Wollongong. Here we see Veron, but the ball looked like the wind just took it. It was out in front of her, and she couldn't quite get a grasp, Mitch.
It was a tough one. It certainly wasn't her fault. It was the pass could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, but you can see the number 7 for Wollongong, Edward Burrell. It's going to revolve around him, and we see it's going to be a good run here by Newcastle. That was Reece French, but the girls had him covered. They used the sideline to their advantage there.
Good touch, a late pass.
Yeah, that's a late... he's caught play on the referee, but I thought Emma Tonagato had got them there, or Emma Veron. We're coming in now. They're 10 metres into the Wollongong half. They've got a couple of touches left here, waiting for someone to come through there. We've got Owen Winkley, and they're working with McSpadden and Smith, and they're the 2 orchestrators, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
He's gone in, he's gone out. They've passed it over the top. Now, this will look good if she can get it in the corner, but the covering defence is coming across, and that was the man we spoke about before, Edward Burrell, doing it in attack and defence for his Wollongong side.
Really, really good defence there from Burrell to head around the back and cut that off. Sorry, Gab.
They need a really good set here. Wollongong, they've been under the pressure a little bit, but they're driving the ball forward. They've got to the box relatively quickly, Mitch.
They have. They'll be looking to try and get the ball in the middle here for a strike dump. A little bit late to get on the field here.
Yeah, so they'll be looking. Here's Luke Tonagato coming into the action. He's going to be working with Bart Hill.
Oh, bad luck.
There's an error there. And the ball would actually be, I know the sweat that even in the inside and comfort of the commentary box, we're sweating in this action, so I can only imagine what it's like out there on the main pitch.
Yeah, very hot and sticky.
Hot and sticky is correct. Mitch?
Shout out to the 12th man.
You do it a lot better than I do. A cricket season coming into all its action at the moment as well.
It is.
So, but we'll stick with the touch action here because it's heating up as we go on. The Bar TV team doing a great job of keeping up with the action. A little step off the left, back on the right, but great defence there by Bart Hill.
Yeah, really good defence.
And transitions are extremely quick.
Yeah, look at that. That's the first time they've really jumped on it. And they've got Newcastle going backwards.
They sure do, and that's a great skill in our game. Getting on the ball quick, getting the defence moving backwards and have new players rolling on. We've got Matt Tope with the ball there. And he's come back on the sweep, coming back there.
Luck.
And the number 19 from the Wollongong, we don't actually have him on his team sheet. So if we can rectify that, we will. But at this point, we're not too sure. Here we go here, back to the action with Newcastle there. So we've got Todd Harvey doing a lot of work for his team there from acting half. He's gone off now for a well-deserved rest and a drink. And hydration, recovery, all that comes into play on day 3, Mitch.
Absolutely it does. Otherwise, you must be fueling your body.
Yep.
Making sure you're staying hydrated, eating the right foods.
So we've got the try scorer there, Bailey Caruso, throwing a beautiful pass out to the wing. And not much the defence could do there. That was just too good, and that'll be pretty to watch on our replay, Mitch.
Yeah, that's really good play. I think Caruso came through from a splitter setup, the splitter formation. He came through, picked up, big left to right. There isn't a lot the Devils can do. That's just too good. That ball is just too good.
It's too good, and the winger for Newcastle held her line perfectly. Yep. Still had to catch the ball. It's Ellie Spain, and 2-1. Newcastle edge ahead.
Really good try.
So we're only 10 minutes into this match. It feels like it's been end to end. It's been full of action, and that's what we expect in the mixed open division. And it's only a semi-final, so only one of these teams can progress through to the final later on today. And it's all or nothing for both these teams.
Yeah, the middle 10 minutes is really important.
So we've got here, he's gone out, he's gone in, but an excellent touch there by the Newcastle middle.
Reece French didn't fall for a dummy, held his space, hands out, got a dummy half, got a turnover.
Yeah, so we see Caruso there working, and we've got the winger coming in, taking a run for her team. That was Amber Cheney there. And now Nicholas Bale, and they're just holding it up. They don't seem to be going quite as fast as we're speaking of fast here. We've got the number 5, we've got Jack Smith, very light on his feet, Smith.
Yeah, he's very fast.
He'll be working with McSpadden. Those two work really well together.
Yeah, they do.
There's McSpadden.
Good touch.
Good touch.
That's a really good touch there.
So that was Emma Veron there, and as we spoke about, her speed and agility is excellent, so you're going to be doing well to get outside her.
Really well to get outside her.
Excellent run up, and that's
Look how easy they use the ball.
10, 15
Yeah,
metres.
it's so good to see.
They're definitely better at getting off their line. I mean, I know they're behind on the scoreboard at the minute, but that's something Newcastle need to rectify
And they
if
just
they're
do
going
it
to
with
go
ease,
deep.
Gab. Look how they just cruise down the line, and now they're ready to pick up and go.
Yep. So we've got Jamie Verron there, back on the inside, the number 8 for Wollongong.
I hope we don't have an injury there.
Yeah, it looks like he's maybe twisted his knee. I thought it was a calf, but I'm going to say it's the lateral side of his knee there for Jamie McSpadden. So let's hope that it's just a knock.
Yeah.
He can get off the field, although he's walking off quite gingerly, Mitch.
Yeah, he took a decent divot out of the ground too. So I hope he's okay. A bit of the magic spray, bit of a drink.
Yeah, might have to have one of those cricket curators out there fixing the pitch in between time slots here.
That's it.
So Newcastle got the ball, and again a little bit disjointed, but they've found a little bit of space out here with room to move, and we've got the number 12 there.
Good touch.
We've got Isaac Jones, but an excellent touch there. Came in like a sniper and snuffed out any opportunity that they may have had. So working in here, there's Todd Harvey. Excellent touch.
Good touch. They had the sweeper play trying to get the boy on the girl again, as you often do in mixed. But the girls were up to the challenge there. Stopped it.
So we've seen that's the run that they needed, Wollongong there. And now they've got some momentum as they're coming out of their box. And they're working with Tope here. Tucking it in. Tope's going to take off. Which way is he going to go, Mitch?
There he goes. He's going to go straight through. He's trying to find a half. Oh, bad luck. They numbered up well there and went man on or woman on, Newcastle. Tope got through, but he couldn't find anyone to pass to.
No, and he was trying to be patient there, Matt, but...
just ran out of time, unfortunately.
Excellent defence, as you said.
Yeah, really good defence.
So Newcastle here, they've only got about 3 players on the field now because they need a well-earned rest after that fury of attack that came through them via Matthew Tope. So they're right on the halfway line. We got Nicholas Bale there. He's going to play the ball.
Oh, bad luck.
Reece French was looking to take off there. Oh, referee's in the way, trying to make his way back to the defensive line. And little opportunity out here again, but the Newcastle Lynx coming across to cover it. And here we see they're the runs that they're doing really well, Wollongong.
You know what I'm going to say, Gab? I'm going to say that I think Newcastle better really fix their rucking up because Wollongong are getting down the field, except for that error. They're getting down the field very easily, completing their sets. Newcastle's a real struggle. First 3 tackles, or first 3 touches, I should say, they just don't seem to be getting down the field as easily and getting fresh subs on. Yeah,
and it might be okay now, but at the back end of the game, we're not even halfway through, Mitch. The legs become tired. You give away too much possession.
Errors will come, maybe a 7 on the field. There's McSpadden back on, which is good. Smith will take off here.
Yeah, he's taking him in, he's taking him out. He's going to go straight through. We see a little bat on there, and there's an opportunity out here out wide.
Great defence.
Well done.
Oh, we've got a 6 to go.
So we had Rachel Tonegato and Emma Verron working together there. But, yeah, referee's seen a little touch on the ball there by one of the Wollongong players. So it was looking like it was going to be a try, so perhaps the touchdown had to be affected.
Yeah, next best result for Wollongong.
So they're just holding play up here. That's Reece French.
He'll be involved in this with Smith.
Yeah, he's working with Smith. And out here, Owen Winkley as well. Looks like dropping
good
it back
defence.
into excellent defence.
Really good. Tonegato again.
Tonegato. It's a Tonegato-a-thon out there now. There's 3 of them out there. And if we've got Jamie Verron on there, there's another family member there. They'll have the 4 of them. And again, Tonegato defence. Well done.
Yeah, really well done. But, you know, that's what's great about mixed. You can play with your family.
Yep. So, for example, Emma Verron playing here alongside on the same field with her husband and sister and brother. So it just does not get better than that.
No, it's the best.
As she takes a little run up the middle of the field, she's 8 metres shy of halfway. And we see there, running up the field, Edward Burrell, and we know that he's one to watch there. Working with Jaden Sargent, another one that's got skills, footwork, and close to the line, he'll be dangerous as well. So there's Jaden Sargent.
Just trying to get on the right middle, though.
Yeah, they've got it on the 7. And
he wanted a late switch, I think, there.
Yeah.
Deegan picked up, engaged both of them. I think he wanted a late switch.
Yeah, couldn't quite get what he wanted or couldn't get the defenders in the position he wanted. No. So we've just gone over the halfway mark in this semi-final clash between Newcastle and Wollongong, where Newcastle hold a slight lead, 2-1. It's a cracking game, and I'm going to say there's plenty more tries in this match.
Yeah, I think it'll start opening up, but I don't want to sound like a broken record. I think the next 5 to 6 minutes is really important.
Yep. That's a good run there, Todd Harvey, and he only knows one way, Todd Harvey. He's straight forward. He's off the right there.
That's a forward pass.
That's a definite forward pass, and our referee's doing a really good job
He
there,
was
right
on
onto it.
Yep.
Because it's hot for them as well, Mitch. They're
Absolutely.
running kilometre and kilometre, and I think
Absolutely.
you spoke about yesterday trying to get a GPS on some of these refs and
it'd
all the
be
work that
fantastic.
they're doing.
I'd really like to see it. And it's also high intensity, making decisions under pressure, under fatigue.
Yeah, it's that mental fatigue as well, not
is.
just the physical
Yeah,
fatigue. As
absolutely.
we
That's
see
it.
Luke
Look at this.
Tonegato, he's gone straight through, goose-stepped,
look
and he
out.
has gone all the way. Even the score up, 2-2, under the post when he puts that ball down. There you go, Luke Tonegato, 2-2.
He's been very, very good in defence, stuffing about 3 or 4 tries, and he's put on a try that, to be honest, Newcastle wouldn't be happy with it. He's just running hard, and then
Love the goosey.
Bit of a goosey, but the 2 middles, there just wasn't enough urgency there. That's really poor defence. So
And
they'll
you
need to fix
spoke
that
about
up.
it, Mitch, last few minutes, that Wollongong are better in that midfield, and that was a perfect example of it there, and he just went straight through.
Yeah, let's see if they can hit back here, though, Gab.
Yeah, 2-2, 13 and a half minutes left on the clock in this semi-final clash, and that looks like French going out in looking for an ooh-la-la pass there on the inside, but didn't quite meet its mark.
That's a good touch there from Caruso.
So here we see again, little opportunity there, Nicholas Bale. It looked like he didn't want to get involved, did at the last minute, but couldn't quite prop it up.
Thought about, potentially knocking it up, but they've got a 6 to go. They should then get a nice, easy set, get fresh subs on.
Yeah, so you can see Tope there, straight to the box, took about an easy 10 metres for his team, and this is where Wollongong are dominating in the minute. The ref's called ball was still okay, so we got Tonegato with the ball. Acting half there, dishing off to his play the ball.
Tonegato wants to pick up and scoop here.
Yeah, so they're working well. Last touch. He's coming in there, back over the top,
bad
like
luck.
a passive or sinker play, but it just kind of went in between the two
Yeah,
players.
it ended up being an ML, but the pass wasn't in the right direction. But they still turn the ball over here, and they're making Newcastle work hard to get to their box.
Yeah, and it might be the work Wollongong have done in the front end of this game that will help in this last 7 or 8 minutes, where games are often won or lost, Mitch.
Absolutely. That's good use of the ball there from Caruso.
This is much better. So I'd say their coaching box has seen what we're seeing, and it's a readjustment. And just as we've got amazing players out here, the coaching staff are doing an awesome job, as it looks like Smith is going straight through there. Jack Smith, and there's pass the ball. That is a ball down to Owen Winkley.
I think that is a try. That was a really, really good scoop there from Jack Smith.
And it came from a better set.
It did. It came, the first 3 touches, they were actually rolling the ball well. We got a good dump there from McSpadden. Jack Smith, look how fast he is. Only his dad Les is faster than him. And gets a good pass away. And we go back, Newcastle 3-2. That's probably the best try of the game so far, because they ran hard, Gab.
Yeah, and that's the key for them. If they can keep running hard for this next 10 minutes, they're in front at the moment on the scoreboard, 3-2. So we see it back in here, but Wollongong will be going down trying, and we see a hit back straight away. Dominique Dutoit. That was as easy as you like for her. NRLW player for the Sharks. Try scorer here in a semi-final for the Wollongong
She
team.
ran a beautiful link line there too. They ran the sweeper play, dummied the sweeper, held the ball up, and look at that. She hits the gap, hits the hole. There was nothing that the defence could do. That's a really good hit back.
How good. Excellent pass there too by Terry Deegan.
Yeah, a ripper from Terry.
So 3-3. We just put the ink. The ink had just dried on 3-2 to Newcastle. And we're back at 3-3.
Yep.
Just under 11 minutes to go. And as we said, the back end of these games, it's looking likely to open up, Mitch.
These are championship minutes.
So we see here we got Nicholas Bale. We got coming around on the sweep Reece French, and we know he's fast. And they've got a penalty there. The defence, explain the rule there, Mitch.
Yeah, look, I think they did drop. That's what Newcastle were trying to do. The Devils didn't press forward hard enough. And you can't drop. With inside the 7, you must keep going forward.
So they've got it on the golden line there. They're trying to affect the touch on the 7. So the defence has to go all the way back to the line. We see there French, and he's been instrumental in this game, but an excellent touch out there by Brittany Rudd, the Wollongong Devils.
Really good touch. Saves a certain try.
So they've played it in the link passage. They're working there. We've got Bailey Caruso, and he's had a good game so far. Working with Bale, so it's back to Caruso. And again, the Wollongong team will have to come up.
Yeah, they're ambling up.
So we've got Bale and
They better be
Caruso.
careful.
Yeah, working with French, but they've managed to get outside the 7, and that's a good result for us. And now they've got
That's a
no
tremendous
strike
result,
dump.
Gab. They just stay man on here, don't get switched in.
It's hard with Reece French running at you, but a
It
really
is.
good touch
It
there.
is. Yeah, no, that's a really good result from the Devils. They need to run hard here.
And they've been doing that well for the first 21 minutes of this game. And again, they're going across field, but they're still edging forward as they go.
They are. Oh, but lost the ball grip there.
Yeah.
Lost a bit of momentum.
Yeah, so we see here, Veron's got the ball. She'll be looking, she's taken it down. Working with Tonegado. Back to Veron. Six to go.
Oh, that's a bad one.
Unlucky there for Reece French because it was late in the touch count.
I think it was fourth.
Yeah, and they had defended well to that point.
They had. Wollongong just catching their breath, working out what plays they're going to run. They do have the boy versus the girl link at the top of the screen.
Yeah, so we see here we've got Tonegado about to get the ball, and there's Veron out in that link hole that you talk about.
Good
and they're
touch
working
there.
with the number 19. And then you've got Emma Veron out here with Brittany Rudd. So they've got some star talent on the field here, and they'll be looking to exploit some type of gap. There we see Tonegado stopping, taking the touch, working with the 19. Oh, yeah, hands are in the air, and I think, look, Tonegado wanted that ball back. There was an opportunity out that way, Mitch.
Yeah, I think so too. It was a tough one. Oh, we've missed a touch there, so a bit of momentum. You know, it's so much easier from up here in the commentary box, Gab.
It sure is. Definitely is, and that's a good run there by the Newcastle winger. So we see now we've got Veron pushing up, but the referee might have called her. She's gone up too early. She is very fit, so no doubt she can be backing up before you know it.
Oh, that's another 6 to go.
And that's another 6 to go. And these are momentum shifts, Mitch.
Yeah, they are. Newcastle get the chance to get fresh legs on. The Devils have to defend another set. There's a lot of hands on knees over there.
Yeah, there sure is. There is not 1 centimetre of shade out there. So, yeah, they're in the heat of the day here. So we're only at 10, we're not even at 11 o'clock, and it's very warm so far. So they're doing an amazing job, and the quality of play we're seeing is outstanding.
Good defence.
Yeah, well done, Emma Veron. All over Owen Winkley there. And we see we've got Harvey with the ball.
Outside the
looking
7,
to work with
Man
Smith,
on.
and we know he's fast. There's a little late switch. They've got to do that net ball defence.
Oh, no. Bad luck.
There's an opportunity both sides, although I'm not sure he would have wanted to run the 70 metres.
No,
but
probably not.
He did well. He got in between the channels, so there was nowhere for Newcastle to pass. But they're going to have to defend another set of 6
Yeah, they're
here,
going to have to
Wollongong,
be very, very brave.
It's going to be a difficult assignment, as we see Todd Harvey. He's working there with Isaac Jones, and he's gone
offside.
straight through it. I feel
offside.
like the referees, they're having a discussion, Mitch.
Oh, he said he's onside. Okay, wow. I've seen a lot of those play through. You're off.
I was just on one of the backfields, and then the referees were calling play through predominantly. Yep. So it's an interesting call. We see
That's a bad play, the ball, I think, Gab.
You're right, Mitch.
That's really good defence for the Devils, and look at this running. Just what you want, Gab.
Yeah, that was Emma Veron there, and we said she'll run all day, and that was her brother Tonegado, and this is a better set from Wollongong.
Yeah,
exactly what they needed with 6 minutes to go.
Look at this.
There's Dominique Dutoit working with Tope. Now he'll be looking for something.
Off.
And there's the late switch. 3-on-2, cut out ball, and what's the referee called here, Mitch?
I'm not sure. I was watching the play. I'm sorry, Gab, I wasn't actually watching.
No, I was with you.
Are they saying late pass on the switch?
I'd say so. There's not too many complaints, but from here in live it looked all clear, but no one's complaining, so I'd say referee's got it right again.
Yep. I think the Devils will try and press here with 6 to go.
Yeah, here's the replay, here.
Touch there, maybe?
Maybe. He's
the second effort.
Yeah.
I think it might have been the second effort there from Lovell.
And that's what it requires, second effort.
Great effort. Made the first touch on his knees, dived.
And we're back here. It looks like French taking off from half. He stepped off his right, looking to get with Jones. We've got an overlap out here, but it's just gone overhead. They're claiming 6 to go.
No, ref didn't see it.
No, Rachel Tonegado is pleading her case, saying, I did not touch it, sir. She's won the ruling here, so Wollongong Devils have the ball back, and it's going to go straight in front of the lady we spoke of, Rachel Tonegado, working with Tope, and they might do a little dish off there, and an extra 10 metres. Yep, Terry Deegan, experienced campaigner.
Second touch, over halfway.
Yep, working here with Beck, and now you see they've got Jamie Veron back on the field, going to be working with Edward Burrell, and he's been good today.
He's been great.
That's Burrell. There's Veron, and we're coming around on the sweep plane. He's going to get the ball back inside. That was Bart Hill. Nearly skipped inside.
Good defence. Sweeper quarterback. Good defence from the Knights there in the middle.
Yeah, so under 5 minutes to go now. So we're into the back end of this game, and I can't call it, Mitch.
Well, I said in the unlikely event we go to a drop-off.
It's not so unlikely event now.
No, absolutely not.
So the coaches will be starting to think of their drop-off plan as we speak. So obviously there's still a few, there's plenty of games still to be played here. So we see a little error in the ruck, and Wollongong straight back onto the ball, and there's excellent touch there.
Great touch. Really good touch.
So that was Danielle Nicol out there making a good touch, one that had to be made.
Yeah, as you were saying, Gab, I think the coaches will start looking at the scoreboard, and they'll have their plans for who's going to start in the event that, who's the 4 that are going to go on in attack or defence.
There's a good run by Sargent. He's going forward, going back. Now he's going sideways, and Matt Tope's got the ball. So Sargent's got the ball, working with Deegan, and there's some experience on there right now. Let's see what they can manufacture. See Tope coming on the sweep.
Bomb.
Could be going long. It's exactly what they're doing, and that's taken Wollongong to the lead. We've got Ashley Stanley, number 4. You've scored the 4th try for your team in the semi-final with 4 minutes to go. Yeah,
really well-constructed try. They had the sweeper play. Again, they step open side, picks up, and that's a great pass. That's a 20-metre pass. And really, really good hands.
So we've got 3.5 minutes to go. Wollongong have hit the lead, 4-3, but this Newcastle team is not done yet.
Absolutely they're not.
Carter Lovell with the ball there, taking it up the field, working here with Todd Harvey.
Sweeper play.
Well defended there by the Devils. There's still an opportunity.
Hang on. Ooh.
Good touch, Terry Deegan.
Got a little bit closer than I would like, though.
Yeah. Still a couple of touches here. Working here, we've got Isaac Jones, and he's coming around on the sweep now.
Same play, Gab. Oh, no, it wasn't.
And pinch touch there by Emma Veron.
Again. She's been one of the best on the field. She just got up in that channel, didn't allow the 3-on-2. Oh, well, there you go.
Cursed her.
Emma, I'm so sorry. That's my fault.
She has had an excellent game, and as I was saying, her fitness is at such a high level that day 3 of a tournament, she comes into her own. Because she's still running at 100%.
Yeah, when you're fresh, you make good decisions, you're not mentally fatigued.
Yep.
This is a big set here with 2.5 to go, Gab.
Yeah, so let's see who they've brought on the field here. They've got Bailey Caruso. He's the man with the ball, and French, and they're the two they'll definitely be looking for. And you can see, it was a flat pass. They're claiming forward Wollongong, but it's play on. He's pointing where he wants him to go. Bailey Caruso. There's French to Caruso. He might go straight through himself, but well handled there.
Yeah, and really good hold there from Deegan in the link. But we've got a penalty, I think, for not moving forward.
Yeah, and they're not happy there, the Wollongong Devils. She's saying, I can't hear you. You need to call me a little bit louder.
Oh, that old chestnut.
Yeah, we've all used that one before.
What was that, ref?
So we've got Ashley Miller with the ball. She's working with, there's French out here in the link, and there's Caruso in the middle.
Trying to set up a splitter play here, I think.
They're still trying to call them up. There's plenty of pointing and yelling going on there, but Matt Tope's come up. There's not much going on here, but they've tried for the punish, and
they must be dropping.
Yeah, they're going for a link punish there, and that ball
that's a shocker.
Definitely looked forward. Unfortunately, it slipped out of the hands, and there was a lot of confusion.
There was. Yeah, but the officials worked together to come to the decision, and it was a poor pass from dummy half.
And we'll see game management come here. Matt Tope,
Absolutely.
There's just over a minute on the clock. He's been in this situation plenty of times. They'll just want to roll the ball down the field, finish it in this corner, and say, do your best, Newcastle.
Absolutely. They defend one set, and they'll be through to the grand final.
Yep. So here we see there, we've got Edward Burrell, and we've got the number 19. He's off the left, off the right. He's play through, but an excellent touch, and there's going to be one last opportunity here for Newcastle.
They go. Game's on the line. Can they get down there? I think it'd have to be a scoop for Jack Smith, wouldn't it?
You would think so. We've got Caruso in the action there as well, and Reece French. So it'd be interesting to see if they've got the legs to stay on the field there.
Yeah, they
We've
have been
got
on
Nicholas
for a little while.
Bale, so French's, and that's fatigue.
The fatigue. There it is. Yep, that's the, I don't want to harp on it, but they had a very poor set in attack where they couldn't get the right plays set up Newcastle, and that's just a tired error, unfortunately. And Wollongong will pass the ball around, will dance, practice their moves for the disco tonight.
Yeah, they sure will. That was a good disco move there. They won't want to give a penalty away. They'll be happy to go back, ask the ref, is this the mark, referee?
By all the time in the world.
So there's only 20
just
seconds left on our clock. Yeah, and you're right with the dance moves.
Yeah, very, very sharp.
Jaden Sargent, one to watch tonight at the club. So there's less than 10 seconds. He's just happy to hold on to the ball, and I think Newcastle and Wollongong
should be penalised for such a bad falling over.
There's balls on the ground, there's people on the ground, there's head in hand, but at the end of that flurry of activity, it's Wollongong Wolves win the semi-final 4 over Newcastle 3, and what a game.
It did come down to experience, Gab. You mentioned a lot of the big-name players, and in the big moments, in the final 5 minutes, Wollongong executed, and unfortunately, Newcastle didn't. So hopefully they can learn from that, and we'll see them, better for it next year.
We sure will, and that was our Raise Invest game of the day. And don't go anywhere. Wollongong Devils are going through to the grand final in the mix. But coming up next, we have a cracker of a game, Women's Open A semi-final, East versus Canterbury.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
On those fields.
It's finals day at State Cup and things are really heating up on and off the field, as we just saw in the Raise Invest game of the day with Wollongong versus Newcastle. It was an amazing match. And I am with Mariella from Raise. Mariella, tell me, what is Raise about and what do you do?
Firstly, thank you, Kylie. What an amazing time it's been being part of the amazing New South Wales touch football community. Raise Invest is a micro-investing app that allows you to invest your virtual spare change into a diversified portfolio of ETFs. All you need to do to get started is download the app, link your spending account, and we'll do the rest for you. Don't forget to use your $20 bonus code, and you may also be eligible for an additional $20 if you refer a friend. Refer as many as you like. T's and C's apply.
It's that simple. And as our State Cup major partner, what we like to say is, happy investing!
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
I'm here with Dogs women's coach Pete Forrester. Pete, this is where the pointy end of the competition arrives. How are you feeling heading into this elimination final?
Yeah, absolutely, James. Obviously, these are the games that the players play for and coaches coach for. It'll be hopefully a really great contest. The Roosters got us yesterday in the round game, but obviously we're trying to turn the tables here in the semi-final.
And look, there's been some great form here from the likes of Clare Tandek, Andy Law, some of those more veteran campaigners in the side, but really steering the team well.
Yeah, I think our leaders in the middle, Clare Tandek and Steph Cummins, have been outstanding. And, yeah, I think this tournament is Andy Law and Sailor Perrott are really starting to step up. And Andy and Sailor have gone into the New South Wales women's squad. And so, it's good to see their progression.
And for Sailor in particular, I think we've noticed her in the previous couple of years as being a real speedster, and it's now about adding that extra little finesse to the game with some great passing skills too.
Yeah, we've been working really hard with Sailor over the last couple of years. I mean, she's a prodigious talent, and she's going to be a great touch footballer. Very, very quick and a really good passing game, but it's the tougher areas of the game that I've been really most proud. Like, she's really worked on her D. She's great in the midfield in defence, and that maybe wasn't the case a couple of years ago, and I think that's been the biggest extension of her game.
It's a very tough Roosters side to break down. What's the strategy? How can you take it to them and try and come away with a victory here?
Yeah, look, yesterday our ball control was not great, and we gave them a lot of possession, and Bella's going great for them. And if you give a side of that quality and a player of that quality that much ball on the line, they're going to get you. So the big thing that we want to change today is complete our sets, make sure it goes 30 minutes. End to end. Defensively, structurally, we tend to be pretty good. We've just got to cut our mistake rate out, and I think that'll go a long way for us.
Because a tough tussle in the quarterfinal, 2-1 over the Northern Beaches, but you're here, prepped and ready to go. Maybe a chance to put a foot into the grand final. Pete, thank you for your time and good luck.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it.
Move, get out the way, my feet want to go dancing.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Move, get out the way, my feet want to go dancing.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Let's go.
And here we are back at Port Macquarie Stadium for the 2024 New South Wales Touch State Cup. I'm Gab Rose. I'm joined with Mitch Walkerton today for what is shaping up to be one of the games of the day, semi-final clash. Roosters versus Canterbury Bulldogs. They played the other day, Mitch. Roosters came out on top, but it could be a different game today.
Yeah, forget Christmas, forget your birthday. It's finals day here at Port Macquarie. Greatest day of the year. The sun's out. It's sunny. It's hot. And this game is going to be red hot, Gab.
Yeah, it's been a rivalry with these two clubs, I'm going to say, since, as far as I know, 20, 30 years we go back. They are always good clashes. You've got the Winchesters versus the Judds, and now you've got Bella Slattery versus Clare Tandek, and a bevy of stars right across the park.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see how they go again.
And as we said, in the round pool, or the round phase of the competition, Roosters got on top at a score of 4-2. But Mitch, run us through what happened this morning in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so in the quarterfinals this morning, Easts beat Doilo in a close one, 4-3. And in the other quarterfinal, Canterbury beat the Northern Beaches, also in a close one, 2-1. So finals football, there's not much in it.
As we see Perrott with the ball for Canterbury. She's working her way up there. She's working with Crawford, and we see Clare Tandek with the ball, working with Andy Law, who had a good game this morning. That's Law with the ball. She's gone straight through, right off the cuff, but Bella Slattery.
Great touch. Both of them, probably the two fastest out on the field.
Yeah, and superstars. I was going to say future superstars of our game, but current superstars of our game.
Yeah, absolutely they are.
We see Perrott with the ball, getting the ball down for Tandek. There's Law. She's coming off the right, and a good touch by Davis there.
Really good touch.
From the Roosters.
Really good touch.
And I don't want to single anyone out because there's such a plethora of talent right across the park from both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to take all 14 girls from both teams to contribute if they are going to win.
Yeah, and they've come out of the blocks racing here.
Haven't
that
they?
Looks
What?
like Summer Halliwell-Quinn, straight up the middle.
Nice and direct too, Gab.
Yeah, and that's what they want there. There's Tyneese Barry, and she had a cracker yesterday against the Canterbury Bulldogs, and that's her ball in hand, and she can run and step and throw a ball, as we see there. Oh, she had to juggle it, a little bobble. Spin around the back, and we've seen a few tries with late wraps. We saw actually Canterbury this morning score their winning try with Tandek wrapping around Keely Silver to get the winning try this morning against Northern Beaches.
Yeah, but there was no panic there, and they're also, look at the Canterbury team, they're rucking very fast and direct.
Well, there's only one golden ticket in this match into the grand final.
There is.
And we'll see in the next 28 minutes who's going to get that, as we've got Steph Cummins with the ball there.
Good
She's
dump.
working with Phillips. Cummins on the fly. Off her right, coming back to the left.
Oh,
and
bad luck. Bad luck. But good defence.
What a pace.
Yeah, it was. Wow. Look out. Strap yourself in, viewers.
Yeah, the cameramen at Bar TV are going to have to be on their job, as well as with the players and the referees, to keep up with all the action
Absolutely.
here. And you're watching it on your KO freebie, so do not go anywhere, because another 3 or 4 hours of activity of semi-finals here and moving into the grand final phase as the afternoon wears on.
Looking for a strike dump here for Easts, and that's a good run there. Good strike dump.
And we've got Sylvester with the ball, and she sliced her way through, but yeah, Cummins is saying, bring the ball back here, I got you.
Yeah.
Didn't quite put it on the mark.
No, I was going to say that, Gab. Got to be careful with that. It was about a metre away. I've seen those penalised.
So we see Phillips with the ball, working here with Fionnett. Just going straight to the box, no panic yet here, as we see Chung coming onto the ball with Lauren Thorne, and they've got a penalty there, and it's that experience of the Bulldogs in these big games that may well be the difference. Time will tell, because we've got, as we said, some superstar talent on the other side of the field with the Roosters.
I don't want to sound like a whinger, but she was very upright in the touch, and she lost the touch. She's got to, win the bend.
Yeah.
So I think that was a harsh penalty.
That's
myself.
Thorne down there, Perrott, and she's got wheels, and she...
Good touch.
Excellent touch there by the Roosters middle. It was Bella Cable.
I think it was later in the count she might have passed.
But that's good play, because now they've got a sub
Absolutely.
off, and now we've got Clare Tandek on the field.
Absolutely.
They'll be working together there. We've got Millie Barnes working with Tandek, and there's Chung, but you can't pass it there, Chung, because Tandek's in front of you. Off her right, off her left, off her right. Hard to keep up, and they're still promoting the ball. There might be another little late wrap here.
Oh, look at that. Very enterprising play. No panic there from East. They better be careful with the ball there too, Gab, rolling it away.
Yeah, the refs will not put up with that as this game progresses. They might have got away with one each for that team.
Well, that's not good from Canterbury. Someone needs to press there. Someone's missed an assignment. That's too easy.
Yeah, look at those easy meters there. They're already at halfway with 3 touches, and that's Summer Halliwell-Quinn, and she's got speed to burn as well. And we see Bella Slattery coming into play, and look out, because that's Davis underneath. She'll be looking to work with Slattery. She's gone straight through. She may not need her.
I think we've got a blocking play there. I think Slattery kept running, and sort of didn't allow the saving middle for Canterbury to make the touch. If you just sort of watch her, it's actually the replay sort of blocking it out.
I think you're right, Mitch. So as she did the dump, she kept going forward and created the space for her partner.
She did.
Tricky, Bella Slattery, but the refs were onto it.
We're on to you, Bella.
All right, so we see there, it's Crawford making her way up the field, working with Perrott, and it's good defence here by the Roosters. We see a little dish off there, Keely Silver, and she'll own this wing out here. They'll be tough to get round her, and she'll be commanding her attack and attack and defence. All right, we've got Hayley Crawford on the field there, and a bobble by Andy Law, but she managed to take it, picks it up, and that's...
Bad luck.
We've seen that a little bit, and I don't know if it's because of the heat or the noise or what it is, but today on a few occasions we've seen a variety of teams not be able to keep the count of the touches.
You've got to keep the count, Gab.
So they're coming on here. It's Ruby Thomasar working with Tyneese Barry. They've played a little bit
Good
together.
touch.
They're both young exponents of our game, and they love it here close to the line.
Yeah, deadly within the 7 metres.
Deadly.
They'll be diving here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we've got Madeline Morton there. She's got the ball now, working with Emily Irons, but it'll be coming back, I dare say, to Barry and...
Punish play.
Oh, don't worry about me. They're going to go straight through the link channel. Andy Law. She's called the touch, but there's a little bit of discussion. Maybe she didn't call the touch because that's a try.
Yeah.
And it's the number 23, Madeline Morton, or worked with the number 17 in Emily Irons, and I think it's Irons that's got the prize.
Yeah, it was. It was a punish play, and I think Andy has actually called no missed, I didn't make, which is a great play and we love to see in our game. And the first try, little punish play, wasn't able to make the touch. She said, you missed.
Yeah, great honesty.
I missed.
Yep.
1-0.
Well done. And I think, like I was looking back to Barry and Thomashew, and they thought, we're just going to sneak down this channel and score a try all on our own.
Yeah.
So 1-0, East over Canterbury. There's just over 5 minutes gone in this game already. So we see Tandek with the ball, and she's going to go straight through to and put it down for Perrott. Perrott might let it rip here out to the wing, and it's going to take a good touch. And it was there. It was Angel Barber, and we've seen her make a few great touches over this weekend.
Yeah, that's
and
excellent.
As you spoke about, Mitch, it takes a whole team of 14 to win a state cup.
Absolutely. Everyone needs to contribute, no matter what position, no matter what your role is.
That's Thomashew with the ball, and they're taking the ball up there. This is good defence here, Canterbury.
It is.
They caught her off early, but there's been a forward pass in the ruck. And
there you go, Gab. That's what we talk about, reward for effort. You know, Canterbury press up, do the hard stuff, and get the ball.
And that's what they're going to need to do in this game. We spoke about it in their quarterfinal. They can really get into the grind, and they love State Cup, Canterbury. And this type of game, the tougher and tighter it gets, the more they like it.
Yeah, they're tougher than a $2 steak.
All right, we've got Perrott with the ball. We've got Tandek now. They're going to work together in tandem, I would say. Not in Tandek, as we see Perrott with the ball.
Bad luck.
They're going to go and try and phase here. If Cummins can get to the ball, but it's coming back. Smart play. 6 to go.
6 to go.
Even Bella Slattery called that for the referee.
Yeah,
she made it easy.
Make it nice and easy. They get fresh subs here.
They're very honest, the young women of our game.
Yeah, it's great. It's so good to see. Oh, that's a penalty.
Off the ball.
Holy.
Yeah.
That's an easy one for the refs there.
So that's the first penalty. So they've still got another 2 that they can give away until somebody's off the field. They don't want to give away a penalty or a try here, but we've got Perrott working with Cummins, and she's going to go straight through. They're going to call her offside, are they?
I think she actually ran into the defender.
There's a lot of pointing.
There is a lot of pointing. They're going to say forward pass out of dummy half.
Okay, well, that became an easy decision for the referee because they didn't have to worry about the offside or the put down or whatever else might have happened because it was a forward pass off the ruck.
Bad luck.
That's a strong contact in the touch there. And Bella Slattery, she's looking to recycle but takes a few extra metres herself. And look at the push defence here by Sailor Perrott by the Bulldogs.
Yeah, she needed someone to help her and go with her, though. But there we go again, Gab.
And I'm going to say Perrott's caused that error by Roosters.
Absolutely. She tries to cut the field in half by being the link closest to your screen here on KO. And they turn the ball back inside for a forward pass.
So she's also taking the ball up in attack, Perrott. She's not going anywhere. She's going to stay on, and that's Chung working with Crawford, and she's going to claim, it's going to be a ball down. It's one of those 50-50 calls, and there's a little bit, there's a ball throw away. Now that has to be a penalty.
Has to be a penalty.
And that's just frustration there by Hayley Crawford.
Yeah, it is. Oh, a little bit of back chat, and that's another one. Coach should be getting her off, and there she goes.
Yeah, she's coming off, still there. They're just telling her to calm down. And again, she's got a lot of experience, Hayley Crawford.
Yeah, she does.
She'll get a drink, she'll cool down a little bit, and she'll be back on into the action very soon.
Yeah, have a drink, compartmentalise, get back on there, ready to do your next job.
So here we see Bella Cable in at acting half. She's working well with Sylvester. Sylvester's had a good tournament, actually. That's her there, Sylvester with the ball, working with Cable. Coming on the sweep is Halliwell Quinn, and she will dive.
That's a try. That's a try. That's an excellent try. That was a dump right on the 7. Chung can sort of point and talk to the ref and wave her arms. Unfortunately, she was never onside. If you look at the replay, Gab, the dump couldn't be any closer to on the 7. Must get both feet on the line.
Yeah, correct call.
Yeah, great call.
And we've seen Summer Halliwell Quinn. She does that speed. I've known Summer for a few years, and she possesses a really good dive. And you see it there, ball out in front.
Yep.
No self-preservation there. She didn't worry about the head. She just went straight through, ball out in front, and she's earned her team another try.
Literally went underneath her.
She did.
Burrowed underneath her.
Lives at Cronulla, so often down at the beach, probably practicing those dives and working on her craft. So here we see, speaking of going through, we got Tandek off the left, out the right, and an excellent touch. That's Sylvester.
That should be dummy half.
It was acting half. They're calling it. They'll get on top of it, the referees.
There we go.
Yep. Beautiful touch there by Sylvester.
Yeah, that's a really big touch that needs to be made, Gab.
Yeah, and as we said, like Clare Tandek, you cannot take your eyes off her.
Very, very dangerous. Look at this, though.
Yeah, that's Ruby Thomas, and another one that's had a really good tournament. She's fit, she's fast, and she's running hard this weekend.
Yeah, and you can tell. I think that's the big difference between the two teams at the moment.
Yep.
They're bending their back to when they dump the ball. There's good momentum.
Yeah, and
then
Sophie Davis works with Slattery there, and that's taken a good touch by. But you're right, the flow coming out of the box is definitely, the Roosters are definitely dominating that area.
And I just find the body position of some of the girls from Canterbury is too upright. They're getting held up a little bit in the touches, and they're not getting the same momentum and the same ability to go forward.
Yeah, and we're about a third of the way through the game, and the coaching, both coaches in both teams, as we see an unfortunate error by Tallulah Kirk, and she wouldn't do that with another 100 sets of 6.
No way, she wouldn't have done that all year. Big pressure moment in the semi-final.
Oh, and speaking of pressure moments, you've got Bella Slattery up against Clare Tandek, and Clare Tandek says, not on my watch, young Bella.
No way, it had to be made. That was such a good touch.
All right, so we see here they're just outside of the 7, and that's Davis working with Maddie Studden, a little jink, and she can throw them both ways.
Good defence. Rooster early release there.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Maddie Studden yet in this game, but she'll come into her own close to the line because she can let them rip.
Trouble. That's going to be play through, Gab.
Yep.
She was never onside.
No, the referee, you said she kind of burrowed her way through there, Bella Slattery. Again, head first, and there's going to be somebody said something by the looks of it.
But we'll look at the replay. She got the link out. The middle's not there to help save. She knows she's vulnerable on the short side.
Yeah. And she didn't. She actually couldn't get back because Bella was running straight at her.
Yeah, and she didn't exit the touch in the best. That's just really good play from Slattery.
Yeah. And because they're calling play through a lot, the referees, it's a very smart play.
Absolutely.
Get the ball back, run straight at the offside player, and you're running forward. So you're at the line before she's even got her feet behind.
Gab, I've never seen someone run faster backwards than someone run forwards.
Nope. Definitely not anyone in this box
Absolutely
anyway.
Absolutely not.
Sorry, throwing you under the bus with myself.
No, I'm as slow as.
All right, we've got Perrott with the ball now. She's not slow.
Oh, bad
Tosses
luck.
it back inside, and now we see we're 12 minutes into the game, and Roosters have now got a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, they have. Canterbury have to make sure they stay in the grind and not think we're 3 down, we need to score next set, because all East are going to do is just keep rolling through the midfield. Good press here.
Yeah, that's well done by Steph Cummins, and it was a flat pass there, and you see Tyneese Barry, she's thrown it forward, but the referee's caught it forward. It was right in line with us, and unfortunately for Tyre Leo, she thought she's in for the 4th for the Roosters, but right in line with us. Yep. Refs have caught it forward. Tyneese won't say anything, but I think like us, mate, unless it was that first one forward.
Yeah, maybe it was, because...
no, we'll go with the refs' call.
Yeah, of course. Go with the refs.
That was a close one. In live for us, it looked like it might have been okay, but lucky one for the Bulldogs who got the ball right on halfway, and we've got Chung with the ball taking it up. She's working with Perrott. And they'll drop it back in there, and they're making some nice, easy metres there, and there might be a penalty here. No, it's going to be a ball down. So, unfortunately for Bulldogs, those 50-50 calls are not going their way at the moment.
I don't want to sound critical, but they're not running hard. It's sort of 70%, whereas you look at the Roosters, they're running hard with effort and with purpose. Yeah,
they sure are. They're coming out of the box hard. And you see here at speed, but just as we say that, there's been an error.
Cursed.
The Bulldogs might have to start paying us here. We've got them a few penalties.
Sorry, Easts.
So here we go there. They're going to get a penalty 10 metres into the Roosters' territory. Move it up. Take as many metres as you can.
I'd like to see them get down and try and run a play before the third gap so they get 2 cracks was inside the 7.
Yes, that's Enright Bullock taking it up. She's working with Fionnett. Back inside there, we've got Kirk, and we've got an overlap here,
we
and
go.
we've got
First touch.
She'll be disappointed with that Sailor Parrot. It was one of those ones where do I hold it, do I pass, do I have a crack? I'll have a bit of an each-way bet and kind of throw a soft pass and...
finals pressure.
Not to be. That's
finals
exactly
pressure.
what it is. Scoreboard pressure, finals pressure.
Absolutely. If she had a time again, she would have held it, but wasn't to be.
Yeah, she knows. She's come off in the box. She's having a little think about it, but again, she'll get a drink, and we've still got another 15 minutes to see Sailor Parrot make a difference.
Absolutely. There's so much time still to go.
This is much better defence by Canterbury here, Mitch.
It is. I'd really like to see them settle down in attack, though.
Yeah.
Play a little bit more direct. If they get one try, they can get two.
Here we go. They've got another error. And again, we speak about it a lot, but it's reward for effort.
Yep.
And it's the effort in defence. They've gotten another penalty. They'll be able to bring it up a little bit further, listening to the referees. Bring it up, Canterbury.
It's going to be up to Tandek, right?
It is.
She's going to have to get them down there. Radio girls, this is what we're doing. Follow me.
Yep. And she's done that many a time before. So, and on the flip side, Roosters have got to stay composed. They're 3-0 ahead on the scoreboard. And they've just got to keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely they do.
So we see there we've got Crawford with the ball. She's going to be working with Cummins, and that might be a little bit too hard in the touch. Yeah. Summer Halliwell-Quinn, that was definitely a little bit too much force.
Yeah. Wasn't really needed either. 10 metres out.
Yeah, they had him under control for this set, but it's now given Tandek and Cummins another look at the line with a fresh set. They're going to phase it here. They've got to give it straight away. And then again, if they give it straight off the ground...
Oh, bad luck. Bad luck.
It was on.
It was fantastic. Two-phase play, so, East is scrambling as well as they could, and they just couldn't make the pass.
No, but we often see that one-phase play, but we don't often see the two there, so it was well done as we see enterprising play straight off the tap. Right foot step by Maddie Studden, and she's as fit as she's ever been as well, and they're just marching up the field, that slattery. Yeah. They're just sticking to their processes, the Roosters.
They are.
There's about 14 minutes left in this game, and there's Ruby Thomashu working with Bowery. They'll work here for a second phase play. Off they go. They're looking at Tandek. They're going the link hole, and that is three. One diving for the line, three diving in defence, and 3-on-1, and the defence came through there in the end.
If the coach, he'd be very, very happy to see three players with the, the urgency is the word I'm trying to get out, to dive. Look at that. All three. That's how much they want it.
Yeah.
But they've got an error, Gab. I didn't actually see what was happening there.
It's just a little error in the ruck, and again, it could be fatigue setting in. Those three players just had to do that big defensive set as we spoke about, and they're going to have to do another one here. So we've got Bowery there working with Thomashu, and they're just setting something up, and she might dive here, Tynese.
Good touch. Really good touch there from the link.
Yeah, that was Hayley Crawford there, and they're calling it out. Referee said, take it back, play the touch. Roosters won't be too disappointed there. They're going to get a chance to work out what moves they're going to do. They've got Sylvester at acting half. Working there with Bowery. We'll see what they're going to go here. They're going to go, might run behind. There we go. She's going to look for the long pass.
That's
dummy
down.
Long. Fooled us all. Fooled the Canterbury defence, and that might be the game clincher. 4-0, Tynese Bowery, Roosters over Canterbury.
Yeah, that might be the early crow, but that'll be very hard to come back from.
Very hard, and she's infamous, she's famous for this, Tynese.
Yeah, that's a good Rooster, and then just look at that. Takes off, engages, dummies to get the link to go out, plants the ball down. Great try, well done.
And she's very young, Tynese. She's only just finished the HSC. I coached her this year for New South Wales Triple C, and she's a beautiful young lady off the field as well, and very composed and extremely talented as well. So it's great to see her shining on the big stage. As we see Fearnet
they got a penalty.
She nearly sliced her way through three of them there.
She did.
Fresh set of 6, and they need to be next to score. I know that's cliche, but they need to be the next one to get the ball over the line.
Yeah, no, for sure. See if they can get a punish play there.
So we've got Parrott working. She's trying to find use her legs, but they've caught her onside there, the link there.
Yeah, good defence. Made the touch, pulled a nice corner, wasn't beaten short side gap.
No, so it was Emily Irons, and she's strong in defence. She scored a try and attack down here earlier, and now she's doing the work in defence. As we've got Fearnet there. Working with Andy Law and Tandek, and they've created some space here.
She's looking for a switch.
She was looking for a switch there.
Bad luck. Bad luck. Just not on the same page there, the girls.
No, they've still got a couple of touches here, and they've got their three star-started players on. We've got Tandek with the ball, working out here with Law, and Parrott there as well. They're digging into the line.
Dump.
Andy Law dropping it back, and she's going for the
touch.
dive, but an excellent touch, Mitch.
That's such a good touch from Sylvester. They
Yes.
went the out ball. She stepped back in middle, and she stepped into the space to make the touch.
Yeah.
Fantastic defence.
Yeah, her defence has been solid, Sylvester. They don't have many players on the field here. They're taking their time to get, but they've dropped it back inside. Excellent hands there. Abby Bonich.
Yeah, a bit of probably their worst set so far, Gab.
Yeah, and they're going to get a penalty. Oh, no, he's called, and
Drop
I think
ball.
a correct call.
Yeah, I think it was too. A little bit disjointed, a little bit unorganised. Canterbury need to get a bit of urgency here.
Yeah, they do, and Roosters have got to keep their foot on the pedal on the other side because you give them a sniff and they're straight back in the game.
Yeah,
And there's Keely
absolutely.
Silva working with Tandek, and there's Fearnet. Silva
better
will go
run.
to acting half. Cummins is coming onto the field. She'll be working with Tallulah Kirk. Cummins is pointing. She's taking off left. She's coming back in, trying to get the dump on the 7. She's done that successfully. She's through the gap, and that's a
Down.
try.
That's a try.
Welcome back, Canterbury.
Yes, welcome back. They deserve that too. They ran the ball hard.
Yeah.
They got fresh subs on, sent 2 touches to get the new players onto the field. Then they played nice and direct. A middle dump on the 7. Great early ball. And, you know, that's a good try.
10 minutes to go, 4-1. It was Cummins orchestrated that, and a little dish off, and Tallulah Kirk ran the hole perfectly. And you're right, it came from a really well-constructed set.
Yeah, it did. So they got to get a stop here. Must get a stop here, Canterbury.
Yeah, so 4-1. There's Sutton with the ball for the Roosters, working with Summer Halliwell-Quinn, and she has got speed, and she will dive. And there, a dive, beautiful dive there we see from Lauren Thorne. She's got to get up again. She's got to get another dive, and she's done
got a
that.
penalty.
She's up, she's down, she's up, she's down, and there's been a penalty. Couldn't do much more there, Lauren Thorne.
No, she couldn't. She's chasing both ways, diving all over the shop.
Yeah, they're putting their bodies on the line here,
Yeah,
and
they are.
they need to, the Bulldogs, because they won't want to let in a try here. We've got Maddie Studden at half, working with Barry, but what the ref going to call here? No interference. No, she's not going to give it up. You're going to have to defend here, Roosters. And that's a little win there for Bulldogs.
I think it's a very lucky win for the Bulldogs.
So-
I think there was hands in there, but
So that's Thorne there working. You've got to take your luck when you can get it. We said earlier in the game the rub of the green was going to the Roosters, but the tide's starting to turn as we see a
over the
penalty off
mark.
the ruck or over the mark.
Kate Phillips, bad luck. She's not happy with herself either.
No, she'll know that that's possibly a costly error for her team. So we see here there, Angel Barber, she's on the left-hand wing now. And there's Bowery working with Morden. It looks like Sylvester taking the ball up there on the right-hand side. And they're getting some fresh legs on here. Little step off the left. That's Emily Irons, and we've seen the impact she can have in a game. But we've got a 7 on. Explain that to the viewers at home for us, Mitch.
Yeah, for the viewers at home, it's 6 aside, and the 7th player cannot come onto the field until their player they're replacing has actually left the field. On that occasion, the player coming onto the field went on early, and subsequently it was a penalty.
Yeah, so there's a little door opening. They might get a penalty here.
Oh,
No, she's let her
again,
go back and play it.
Very lucky. It was a bad play, the ball.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Mitch. They're getting caught a little bit upright
They
in the
are.
touch, and it's making it a little bit easier to get bent back. The Roosters
Absolutely.
doing a good job. They're
Yeah.
strong in defence.
Yeah, winning the ruck.
All right, so we've got Tandek here. She's working with Fearnet. They've got a couple of touches to go, and there's Kirk. There's Fearnet. They'll be looking for Sailor.
Just can't seem to get the
No,
right
they can't unlock Sailor
momentum.
Perrott at the minute. They're going for a little short side play, and here we have their Neat Bowson
Fast
taking with the
transition.
ball. Yeah, they're just a little bit faster in that transition and getting to the
Yeah,
box.
they are.
And they've been showing that all weekend, the Roosters. They've had a really good tournament. There's 7.5 minutes left here. It's not all over yet, but they're definitely in the box seat to get that one of those tickets to the grand final, Mitch.
Yeah, it does appear that way. And they're in behind the middle. They're going to get the ball back in the middle for a scoop here, I imagine, Gab.
Yeah, so you'll have Davis working with Slattery,
Oh,
but we've
no, we've
seen
got a
another
forward
error.
pass.
But that was looking likely there for the Roosters.
It was, again, good flow through the midfield. Canterbury looked very tired, I do have to say. They looked tired.
Yeah, and it was definitely, I said earlier, this morning's game against Northern Beaches was a bit of a dogfight, and they didn't get on top of them until probably the last 6 or 7 minutes. So
Yep.
I dare say it might have taken a fair bit out of the legs.
Yeah, potentially.
All right, we've got Cummins with the ball, and she's going to work here with Crawford. We've got Andy Law just teetering behind the ruck. She's going to work here with Sailor Perrott, and they've got some of their star quality on. And Cummins is going to have to manufacture another try here, and she's looking likely. We've got Perrott, and Bella Slattery took another good touch.
Yeah, great touch. Right place, right time.
And possibly anyone but Bella Slattery there. Sailor Perrott's in for a try.
Yeah, more than likely. But look, that's a good touch there. So they've got to try and press forward here, though, Gab. they've got to try and get another turnover.
They have to, as hard as it is and as tired as you are. There's no tomorrow. There's no next game unless you get start clawing these tries back with about 6 minutes to go. And it's easy from here to say they've got an error there, so they've done well in their defence and they're straight on the ball, so you can see the intent.
Yeah, the East coaching staff are screaming. They are not happy. They are screaming, pointing directions. The last 3 or 4 minutes has been awful for East.
Yeah, so you cannot put the cue in the rack. As we see here, there's Crawford there now working with Chung, and she's coming on at speed, and that'll unlock Andy Law, and she's going to go straight through behind the line. It came from a beautiful dump, and Kelly
she
Silver.
Got the ball over the line.
She had to jump over the top of her own player, over a defender, and she couldn't quite get the ball in hand, but that was an opportunity for the Canterbury team.
That's so unlucky. She did so well, and that's a good touch there. She did so well there, Gab, but just to look at the replay, Law, exactly what they needed. She got through from half. The winger comes in behind.
She did everything but.
Bad
it would have been a classic catch had she had taken
absolutely. It. Catch of the summer.
Catch of the summer. I won't do the 12th man. I'll leave that to you. That was a poor interpretation there. Sorry, viewers on KO Freebies. I'll get back to calling the game as we see it. All right, we've got Sylvester in at acting half here, working for the Roosters. They're about 15 metres out from the Canterbury line.
Nice and direct here.
Yeah, digging it in. That was Bella Cable, working it inside and well touched there.
But it's a much better set from East.
Yeah, a lot better.
Playing straight down the middle after the spray they've just copped from the coaching staff. They've gone out there and executed exactly, what the coaching staff wanted.
Yeah, so they will want to put this game away. They do not want Canterbury to score another try. As we see Lauren Fawn, they're just buddying up the field here and making quite easy metres. They need a little bit more than that. They need to manufacture something. Clare Tandek's on the field, and as you said earlier, it's probably going to have to come from her. There's Tandek. She's coming a little blindside play. She's calling her offside.
The coaching staff are not happy.
No, there's hands on hips. They're having a little chat to the referee, but you're not going to change their mind at this point.
No, you're not going to change their mind there.
So we've got about 4 minutes to go at this point.
That's a bad play, the ball.
Yeah, and they might go. Yeah, you've called it early, Mitch. So they're still leaving the door slightly ajar, Mitch.
They are. Too many errors. Can Canterbury get one here to make East very, very nervous?
Yeah, but they need to do it quickly. It's got to be now. It's nearly got to be this set as we see. Yeah, that's okay. You're going to have to get straight back up into the line there from the Roosters. We see Cummins dig it in. We've got Tandek behind a couple of metres from the line.
They've
got caught up together.
It just hasn't been their game.
It hasn't been their day,
the jumper trips up the dummy half.
Yeah. Because that was looking like an opportunity for them. They had a Rooster player that had fallen earlier in the set, but now you see here, that looks like Sylvester out there, and another strong game from her, and they're driving it up the field. Their coaching box will be saying, do nothing silly, take it up the field, as Summer Halliwell-Quinn's done there.
And she does. They do exactly what the
coaching
coaching
staff... Yeah, there's Davis. I dare say she'll take off there, but they're going to get a penalty, which is even a better result for the Roosters.
It is a better result, but I think she was falling over, Gabbard. I don't think it warranted a penalty. But anyway, that's the way that the referees have seen it, and they'll be in no urgency here, East. They'll try and play their set out.
No, there's 3 minutes to go here. You've got Slattery on the field and working with Halliwell-Quinn. And there's Davies. That was a flat pass, but it's come back inside, and the refs are going to call that it looks like forward from here. Yeah, no, they've called it correctly. It was forward from the ruck.
Wow, bad luck.
Because that was the game there.
It was. Because they've run the punish play a number of times and scored a couple of tries. This time, they ran the punish play, stepped inside and popped the ball.
Yeah.
Saver middle wasn't there. That's a good run.
Excellent run by Sailor Parrott, and she's been knocked over, and she's got a penalty for her team. A little bit too hard there from Halliwell-Quinn. But time's of the essence now. There's just on 2.5 minutes. They're going to need something in this set of 6 if they're of any hope of an unlikely win here.
Yeah, they're going to... Nothing short of a miracle, I think, Gab.
Yeah. As we see there, Andy Law, and she's someone that can do something here.
Absolutely.
Pull a rabbit out of a hat, and she's going to need to here. She's going for a short side play there. They're seeing something down this short side. Thorne, they might get a dump. It's a sideways play the ball.
She wasn't square. Bad luck. Phillips, she's made a couple of really bad errors at the wrong time in the last 10 minutes, unfortunately.
And they're still promoting the ball here, Roosters. They are not letting Canterbury off the hook. They're not putting the cue in the rack. They're straight up the field. There's Davis. They're 10 metres out of into their own half here. We've got 1:40 to go, and that looks like Studden just carting the ball up the middle of the field.
Yeah, they're just rolling down the field.
Studden at half. She's gone blindside. She's going to throw that. Now, that should be a penalty.
She's trying to throw that into the creek.
Yeah, she sure is. I mean, it's going to be a penalty, but she still wasted probably 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah, she did.
So she won't be too unhappy with that. The clock's winding down. A minute and a half left. Roosters have booked their place into the grand final. Against who? We're not too sure yet.
Yeah, not sure who'll win the other semi-final.
Time will tell, but it's going to be a great game, whoever it is. But they're still going to they're not going to give up here, Canterbury. They're going to try and get another try on the borders. We see Chung there, jink one way, take the touch. That's Andy Law digging into the line there. Chung, she's doing a really good job there. Andy Law, she's got an opportunity out here. She's gone.
Oh, bad luck.
Yeah. They might get a penalty here, Canterbury. They'll get one last chance with the ball. They're going to be hard to beat, the Roosters, this afternoon,
Yeah,
Mitch.
I think they will. The recipe of what they're running, hard, straight, strong in the ruck, and they've got great footwork through the middle.
They sure do. Speaking
Numbers
of footwork,
here.
there's a chance here with Tandek to Parrott. Dropped her back inside. She might have just tipped her on the head.
It's a
touched her
great
on the
scramble.
head.
Great scramble. They're all moving. They're all connected.
Yeah, it'd be easy to just say, well, you know what, there's not long left. We can give a try here, but no way. And we see a long pass ripped out. Keely Silva, ball down. That's a try to Canterbury and a good way to end your tournament. Parrott to Silva, 4-2, but we may not even get time for the tap, Mitch.
No, we probably won't. They've kicked the ball back to halfway. They're in no rush at all. Really nice little Rooster play early release. Law, great ball, great hands, and an even better put down there from Silva in the corner.
Yeah, and they look excellent when they can unlock Andy Law.
Yeah, they do, and I think she needs to be moving on the ball, not the static place. So.
Yeah. And we hear the hooter in the background there, so that was a very good tussle. Roosters are high-fiving, and so they should be, because it was an extremely solid performance. 4-2 in the Women's Open semi-final. East over Canterbury, and you'll see the Roosters feature later in the Women's Open grand final. So, Mitch, they're going to be hard to beat.
I think they'll be very hard to beat, Gab.
So that's all we have from this Women's Open semi-final clash. Don't go anywhere on your KO freebies, because coming up next we've got a belter of a Men's Open semi-final, Newcastle against the Central Coast.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
I'm losing it.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
I'm losing it.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat?
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium for the New South Wales Touch Football State Cup 2024 Men's Open semi-final action. Two of the big guns go head-to-head. Newcastle undefeated up until this point. They come up against Central Coast, who had a massive result in their quarterfinal, smashing the Vorden Cup champions, Parramatta Eels 7-2. And for Central Coast, well, we weren't quite sure how they were going to fare on day three based on that result against Dawson on day one, but it seems like they're peaking at the right time, Jason Stanton.
I think so. Great to be here in the box with you, James. Yeah, Central Coast didn't have a good Friday, but what I really liked about it is it didn't seem to bother them. They really enjoyed their day two. They're full of run and lots of smiles this morning. I copped a couple of sledges saying, "You think we can't win? We will." So that was great to see.
Well, they certainly seem fired up for this one. It was a great performance from Newcastle in the quarterfinal against Hornsby, though it must be said certainly had the rub of the green. We'll see if that happens once more here. Touched in flight by the Dolphins. As a result, that'll be another set to work with 7 metres away. So Newcastle with Ritchie. Pop it out to that right-hand side. Atkins once more as an option. Oh, great read defensively. I think that might be Luke Kane who jammed out there.
It might have been Lennon.
Yeah, Lennon, I think
it was pretty good debut.
And now Edwards sending it long, finding a pass. Pop back on the inside. Ritchie's on the spot. Ritchie's got some speed. He gets around the outside of the cover defence and goes in on the first real test. It's ominous signs early.
Yeah, beautiful work there. And Jack Edwards, he sort of swept around and then he was able to straighten up and throw that long ball back. It's a really hard pass to do because you're off balance, but he made it look easy. Look here, he gets a good rip on the ball, rotation of the hips out, and then the pop back on the inside. We've seen that so many times to Ritchie. And he had a bit of work to do too, didn't he, James? It wasn't an automatic try. Ritchie had a lot of work to do to finish it.
Especially up against Josh Moffat, who's a terrific defender. As now Lennon takes off all. Lennon trying to squeeze through. Of course, Central Coast Dolphins, last year's victors at the 2023 State Cup. So a lot on the line here. And if they do get the victory, and Dawson, of course, in our other semi-final up against Bankstown, managed to get past the dark horses of the competition, and we could be looking at a grand final rematch. But the way that Newcastle have been building into this one, it's going to take some doing. As Ehlers now brings it forward. Simmons, little pass there for Edwards, wraps around once more. Ehlers once more on the charge, up towards halfway. Across that threshold, they've had wonderful drives all tournament. As Fitzhenry brings it forward now on the last for Newcastle. Howard popping a little pass, losing the footing there as Mitchell gets the flick pass away. Squires will let that one bounce over into touch.
Yeah, the Newcastle drive through that midfield's been a feature of their game throughout the whole tournament. It's why they've been largely unchallenged throughout it and definitely looking to be one of the favourites. So Central Coast are going to have to be active in midfield and meet them, and certainly they want to be completing their sets, not turning it over like we see it on this occasion.
Well, that was a feature in their game where Doyleson really humbled the Central Coast. There was a lot of loose ball, plenty of errors, and we almost saw it in the Vorden Cup Grand Final too, where they just couldn't quite find the finish. They were probably the better team, despite losing to Parramatta, and certainly they've rectified that in the quarters, but I need to be on song here as Atkins for Newcastle works it inside the 7. Now backpedaling just a touch. Watch for Floyd Ty. He was electric in that quarter. Atkins now takes off, looking for Botham, finds Botham. I think there was a bobble there. There was certainly also a touch from Rainer Badior. He's probably lucky actually there, Botham, because otherwise I think the knock-on would have been called, if not the touch.
Yeah, come back for an indiscretion. I'm not too sure if there might have been a bump or a grab or something in it. We'll have a look on the replay here. Great scoop, just a one-on-one. Just great foot speed, bit of a smoke up, and there might have been a little bit of push and shove maybe, but I don't think there's a lot in it. Central Coast, they've got to stick with them. They can't afford to let Newcastle get out to a jump in this one.
Ehlers now for Simmons. Ehlers, threatened to just push right through that gap. Now caught about 7 metres away. Great jamming in from Josh Moffat out wide. He's had a really good start here for the Central Coast Dolphins. Ty is looming in the background. Edwards picks it up at first receiver. Now looking for Ty. Floats it long. Easily taken in the end from Waters.
Yeah, pretty expensive there. I think Central Coast matched up a little bit better towards the end, but a couple of their players have been beat one-on-one, so a bit of an early warning sign there for Central Coast. They're going to have to be a little bit better in their D to match it with the Knights.
Nebel out of acting half an hour here for Shelley. Driving forward, last one. Good one-handed scoop here from Shelley. Back to Nebel, looking for an opening. Can't find it. Newcastle shutting things down. It's been played at a very, very fast tempo so far. About 4.5 minutes gone at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Great to have your company here on KO Sports for the Men's Open semi-final. 2024 New South Wales Touch State Cup. Last one here for Newcastle. Edwards off the right foot. Flat pass there, Darren Lockyer style, if you will, but not finding the mark, and that one goes to ground.
Yeah, pretty good drive there, so it's certainly something to look out for, James. Newcastle tend to get to their box very quickly in one or two touches, which provides them a great platform for the attack. Central Coast there coming up to second or third here. Newcastle doing a little bit better on their drive, so we'll see whether Central Coast can make an adjustment. That's probably, second or third turnover from the Coast, so they probably haven't had their best start to the game.
I'm not sure if they've completed a set yet, Stanta, but Newcastle will follow up in like kind. Both teams guilty here of very, very rough play the balls, as now Kane is out there for the Central Coast. So too Josh Moffat and Chris Lennon. So the big three on deck here for the Central Coast. They drop it down 7 metres away. Kane, Moffat, back to Kane again. Just holding things up a touch here with German. Kane will drop it about 8 metres away. Lennon looking long, finding Moffat, who is under pressure. I thought potentially the touch had come first, but that ball spills free, and Moffat's copped a little bit of a glance there as well from Doherty.
Yeah, there's been a couple bits of light contact there, so definitely Central Coast have got to get Chris Lennon, Luke Kane and Josh Moffat into the game a bit more. They need ball in hand. Chris Lennon, I think, could be the one that could cause the most damage to Newcastle, but at the moment they're getting a little bit outplayed in territory.
Oh, Atkins. It's nearly alive still for them. There was a touch just in time because Central Coast had stopped otherwise. As now Moffat starts to bring it forward. Run here for Kyle German. Luke Kane on the follow-up. Scooped from Jones, and up over halfway they go. So still they are winning this territory battle here, Newcastle. Last one now, well and truly away from the try line. Luke Moffat comes up with a flick pass, and typically we see that come out when there are no other options.
Yeah, so you notice there's Central Coast only getting about 10 metres over halfway on their set. Newcastle, as opposed to, this is their second touch, already over halfway. So that's that territory battle that Newcastle have been doing so well at this weekend. And Central Coast have to try and match that, otherwise this is going to be one-way traffic today.
Edwards finding a great pass. Squires now with the wraparound. It was Jack Edwards then who was following up. And Edwards here has been a perfect example of tapering his performance. He was a little bit quiet on days 1 and 2, but he's really stepped up on day 3. A massive performance in the quarters against Hornsby. 4 try involvements, including 2 tries himself. Central Coast still down by this 1 try. About 7 minutes gone here at Port Macquarie. Rainer Badior charging forward about 20 metres away from the line. Good metres here from Niebel. Now back it comes once more. Great release from Lennon. Here comes the dive from Niebel. They just got him in time. I think it was Simmons. Yes, it was Simmons making the touch.
Excellent defence from Newcastle out wide. They resisted the temptation to come and shut down there, and they left the one-on-one, and their middle was able to recover. So pretty good trust in the defence of the Knights on that occasion.
Last one now. Fitzhenry plays it. Howard takes off. Howard with speed. Burnston pops a pass. What a ball from Howard. Squires is on the spot. That's the best of the tournament. It's safe for the semi-final. What an absolute speculator over the top.
Absolute superb. And again, we've seen that one-on-one foot race with a scoop from dummy half the dummy, and then just too quick. Pinned his ears back straight in the in goal. This is where it got difficult, but not difficult for him. Threw it over his shoulder. I think he had a sixth sense there, James, and the Knights have jumped out to a 2-0 lead. What a start.
It's so nonchalant. It's even a spiral flick pass too. It's not just throwing it over the top of the shoulder. He's got the twist on the ball. So outstanding there from Howard, who, must be said, as Moffat has to dig himself, what we've come to see from Howard is more just the straight drives and the quick running style. It's not so much that finesse that's been part of his game in this tournament.
I think that's what caught the Central Coast Dolphins off guard. I don't think they were expecting that. And then I think, as you said, that spiral over the shoulder flick, I think the spiral was just to show us that it wasn't a fluke, James. He's like, I've done this before.
It's very classy from Howard. And now Central Coast find themselves 2 tries down early on in the contest. About a third of the way through it. Moffat to Kane. Kane with a little draw and pass. Once more, you'd just like to see Luke Kane step up a bit more here. In the Vorden Cup final, it was more Josh Moffat who was pulling the strings. He's out there with them as well. Kane turning away from Moffat. Floats it long here. Nowhere to go, though, for Ollie Jones. Haven't asked too many questions in this set so far as Richardson brings it forward. Last one now. Bouncing around. Back for Richardson. Trying to squeeze a little attempt at the line, but the ball comes free.
Yeah, pretty interesting tactically now, James. If we just reflect on the first 10 minutes, you know, I like to break it into 3 10-minute segments is generally how the game's played. We get a bit of fatigue setting in now, and Newcastle have been able to hurt Central Coast in one-on-one matchups. James, just one player taking on the offside player in front. Central Coast haven't had any luck doing that, so they should be moving towards second phase plays now. Maybe sweepers going against the grain. They've got to look for different things because the one-on-one battle has been won by the Knights.
Ellis was trying to take off there on the last, but caught by Luke Moffat. And you mentioned fatigue there. It's very hot in Port Macquarie, 31 degrees for those who aren't quite attuned to how that whole temperature gauge works. That's actually taking the shade, so you can add a fair few more degrees in direct sunlight here. It's very warm. As now on the charge comes Hemi Nebel. Great pick up here from Lennon. Lennon delaying the pass. Great ball on the spot, and they will get the try.
And again, we've seen that one as a little bit different type of attack. As I said, coming into the second 10, where they've had attack, a play on the back of a drive, a beautiful scoop there from Lennon. You'll see, looks like he's going to pump long there for a second, and then just hit the number 17.
And Jared Rainabadio.
Trying to think who it was. Yeah, Rainabadio for the try. So, yeah, we needed that. We've got a contest now.
Good honesty there too from Sam Mitchell. He was thereabouts, but said to the referee, no, I didn't get there in time. It's now Floyd Ty. Pops a little pass back to the middle. Great hands in the end from Fitzhenry. It was a tough one to take. Got to be watchful here for Ty. He proved in that quarterfinal he can certainly sling a long ball. One time he played short. Howard's out there as well now for them. He's already come up with a bit of a miracle. Howard sending it wide. He'll simply kill that well away from the Central Coast box, then also soak up a few more seconds.
Yeah, and you mentioned some of those players when they get the hot hand. That's a bit of a challenge for the team. You've got to get the ball in their hands, get him in the game. We want to see Jack Edwards. We want to see more of Floyd Ty. And if you look on the Central Coast side of the ledger, we want Luke Kane with ball in hand, as we see here. We want Chris Lennon in the action. We've got to get the big names in the game to get the win.
That's exactly what's happened here for this set. Lennon takes off. Great speed from Lennon. Popping a little pass. Knocked down for mine there from Newcastle. Well, I thought Simmons batted it away. And potentially also out there Nicholas Caruso, who was hanging on the wing. Yeah, it was Caruso that, in my mind, got a fist to it. Must have been a Central Coast hand on it. We might get a chance to have another look at that as Newcastle work it up towards halfway. Turn back here for Howard. Nice evasive technique. Up over halfway they roll. Mitchell driving forward. And come back for a penalty.
Yeah, and there's that. They got to the substitution box in 2 touches again. But, I mean, just to reflect back on that previous sequence, Chris Lennon, absolute electric the way he got into the in goal. And then we'll see whether they can do that on more occasions. So, Central Coast, a couple missed opportunities. This could easily be 2-2, but instead we've got the Knights up by 1 with their noses in front.
So now Ritchie brings it forward. Already has a try in this semi-final. Would love a second. Good touch made there from Kyle German. Back to the 7 they go. Edwards just waiting for his moment to inject himself in the action. Ritchie sends it over the top. They've stripped them for numbers. It was building nicely. Final pass from Mitchell under pressure, but didn't quite hit the mark.
And this is good from the Knights. Charging up in defence, active, making it hard for Central Coast to get to their box. This is their 3rd touch coming here, so I keep labouring that point because, in contrast, Newcastle are getting to their box in 1 and 2. So it's showing that territory dominance that the Knights have got.
Scooped up here on the last now by Nebel. Sends it wide. What a ball. That is all well recovered in the end from Nicholas Caruso. But we'll come back for an extra set here for Newcastle. Central Coast, should I say.
Yeah, good opportunity for them now. We're approaching the midpoint in this semi-final matchup. 2-1 to the Knights. They probably had the better of the first 15, but Central Coast will be looking to sneak one back here and get Newcastle looking over their shoulder.
So Raina Badior drops it about 8 metres away. Nebel waiting for a chance to strike. Now they'll find Moffat with the long-range effort. Good touch coming in. Well, there's a second inside the 7 now.
Yeah, second penalty, so they'll be looking to be patient and try and ask some questions of the defence. If they get a 3rd penalty, that'll be an exclusion, and one of the Newcastle defenders will have to step off to the side, creating a 6-on-5. Big challenge coming up here for the Knights.
Moffat went directly at Ritchie, who must have only just got back there in time. There might have been a head clash as well here between the two of them in the dive. Moffat was a little slow to his feet, and certainly Ritchie was a bit worse for wear, but they'll both continue on. Moffat back to Lennon here. Now Raina Badior. Lennon waiting here at first receiver. They don't like to play the ball, though, the referees. It wasn't square.
Yeah, indiscretion there. So Moffat's had a couple really close chances there with the dives now, James. So now we want to look for, that sort of like that play against the grain or going the other way. You know, we want to look for something a bit more expansive now because Moffat's definitely conditioned the defence for that dive. He's pulling the Knights in.
So now Simmons driving forward, great metres too. Ehlers takes off once more. There's an indiscretion in the roll ball.
Both teams probably guilty of not really completing their sets at times. So certainly this one's still in the balance, and I think both teams, to be fair, would got a little bit more than what they've shown us in the first 15.
We've hit that halfway point now as into the action comes Riley Burke, popping a little pass, and Josh Moffat is there along with brother Luke. Now Josh taking off, quick hands here. They were looking for an extra set, and I think they'll get it too. No, in fact, it's going to go to Newcastle. Well, the Moffat boys were pointing.
Yeah, I think there was a late pass, prior to the deflection, so that's probably what happened there. So good spot from Calabria, the referee. And here the Knights again get into their box in 2 touches, James. This is starting to become a bit of a trend for them, and Dolphins are going to have to try and handle that.
Howard off to Fitzhenry. Last one now for Newcastle. Edwards threatening to bomb it long. Edwards finds a great pass to length. The flick came out just shy of the mark there for Hugh Doherty. Otherwise, he would have added another one to his ever-growing tally here at the 2024 State Cup. He scored plenty of tries, Hugh. It's now Central Coast. Head out to this left-hand side. Still at 2-1. 13 and a half to go. A long way from home. As Kane brings it forward. Now Lennon at full tilt. Lennon picks it up, or at least tries to. There was a real mess in the roll ball as well. Now, that could have gone either way, but it will favour Newcastle.
Yeah, a bit of contact again, but that was last touch coming. I don't think the Central Coast are getting enough out of their sets. Again, Newcastle, second touch at the box. So Newcastle, even though it's only 2-1, I think they've definitely got the ascendancy here as we approach the last 10 minutes. The champion minutes. Who's going to be in the State Cup final?
Atkins draws the penalty there. We'll get an extra set to work with. Great chance now for Newcastle. We'll have the full complement right up on the line. Chance to ask plenty of questions. Got Ritchie out there. He's already scored a try. Floyd Ty in the number 40 with the hot hand. And Atkins is a very busy player as well. Jack Edwards not on deck at the moment, though. Mitchell will bring it forward. Ritchie. Now to Atkins once more. Just looking to condition the middle of touch. Atkins back here for Ritchie. Sends it long. Chance to pop it back on the inside a little bit too early. Oh, but beautifully worked from Mitchell. Well, he still had a lot of work to do there. I thought the pop back from Doherty was maybe a little bit too early, but Mitchell with that great sleight of hand and just enough of a delay sets up the try.
Yeah, fair bit to unpack here. They actually ran the quickie, getting it back, the quickie like return or the quarterback, and it looked like Central Coast had done enough to handle it. You'll see here it's a 3-on-2, the long ball to the winger, and they've actually come out and bought enough time, but then the Knights just had that extra pass, that extra effort, a little bit, sort of almost, I thought they'd handle that, James, but it wasn't to be, and now it's out by 2, and there's a bit of work to do for the Coast in this last 10 minutes.
And also a bit of concern here for Josh Waters, so you might have seen on that replay, jamming in there trying to shut it down with Casey Shelley coming through. The elbows just clipped the back of the head there of Josh Waters, but good to see he's back to his feet. I guess that might be him done for this particular game, though, with HIA protocols, as Raina Badior brings it forward. Moffat waiting in at acting half. Pops a little pass. I'd love to be next to score. Josh Moffat taking off again here. Pops a little late flick for Lennon. Lennon, yet again, taking off. He was trying to usher Moffat back underneath, but Moffat was a little bit flat-footed on that occasion. And as we approach the final 10 minutes, this is now do or die for the Dolphins. They haven't really got into their groove as of yet, I still feel.
Yeah, I think they've been a little bit off balance. That's why I kept sort of labouring on that point about the midfield. I think Newcastle have done a good job of getting more ball, dominating the territory, unsettling Central Coast a little bit, and that's sort of reflected by having more ball on the Central Coast line and, consequently taking their opportunities for this 3-1 lead. It's Central Coast have got to dig deep here. We haven't seen their best so far.
I think if Newcastle score here, I'd be close to calling it. They've certainly dominated field position and just the pace of the game more generally. Ty with a couple of big left foot steps. They've done enough in the end through Jared Raina Badior, who came across and made a touch right on the line. Fitzhenry out here for Howard once more. Drops it down. Howard scheming. Oh, easy as you like. Bounces around, collapses quickly. It was Hemi Nebel who was caught out, and they couldn't provide the cover back through the middle. What a match Reeve Howard's had.
And the Newcastle Knights, we've just seen the momentum, the weight of possession, a beautiful dump on the 7, breaking to the open side. It looked like there wasn't a lot in it. The defender needed to get 2 steps back, and on that occasion, I think it was Howard, was it, spotted it and just went straight at the legs and got the result. So 4-1 now. It's almost insurmountable. What can the Coast do? They're going to need to score here. They're going to have to make their move quickly.
Lennon sending it long. And there's perhaps that frustration coming out. Nothing has really gone to plan so far for the Central Coast, and they're just starting to push the passes a touch more. So 4-1 with 9 minutes to go. There is still certainly enough time for the Dolphins, but it's more a case of how they've been playing in this semi-final. It's all been dictated by Newcastle. As Ritchie pops up a little pass here for Atkins, and they continue eating up the metres as easy as you like. Once more, dominating field position here. They'll drop it down. Last one, Ehlers with the 2-handed pickup, trying to bounce through the middle. And it's almost a weird thing to say. That's one of the poorer sets for Newcastle, believe it or not.
Yeah, they've been pretty consistent, and like we didn't, as you reflect back, we didn't see enough of this in last year's event. We didn't see it at the Country Champs, only little spurts of it. But it looks like over the last couple of months they've been building momentum, and we're seeing them at their best today in terms of controlling the game. Maybe not as much flair as we see in other events, but they're definitely a very mature professional performance here, and they're strangling Central Coast out of this one.
It's good coaching from Matty Richards, of course, part of the men's 30s Australian side lineup there. A victorious campaign over in Nottingham for the World Cup. And we've talked a little bit about a lot of the players that have gone over there, but also for the coaches too. They take so much away from a successful campaign, and they can impart that on the players.
I think so. You come back with extra confidence. You win a World Cup, you put some of your sort of tactics and ideas in play, and they're successful. So you come back with confidence. You deploy them at the night, so it's no surprise to see a bit of a new-look team here. A little bit of frustration now with the Dolphins as they can see the clock fast becoming their enemy.
You see there in the background as well, Waters still being attended to, so hopefully he's all right. And Central Coast jam in and shut that one down. Nowhere for Connor Edwards to go. Howard. And they've kept him on. That's good to see. So that's a nice response from the coaching staff. Howard's been on fire in this game. We're probably looking more to the likes of Floyd Ty and Jack Edwards, but it's been Howard who's taken this one by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, I think so. They've all done their job, but certainly, Ty and Edwards hasn't, shone and, won it on their own. It's been a really good team performance from the Knights. You'll see here around the midfield, see how they're meeting them. They're not rolling back. So this will be Central Coast. I think it's their 4th touch. They've made an error, see. So that's really reflective of what's happened throughout this game, and Newcastle have done a great job at controlling this game, completing their sets, going the whole 70 metres. We'll see here again, that's first touch and a penalty again. So they've done a great job at controlling possession and territory, James.
Nathan Cook, who was caught there out of acting half, hence the turnover. If you're new to touch footy, if you are running out of acting half and the opposition catches you, that is an immediate turnover. Newcastle send it down to this left-hand side. Only 6 minutes remaining now. If the comeback is on, it has to start very quickly here for Central Coast. Atkins, short pass. Now picks it up once more. Taking off, Rainer Badior was offside. Fortunately, he didn't make an impact on the play, and there's the turnover. Oh, now was that kicked away there? Yes, it was. So they'll get marched upfield.
Yeah, it's been interesting that the Central Coast, obviously the current champions, are, for at least the next 5 minutes, they're the champs, and I think they just haven't been able to make those adjustments. I think they've sort of got sucked into a little bit of the one-on-one type contest with the Knights, and I think they needed to play a little bit more, connected type plays, 3-man plays, 4-man plays in the line, whether that be sweepers or a bit more expansive. I think they've sort of got a bit caught up in trying to beat Newcastle with their feet one-on-one, which is a bit of a shame. Hasn't really worked here today.
Now both are picking up good metres, all heavy contact there with Moffat. And that was one that was engaged by Newcastle. It wasn't really Moffat who was the enforcer. That's why the turnovers come. So less than 5 to go. Really need something on the board here, and they will respond, coaching staff, by getting Chris Lennon and Luke Kane involved. And I'd just love to see Luke Kane step up here. Thought he was quiet at the Vorden Cup final. Now's the chance to shine. Drops it down on the 7. Lennon looking once more, sending it long. Great pass. Oh, lovely bat down from Squires. He saves a try.
Yeah, they've saved a few. Again, that's a bit more expansive. That's what I wanted to see a little bit more of from the Knights. Kane and co there with Lennon and Moffat. They're not done yet. They've still got a little bit to throw at him.
Lennon wrapping around once more. Back here for the run of German. German can't squeeze through the middle. Taimana Ella's got him easily. Just have all the answers at the moment, Newcastle. Kane once more. Brings it forward. German. Lennon threatening, trying to find a pass. Played at there from Mitchell. Ball goes to ground. There's a penalty, though. Offside was the initial indiscretion. Yeah. There's an issue here, too. Looks to be, I think that's Josh Richardson who's heading off out the back. So they're down by 2 men now. Water's already ruled out.
A couple injuries. Hopefully they're okay. But see this little sequence here, James. This is a good snapshot of what I would have liked to have seen a bit earlier. Really good attack from Central Coast. Trying a few different plays. A couple long balls, a few out the back. This is a bit more variety. Then they'd probably look to do, if they can get a second phase dump here, that'd probably open up this Knights defence. But it's good to see him making some late adjustments. But Knights have been having all the answers so far.
Lennon just goading them in to come up to meet him. They didn't do so. There's a second penalty. They won't want to have someone sat down here, the Knights, though. Lennon pops a little pass here for Kane. Lennon once more takes off on the right foot, diving from distance. Good touch made through the middle by Simmons. Now, Lennon's a little worse for wear off the back of that too. But I think part of that might just be frustration.
Yeah, I think day 3, bit of fatigue, bit of frustration. They can look up and see the scoreboard's winding down. It's becoming very, almost mathematically impossible unless they can get a bit of a run of tries now.
Kane all the way through, popping a pass. Lennon arrives late. It's not done with yet. Well, there's a conference here by the referees. I think they'll still point to the spot. Yes, they will. So 4-2, just over 2 minutes to go. It's not impossible, but they've got to be perfect from here, the Dolphins.
Yeah, pretty good scoop. You've been saying for a while now you want to get the ball in Kane's hands, and a nice dummy, good footwork straight in the in goal, and that man Lennon, they get the try. So gets back to 4-2. I think if they're not successful in the miracle comeback, I think they'd rule a few missed opportunities. Hasn't been overall their best game, but to be fair, the Knights have really dominated the ball control and the field position. The field position and the possession, like all of the stats, so they've made it hard work for the Dolphins.
Ty now floating along, that looks to have gone forward. Squires was trying to bat it on. They'll have to get on with it very quickly here, the Dolphins. 90 seconds on the clock. They've got to go the length and then hope for a very quick set from Newcastle, but they just need to throw caution to the wind, not almost go away from the subs box, and that's exactly what they've done. So they'll try and get a few players on deck in the meantime. Luke Moffat brings it forward. Now here's Josh Moffat. I don't think they even wanted that penalty. They just wanted the continuance of play there. So they'll get on with it nice and quick now.
I don't think there's enough time there, but see if they can finish with a good one. Here we see Kane and Moffat and Lennon. They've got the big 3 there again. See if they can muster up one more try.
Nebel out there too. It's a little bit too slow here for the Dolphins. It's almost resignation of the outcome. Moffat floating a cutout pass, knocked away by Doherty, and that will do it here for Newcastle. The clock will beat them. 45 seconds, the margins too. Moffat exits the pitch, and that's probably a good indication that they know they can't win it when you take Moffat off at this time.
Yeah, it's been a good tournament for them, coming back, trying to, with their bid to go back-to-back. Just haven't been able to put it all together.
With a great ball, though. Unfortunately, it's going to come too late in the piece with less than 30 seconds left. Now, surely, all Newcastle need to do here is just one-out runs. Don't let the ball sing. Don't give the opportunity for an intercept.
Yeah, and it's a little bit. I think for the Knights, not the Knights, sorry, for the Dolphins faithful, that sort of try is a little bit annoying because we've seen that against the grain, and I think we spoke about that 15 or 20 minutes ago. They needed to do those sorts of plays a bit earlier. So it's a little bit bittersweet to see that it's a great try, but I think the Dolphins would be thinking, it would have been good if we could change that up a little bit earlier.
Well, the champions have tumbled. They were the winners of the 2023 State Cup, but they won't get a chance to defend their title. Newcastle march on to the grand final. We'll find out very shortly who they'll take on, whether it's Doylestown or Bankstown. Bankstown, of course, being the underdogs there. Doylestown have really set the standard along with Newcastle in this competition. But they will fall short here, the Dolphins. No chance to defend full time at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The Newcastle Knights march on to the tune of 4-3. We'll take a quick break on KO, and then all the action with our women's 20s grand final between Manly and the Northern Beaches up next.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
I'm losing it.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie for the New South Wales State Cup Finals Day. It's 2024. My name's Gab Rose. And here we've got our first grand final fixture, championship game. It's a women's 20 match between Manly and Northern Beaches. So we've come all the way to Port Macquarie and we've got a local derby that live about 5 minutes up the road from each other. Now Manly they're coming into the line here. We see Imogen Sayer drop the ball back in, and that looks like Tasma Patterson, but well touched there by the Northern Beaches middle. So Manly come in from a semi-final win, 8-1 over Newcastle, whereas Northern Beaches had a bit of a tighter tussle, 4-3 victors over Wagga. And as we spoke about this morning, we see a hard touch there, and she's going to get penalised there, Alyssa Medved, one of the captains of this team for Manly. And they're a star-studded outfit, the Manly Sea Eagles. They've been together for probably 4 or 5 years, coming through the junior ranks of Junior State Cup and state titles, and now into Senior State Cup. And they're on the main stage here, and there's some good combinations to look out for. But if we look across to Northern Beaches, who have taken the ball up into the Manly side of the field, we've got Amelia Smith there. Looks like she's going to take off from half. She's going to look right. She's thrown a nice pass, but just couldn't find her player there in Matisse Bettridge. So we've got the Berryman clan, as we often find in Northern Beaches team, and we've got the Parkies. And you'll see an excellent game unfold here. It should be exciting. There we see Sayer taking it up there, making a few extra metres for her team. Working with Chase Parrott. Winger takes the ball down there. We've got Hannah Stacey in there, but they showed in their last game they just never take their foot off the pedal. And in a championship round, it's all systems go for the entire 30 minutes. As we see there, the number 37, she's taken off right, she's looked left, she's gone for the cutter, and if she could have got hold there of Jazzy Vera, it would have been first try to Manly because she is super fast. Northern Beaches are to snuff out that first raid, and they're going to take it up the field here. Working towards their side of the box, and that's some excellent metres there by their winger for Northern Beaches. So you see here, skipping onto the field, trying to find that middle defender and see who she can engage. Now they're going direct, and we've got Camille Berryman working it up. Camille Berryman again, off the right, tried to find Chanel Berryman, but not to be there. And we've got Nick Rangi as well, the number 6 in the link position out here. So we're about 2.5 minutes in, and for our viewers in that may not have watched too many games of touch and have come on to watch their friends and family be playing, it's a 30-minute turnaround in this format. So after each try, we see the teams turn around. And we see here skip off the right, and she's thrown a long pass again. They're definitely looking to unlock Jasmine Vera there. Couldn't on that occasion. It was Coco Masters. And another one to watch for the Manly. But as I said, they've got future stars right across the field here, and combinations galore, as will the Northern Beaches team made up with a fair few family members. It's good push defence here by Manly, and they're trying to keep Northern Beaches in their own half. Skipped off the right, going to play it directly on the nose. She's pulled out of the touch. Made an extra few metres there. Kelsey Berryman, another one to watch for Northern Beaches. Working here with Talia Berryman. And whilst young, they have good experience, this Berryman family. So that's Talia Berryman, skipping out, skipping in. Where's she going to go? And she's going to skip straight to the corner there. We've got Estelle Alkin. And this big dive at the end, and it's 1-0 Northern Beaches. That's going to look fantastic on the replay. Estelle Atkin, well done. Looked for the space, stepped off your left, and we'll see it here on the replay in just a moment. So they're all looking at Berryman. Atkin gets the ball, or Aiken gets the ball, skips outside her player, goes directly for the corner. Beautiful dive. Well done, Estelle Aiken. First try in the grand final for the women's 20s division. We're back live to the action. That's Sayer there. They wouldn't often come from behind Manly because, as I said, they've got a lot of star-studded powers. Medved plays a passive play out the back to Patterson. Couldn't quite get the hands to it there. So they've done a good job there, Northern Beaches, and trucking it up the field there was Berryman. So working hard in attack and defence. They'll be really happy with their start, the Northern Beaches team. Transitioning well, again, trying to get to the middle of the field and engage those middle defenders of Manly. Dropping it back inside there was Amelia Smith. And we see there Anderson working with Smith. Dropping back in, last touch. Medved's claiming acting half, and she was correct, so she's straight on the ball there. We're looking at here, they're looking to promote that Sayer onto Patterson. And there we had Matilda Daniels as well. Working well, Chase Parrott. She's got a good ball skills, Chase Parrott. She's finding the middle defender there. Onto dropping it back in. Here we go. We've got Zara Halliday, another one to watch. Yeah, it's fifth touch there. She's got behind the line here. On to Chase Parrott. Ball down. 1-1. We're all drawn up here. 1-1 Manly, Northern Beaches. And a try to Chase Parrott. She's always in the action, Chase Parrott. And on the replay here, last touch. Out she goes. Looks patiently, and Chase Parrott pushing up in attack, and she's got herself a try. So it's 1-1 here in the women's 20s championship game. No second prize here, as Jimmy Barnes would say. It's all systems go for the next 25 minutes. Northern Beaches coming into the line to attack. A little skip there. We had Berryman. On to Nikau Rangi, but ball down there. Manly will take a breath here. I'll take a breath as well. It's hot conditions here in Port Macquarie. We're just gone over the stroke of midday, 12:30. But it feels like it's getting hotter as we go. Coco Masters there. Driving the ball forward. They're going to come across to their box here. And as we spoke about, they might be young, but there's a lot of experience, particularly in these big games, and that can come to the forefront in these grand finals. We've seen Nina van der Ridden and another player to watch for Manly. Medved, they're going to run this fly play. They've done it a few times with success, and they've done it again. That's Imogen Sayer. 2-1, it feels like rinse, wash, repeat. I saw that a few times this morning in the quarterfinal, and I'm seeing it again in the championship game. So it's now 2-1. You'll see on the replay, they come on at speed, and Medved dishes the ball to Imogen Sayer. She looks long, goes, no thank you, I'm going straight through there and I'm going to take a try myself. And again, that's the fly play we talk about for those people watching at home. Beautiful dive. Might have winded yourself there, Imo, but you won't mind because you've got to try for your team. So it's 2-1 now. We're 7 minutes into this clash. It's probably going to be a try frenzy, I would say. All these girls have probably played about 7 or 8, maybe even 9 games coming into this championship game. So the legs are weary, but they all want to get that gold medal around their neck as they head to the club tonight, or back home to school probably for many of them. So they've got a whole set here. We've got Berryman looking. They look like they might be wanting to run a sweep play, but you can see there Van der Ridden coming out strong in that link position. She's light on her feet, Nina, so it's a good play for her. Working there, off the right, coming back the left. And they've still got a touch. And again, we had the Charlie Evers, and she scored a bucket of tries in the quarterfinal this morning, but doing her work there in defence. She's going to have to work hard here as well, and as she does, diving try right on cue. Thank you, Evers. And an incorrect play the ball there, so you've got to actually play the ball directly towards your opposition's goal line and get it through your legs. So Manly let off the hook here as they come up the field, and we saw this morning they're quick to promote the ball. They never just take it under the wing, these Sea Eagles. They're trying to fly wide. Stroke of halfway there, they're moving up, and that's Patterson there. She takes the ball. She's a very solid player, Tasma Patterson. We see a skip out there. Dropping it back in, driving the ball in is Charlie Evers. She's ever ready there. She'll be looking for a try there, running off the back of her players, running through, and Chase Parrott nearly had a double. She's following along behind very closely. Young Chase. Patterson. She's called play on. I'm not sure if the touch was affected. No, they're calling the touch. Referee says 6 touch. And Northern Beaches will head towards their box. So it's action aplenty here at Port Macquarie. As we said, we had a massive storm yesterday and power was cut out to most of the town, but you wouldn't know it today looking at the field. And the people from Bar TV and obviously KO Freebies have done a great job to get all the technical issues sorted, and we are back here live with the action and seeing these grand finals. This will be a beautiful pass there. Out to the wing and something nearly eventuated. Dropping it back in, little short side play, and won't be penalised there. But it's given her team an opportunity to get back, and they'll probably look at this rush defence here, I would say. When we're talking about that push defence, it's where you're coming. It's not actually pushing the players too hard. It's pushing up in your speed of play. So you usually send 2 or 3 players up, and it's like a wave-like defend. Waves in the ocean. So we've got Manly versus Northern Beaches, so 2 seaside suburbs. So they should both be good at the wave defence, I dare say. We see there a little skip out. Coming back in. And that's Medved. You can see her heavily strapped, working with Sarah, and they work so well together, those two. We've seen it throughout the tournament. Their combinations, and they would have played together for many years. Oh, good hands there by Northern Beaches, and they're also promoting the ball with little abandon. They're not worried about ball control. They're just saying, I can see space and I'm going to get to it. They're settling down. They're going to come straight through the middle, trying to get a direct ruck. The latch, we call that play. They're coming on at speed here, and there's going to be an opportunity under there. Looks like Camille Berryman working with Chanel Berryman. They're working together, the family crew. Practiced it for many years, but 6 touches there. Imo Sayer up to it there. But as you can see there, Medved straight onto the ball, giving it to Sayer, letting it rip out to the link. There's a little opportunity down here on the wing. They play it safely there. That was Hannah Stacey there at acting half. Working there now. She's going to go there through Stacey. She's had to pass off there. We've got Charlie Evers back into Evers. Pointing fingers, looks like McMaster's, ready to see what she can manufacture. In fact, that's Zara Halliday here, playing the ball now on the 7, exactly where they want it. She's got it back, Halliday. And she might have helped herself to a try there. Yep, it's an all clear from both referees. 3-1. Manly now skipped out to an excellent lead on the back end of a Zara Halliday special. So you can see they get to play the ball here. Well, we're just getting to the replay now. You can see the play the ball here on the 7. Halliday demands the ball back, looks out, goes long. Beautiful dive in for the try. 3-1. Man, we see a second replay here right on that advantage line. One's going forward, one's going backwards. Halliday says, I will take that try. So Northern Beaches need to stay with them here. They've done a really good job at the start of this game. We're just over 11 minutes in. 18 and a half minutes to go, and it'll be tries aplenty as the game wears on and it heats up on and off the field here at Port Macquarie. And we'll just, while we get a moment here, we'll give a shout out to all the referees and the officials from New South Wales Touch, Dean Russell and all his crew. They've done an amazing job through all weather conditions and everything that goes on. They're here before sunrise in the morning and here after dark each night. So it's we see a beautiful pass there. The referees called it forward. I was about to put it down that Jasmine Berry had an excellent try out on the wing, but not to be. The crowd not happy. The Northern Beaches crowd wanted a try there. As we do, we love an entertaining brand of footy, but not to be. Referees got it right there. As we see an error there, they've thrown it right out the sideline to a player going out, Manly. So they're starting to turn the screws, Northern Beaches, getting a few opportunities, but they've got to stay calm and not panic. We see Berryman there working with Aiken, and we've seen her skip out for a try already this afternoon. There's Berryman. She's looking for a 2-on-1. There's plenty of space to be found. Patterson up to it. Working there. There's Bettridge with Berryman and Aiken. There's Berryman. Beautiful long ball. She tried it before. Out of the hands correctly, but you can see there Hannah Stacey. She learnt from what happened a minute ago, and she was right there to take, if she'd managed to catch that there, Jasmine Berry. So we're now 13 minutes in. A good little dish off there. Gained an extra 10 metres for her team there in Manly. And there's Stacey working it up Van der Rearden. She'll go straight forward as we see Imogen Sayer. She's already had a try today and a few this morning. She'll be looking for some more to add to her personal tally as well as Manly's team tally. Taking it up about 8. Oh, that was probably flat, maybe a bit more than flat, but a beautiful pass. It's play on. And fortune favours the brave, and Manly, there's fist pumps in the box. They're going to have a bit of a discussion. I thought one of the passes was forward a little bit earlier. And the referees are with me on this occasion. Thank you, ladies. We're saying a forward pass. And unfortunately for Manly, it's no try, but Northern Beaches, as we see the replay here, that one was forward off the ruck from Van der Ridden to Sayer. After that, it was beautiful play from the outside players by Manly, but not to be. Ball was called back. Well, we see a collision there in the ruck, and Imogen Sayer's going to be penalised there. Coming in with the shoulder looked to be the referee's signal. So Northern Beaches will get a tap just shy of halfway. They're working it in there. We've got Anderson, really good run there. Took a good touch from Nina Van der Ridden. Working with Smith. There's Anderson with Smith. Back to Anderson. Anderson, they need to find a player underneath them there. We've got Rigoli. There's Smith. There's Rigoli coming on the sweep play, looking for a gap out this way. They're going to have to go back the other way. That's Lawson. Good hands, but equally well defended by Manly. And you can see there on your screen, the Manly defence, they didn't panic. They just came up, they held their line, and they worked together. It would have been good communication skills. And the female program, the male program at the Manly Touch Association is indeed excellent. And we see these girls coming through knowing the process, exactly what to do in attack and defence. That's a charging run there from Medved, and let it rip there did Vera from acting half. And same again goes there. And we've got Zara Halliday, never far out of the action. Halliday, and we're working through here. We've got the number 30 seconds working with Halliday, and she's in for a double. And halfway through this clash, it's now Manly 4, Northern Beaches 1. So we don't have the number 37 on our team sheet for Manly here, so apologies that we don't have your name. If we can rectify that, we will, because you're having a cracker of a game here. You've gone straight through the middle. Halliday following behind, and easy as you like, she gets her second try for the day. But that looks excellent. And Manly, they're starting to unlock the shackles. And Northern Beaches, you need to get the ball down the other end because there's so much potential in this team. You're in a championship match, 14 minutes to go. You've got to throw everything and the cliched kitchen sink at them as well at this point. And they're running hard there. We've got Berryman working with Berryman. So it's Berryman to Berryman. That's Kelsey Berryman there. Working with Chanel Berryman. Last touch. Yeah, they couldn't quite get it right there. They were looking for some type of little gap. It wasn't to be. Manly were up to the task there, and as you can see straight away, they're just getting it straight out to their box, and then they'll cart the ball forward as we see Patterson recycle it there to Stacey, and she's safe as banks out there, Stacey. She's doing a really good job there. And we see Carissa Smith into the action. Working here. Oh, step off the left, and she's gone straight through there. Looking for Nina Van Ridden, and there you go. It's 5-1, and another try to Manly, and it's on the back of driving the ball forward, digging into the line, and just a scoop and running direct at the offside players. Nina Van Ridden will be happy with that try. If we get the replay up here, you see she digs into the line, steps off the left. They have to stay out the defenders in case they pass it. Gets behind the line. Beautiful pass, and Nina puts it down, a try onto your tally. So there's 13 minutes to go in this game. We're 5-1 Manly over Northern Beaches. Northern Beaches bringing it back down. We'll see what they can do here. Working hard. There's an out ball there, or the chicken. They're looking to step off the left is Berryman. Fifth touch now. So Manly presumably will just move up in a line like a brick wall, and we've seen that plenty of times. It looks like Lawson there, skipping off the right, coming back to the left. From Berryman to Lawson. This is looking like a chance out here. But the ball just floated away there from Alicia Packy. But that was looking better play there by Northern Beaches. So Manly will be in no rush, although as we've seen for the rest of the day, they've just constant. They just never let up. As we see Vera, if you can see, they've seen a forward pass there by the sideline referee, has called it. So Northern Beaches have a little opportunity here. They'll have a full set of 6 on the line. We'll see what they can come up with. They're talking out here. Berryman's talking with Bettridge. They'll be concocting some type of play that they'll have practiced many a time down at Northern Beaches fields. And of course, being a local derby, these girls would know what each other do. They'd have played with and against each other on many occasions. See the switch back there, stepped inside. And I'm going to say that's a ball down. No, they've called the touch there. Good touch by the Manly defender. was about to put it down on my page, take the score to 5-2, but alas, it's still 5-1. Manly over Northern Beaches. They're coming through the middle there. Beautiful pass now. You're not going to take that off them. That's a try to Brooke Lawson. Welcome back to the game, Northern Beaches. It is now 5-2. This one's going to look lovely on the replay there. Brooke Lawson's eventual recipient of a beautiful pass from Matisse Bettridge. Ended up with a double player overlap. She could have taken her pick there. Chose the link, wound up. Beautiful pass over the top of a couple of would-be defenders and Brooke Lawson. 5-2, Manly over Northern Beaches. We're just about 2/3 through this game. Medved happy just to take it through the ruck there. She's coming back to play the ball now. Working with Chase Perrott. Here we've got Charlize Evers. She's had acting half Evers, working with Sayer, and it's this four that's brought a lot of success throughout the tournament. As we see Evers working with Sayer, might come out the back there, straight through the middle. Beautiful touch there. Ava Rigoli saved the try for your team and potentially a 4-try lead. So well done there, Ava Rigoli. But a nice move. Often you'd see that play come out the back. I thought the ball was coming out the back to Chase Perrott, but it went straight through the middle to Medved. So they often say defence can win titles, and that try there could have well kept Northern Beaches in the game. We've got just over 10 minutes to go. They're taking it forward. We'll see what they've got over last play. They've got a step off the right through the... Might get 6 to go there, and indeed they do. So that was Aiken trying to get the ball back into Chanel Berryman. And again, we've seen Aiken, Estelle Aiken, on show out here in this main stage. So she'll be one to watch. Ball in hand now. Back to Berryman. They get on that golden line, the 7-metre line, where the defence has to get all the way back to the try line. Here we see Nikau Rangi, the skill set that she's got. They've tried the punish on the link. She's going to dive through. Beautiful dive. Referee's called touch. You're going to have to go back and play it. Chase Perrott there for Manly Sea Eagles. There we see Aiken again. You don't want to give her space, and the long arms of Imo Sayer managed to knock it down there. I'm extremely impressed with Estelle Aiken for the Northern Beaches. I haven't seen much of her before, but she's doing a good job out here. As are all her teammates. It takes 14 players to win a championship at any level, all the way from under 20s and right through to over 60s as we've got here. We've got Berryman. She can go through the line there if she chooses to. Comes back in. Bodies flying everywhere. No touch has been made. High fives are given. Northern Beaches, they are clawing this game back. Inch by inch, try by try. 5-3. Here we see there, Berryman go behind the line. She fakes to go long, comes back inside, shuffles inside a couple of players, and we've got Kelsey Berryman. You've got a try on the board, and it's now 5-3. Beautiful try. She kind of had to leapfrog or hurdle. She might be an athlete as well in the summer months. Big cuddles, and it was a very well executed try. As we see in the background, a couple of Manly players coming off. I'm guessing it was those two caught up in the collision trying to save that try. Let's hope for everybody that they are okay. Yeah, they're giving each other a nod, so hopefully just a drink and a bit of that magic water will help and they'll be back on the field. So Manly, they might be starting to get a little bit nervous in the box here. There's 8 minutes to go. They've come on through. Oh, that's a beautiful touch there. We've got the 11 there. We've got Matisse Bettridge. So back to the action here. 33. She's dived over. An excellent touch there. So we're 5-3 here. 8 minutes to go. This game is anything but done. Northern Beaches, with the skill that they have, they can manufacture a try from any part of the field. And Manly will definitely want to be the next ones to score, because if it gets to a 1-try difference, then everybody does start to get nervous. Beautiful run up the middle of the field. Going to play it straight on the halfway line. Coming in at speed, and that's when Northern Beaches looks best. And we've got Anderson here. She's taking off. She's gone right. She's coming left. The ref's called play on. No, unfortunately, there's going to be a penalty given here. But they're looking likely now. 7.5 minutes to go. And Manly have just... They're 2 tries in front. They do not need to panic. And I'm joined in the commentary box now by Jason Stanton, who's come in for the back end of this game to help me out here because it's getting close as we see Chase Perrott run across. And Jace, a couple of minutes ago, I'm not sure if you're watching, Manly were winning 5-1. It's tightened up a little bit to 5-3.
Yeah, I've been watching from the grandstand. Looked to be all one-way traffic. Here's another chance for Manly, and it's down as well. That'll push them out to 6-3. It did look to be one-way traffic for the most part, but as we've seen in many of these big games, gets into that last 10, starting to tighten up a bit, and Northern Beaches have got a couple back.
Yeah, so what you can see here is they go behind the line, waiting very patiently, and it was Jazzy Vera. Now, normally we see Jazzy Vera. She can run the length of the field. She can run 70. She only had to run about 1 there. Tucked away in behind, waited very patiently, put the ball down, nearly laid an egg, and she's taken her team out to a 6-3 lead with 6 minutes to go. But it's not over yet, Jason.
Yeah, it was very good play there to score the try. Rather than being upright, catching it, then trying to drive to put it down, she actually went down on her knees to catch it, which made the put down so much quicker.
Yep.
And those little things are they're all the things that add up. That's why Manly's up by 3.
Yeah, we often see people staying with their hands in the air, don't they, when an acting half-runner goes through, but then you've got a long way to get from the air to the ground, so well done there by Jazzy Vera to get a try. So back to the action here. Beautiful pass there. There's an opportunity out the left. They might get 6 to go. Indeed they do. So Amelia Smith, you've earned your team an extra set of 6. So with just under 6 minutes to go, they probably need to be next to score, Jason.
I think so. Northern Beaches a developing squad in the 20s. Manly are the powerhouse. So actually, I might come back to that. There might be a chance here.
Oh, and showing speed out on the wing. It's a beautiful touch by Stacey, but she nearly got there. Was Jasmine Berry, but it took a full-length dive. And I was saying earlier, Stacey's had a really good game. They're stepping out. They're trying to dig in behind, and they've done that there. We've got Berryman and good wing defence there over with Manly. That was Matilda Daniels there.
Yeah, this Berryman team I think is going to get better with each year. This will be a really good experience for them if they don't end up getting the result, because they've definitely been improving. I did hear some of the talk around the stadium. Maybe some of these Manly 20s players were unlucky not to be picked in the Premier League team because they've been so dominant. So Manly running a really good women's program there as well.
Yeah, they sure are. And speaking of running, we see Neen van der Ridden running hard, going up through the middle, and they're going for a second phase play here. And we've seen this before. They set up a try before these two, but this time it's going to be a diving touch from the Northern Beaches winger. But it looked like there, Charlie Evers was going to be over for her first try in the grand final. And it was, as I said earlier today, she got a bucket load of tries. So she'll be looking for one here in the last 4.5 minutes. But there's still an outside opportunity here for Northern Beaches if they're next to score in the next probably 60 seconds, Jason.
Yeah, they need to get a quick one here and then maybe see whether a bit of nerves can creep into Manly. But Manly, for the most part, have had a really controlled performance. They have been dominant over the 3 days. If they end up being the state champs in 5 minutes' time, it's definitely well-deserved because they've been a standout performer through the whole event.
Yeah, they sure have. And they're trying hard and they're creating opportunities here in Northern Beaches, but just not able to get those last passes away. The defensive structures at Manly, and you said right through their entire program, and we're seeing indiscretion in the roll ball there, and that's definitely not going to help their cause with just under 4 minutes to go. And now they've got the ball back. I'm not sure what's happening here. Back end of a tournament, game, 8 or 9 for these girls in the searing heat. They're doing an amazing job, but those errors can creep in. So here a little short side play, ducking back in, looking for an offside player there was Alicia Packy. Not to be seen yet, so they're rushing up here. And you can see here again, that's Zara Halliday, and she's had a great game this afternoon, Zara Halliday, in the grand final. There we have Anderson working with Aitken, and she's played really well as well for the Northern Beaches, but they've got to try everything, Northern Beaches, at this point.
I think so. One of the things that Manly do really well in their defence, Gab, is that they really stay connected, and you'll often see the ball will be towards the top of your screen, and you'll see the Lincoln wing towards the bottom rushing in to help. They really stay connected and help each other out, so it makes it harder to score against them, because if you beat one player, it's not a try. You've got to beat the whole team.
Oh, and that was nearly going to be another try-scoring opportunity for their Manly, but they came across in fast cover, the Northern Beaches, and looks like she might have copped a little knock on the hip there out in the length of Northern Beaches, but we'll stay with the action. Off the right, excellent touch. Oh, she's called play through the referee. Now we'll probably go back for a penalty, Jace. There's bodies flying everywhere in this match.
Yeah, it was a good second effort there by the defender there. I think it could have been Aitken, where she was called offside. She listened to the referee, got back to her feet, dived again. So a good double-up effort to hold out Manly on that occasion.
All right, we've got Carissa Smythe with the ball there. And coming on the fly, we've got Nina Vander in a beautiful pass out wide. Not much you can do about that. And I'm going to say we're putting the gold medals around the Manly girls' necks very soon. That's Matilda Daniels in for a try. Takes the score out to 7-3 with 2 minutes left to play.
Yeah, the Manly Sea Eagles, they'll be the New South Wales champions for 2024, and that's the icing on the cake. That one, a beautiful left to right ball looping over the top. And again, we've seen a superb finish by the winger. A lot of those can easily go to ground, but Manly's outside players have been able to convert those half opportunities into tries.
Yeah, and the women of our game these days can pass the ball, cut out, double cutouts both way, left to right, right to left. Doesn't matter what's your predominant, your dominant hand. They've got such a good skill set from a young age. They're playing these sports, and it's just pretty to watch double cutouts for tries. Everybody loves that.
It was pretty impressive there too, Gab, because I'm not sure if our viewers are picking it up, but there's a bit of a right to left, or there's a bit of a wind going across the field. So to get that one backwards would have been hard, because she would have had a bit of a tailwind sort of pushing the ball forward. So that made it even a more difficult pass to control.
Yeah, she did a really good job there. As we see Medved just taking the ball forward. She's done that all game. We're going to see that fly play again, and it's worked so well for him. Oh, and come in and a really good touch there, Ava Rigoli, and her defence for Northern Beaches has been excellent. She came in and shut down there, and she didn't give Van der Eden any time to get that pass away to a flying Vera over on that left-hand side.
Yeah, it looks like Vera's had a good game. Who else do you think would be the standouts? Who's your Gab Mar player of the final?
Oh, it's going to be a hard one to pick. I'm going to actually say, if I had to pick, could be any one of these players, but I'm actually going to say Zara Halliday had a great game for me. Well, not for me, but I thought she was probably the most dominant on the field in as we said, a bevy of stars in this Manly team, and they're going to be well-deserved New South Wales State champions as Berryman run through. And you see that looks like the lady in question, Halliday, making a full-length diving touch. The game's over. They've won 7-3, and she's still putting her body on the line to make a try-saving touch, Jace.
Yeah, really good play there. And as I mentioned, the Northern Beaches crew, they'll learn a lot from this. They're a very young under-20 squad, so I'm sure they'll be back bigger and better. But all the praise for the great Manly team.
Yeah, just this juggernaut just keeps on rolling on, and it was a very entertaining final there. The women's 20s clash with the eventual winners, Manly Sea Eagles 7 over the Northern Beaches 3. So congratulations to all players involved with the Manly Sea Eagles women's 20s clash. But don't go anywhere on your KO freebies, because straight up after the break we've got another grand final with the men's 20s.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
I'm losing it.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
I'm losing it.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
It's just spare spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Please explain.
You beauty.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium for the 2024 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup Grand Final action coming your way in the men's 20s division. The Central Coast taking on Newcastle. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action for the Central Coast. Terrific form from them throughout this tournament. They are undefeated so far. 6 from 6 in their pool. They finished at the top of Group C. They thrashed Maxville in the quarters 12-3. And then a tight win in the semi-final against Manly, 6-5 for Newcastle. They've only dropped the one match. They finished second, of course, in the same pool, winning 5 from 6. Nice victory in the quarterfinal over Wollongong, 8-5, and then also just squeezing past the Hills District 6-5 in the semi. So we're probably thinking coming into this one, Central Coast with that slight advantage, but it's still going to be tight.
Yeah, I think so. Central Coast definitely favourites, but both these teams are coming in red hot because Manly in the 20s and Hills in the 20s had very strong outfits. So both these teams are coming through red hot. It's a little bit rare. We don't always see this. These two teams played yesterday, and Central Coast got the win over Newcastle, and it's a bit of a rematch. You don't often see that. Normally you have the crossovers and you end up playing other teams, but in this case they came out of the same pool. So Central Coast definitely the favourites, as you rightly mentioned, but Newcastle come into this final red hot as well.
They certainly do. And in terms of that previous result, it was 5-3 in round 4, Central Coast defeating Newcastle, so that was still quite a tight affair. Let's see if Newcastle can make those necessary changes in the big one. So they bring it forward now. Drop down from Jackson. Now bombing long. Bit of space out wide. Looking to set up a lovely pass here for Brain, who uses the full complement of exactly that. Found the space, and Newcastle go in first.
They're out of the blocks, and it's that man Laith Brain. We've seen him in the juniors, the lower grades coming through. And what's amazing, this is 100% a set play. You'll see when Brain threw the ball off the deck, James, he beelined for the corner. He knew what was coming. Look at the number 28 run straight across the field. This is a set play. They would have practiced this at training, and it's great to see it come off here on the big stage. The Knights with a great start. Central Coast hit back. We've got a game.
Straight away as well. It's only a couple of plays from the restart, and in goes Kobe Rodriguez. So locked up, one try apiece. Here it is again on the replay. Rodriguez dropping it down, little short ball back from Playster, and then Rodriguez just squeezing between a couple of defenders. So we've had only just over 70 seconds of play, already 2 tries in it.
Yeah, pretty good hit back from Central Coast, but I do think that start from Newcastle is going to give them a bit of a boost, bit of excitement. Particularly that it was a set play. Here we go, same thing again.
Oh, McElwain finding a lovely pass, catch and pass for that matter, out for Brodie White. Still there is Geordie Harris, and Harris now plays at about 10 metres away. Shown here to Jackson, not utilised though. A lot of pointing going on. Eventually they'll roll it back here. And now another chance here for Newcastle, and another result. Once more, it's a beautiful set play from the Novocastrians.
I love it, the Knights, because I love the spring in the stride, the energy they've brought to this final. They're not going to let Central Coast have it their own way. Look at that hole. It's a great outside-in hole. He hasn't run straight. He's run on a 45-degree angle back towards the ball carrier. Didn't give the winger a chance, and if you're in royal blue and red, you're going pretty good because we've got the 20s, the women's are in the final, the men's are in the final. It's all about Newcastle here in Port Macquarie.
Dolphins now finding a nice little pass there, but shut down immediately. Nowhere for Dransfield to go. Receives it back once more now. Walker also floating about. And believe it or not, that's the first set where we haven't seen a try scored so far.
Yeah, they definitely are. Lots of attack from both sides and plenty of quality. We've seen a lot of these boys when they were 16s and 18s moving through to the 20s. Absolute class. I think that was Jai Stone dumping the ball. He had an amazing last tournament. I think it was country champs, getting the number 2.
Oh, good speed now. Breaking through is Mitchell French. Looking for support. Finds it, and there is that man, Jai Stone, with a diamond play.
Yeah, right on cue. Jai Stone. He wouldn't be out of place in Premier League. He's a great player, one to watch coming through. And look at him follow the dummy half all the way in. If he held the line there, which is normally what we coach, James, he might have been touched, but you'll see Stone had enough presence to realise he had to go into the in goal to create the try. So pretty good footy IQ there from the young fella, and they're out of the blocks by 2.
A great dart from Mitchell French as well, as now the Dolphins head out to that right-hand side. Turned away here. Back to the 7 they'll go now. Slowing down just a touch here for Kaheem Hunt, and now they'll send it wider still. Good covering there for Newcastle. Great footwork. What a setup that is from Jake Dixon, who makes them look silly. A big left foot step and then pops a delightful ball back on the inside.
Yeah, great footwork, long balls. We're seeing skills everywhere. We're seeing 5 tries in 4 minutes. If you've gone to the fridge to grab a drink or something, you've missed half the game. Look at this long ball. Beautiful ball out in front. And then the presence of mind. Look at that big left foot step. and the presence of mind on the inside there. Was that Rodriguez? A great finish. And it's 3-2. This could be one of those fireworks games, James, end to end. Bit of a score-a-thon.
Well, Newcastle will certainly be quite happy. Obviously, they've started well here, but they've already equalled the amount of tries they scored against the Central Coast during the pool stages. So, good signs here that they can certainly get across the line. They had so many options. If they went left, they would have scored. They'll go right instead. And another one on the board. Newcastle have 4 inside the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, normally you'd say there's not a lot of defence, but on this stage I think it's just really good attack. And this is a second phase dump there from the number 16. Probably a 50-50 call. Could have maybe been over the mark, but it was close. He got the call. I think it was Skinner with this dump there. You got to play to the whistle. And in the end goal there, the number 6, Mackenzie. And the Knights, 4 tries. What did they get in the round game yesterday? 3, did you say?
Yeah,
they're already
just
on
3.
4 in 5 minutes.
So they've certainly made those recalibrations. As the last one comes up here for the Dolphins. Big left foot step, nowhere to go. And so far, Newcastle have also turned the Dolphins away twice now. I'm not sure the Dolphins have actually turned Newcastle away at all so far.
No, Newcastle have been full of running. Sometimes when there's this many tries, like 6 in 5 minutes, you'll say, oh, that's poor defence there, or, you know, an error. But in this case, I think it's just great attack. It's just absolute superb skill on show here from both teams, which has created this scoreline.
And bouncing around there was Geordie Harris, just looking for an opening. Wasn't forthcoming. There was a reason why. They weren't quite back in time. That's why he was just smothered a touch more. And the penalty is now blown in favour of Newcastle. Harris once more receives it, runs directly at that offside man. That should be another penalty. There it is. That's 2 inside the 7. 1 more, and the Central Coast will have someone sat down.
Yeah, so generally if the one player's offside but the one that's onside makes the touch, that's when you'll get the penalty rather than the play-through.
There's a 4 sub in the process as well, so more complications here for the Dolphins' defensive line. As now Goodchild pops a little pass. No touch on Harris there. They're just really looking for that third penalty here, Newcastle. Harris floating it back to Goodchild once again. Harris, little pass. Now they delay it, popping it over the top. Still a chance here for Newcastle. They'll cycle it once more. Jackson heads towards the centre of the field. Caught now. Quick release. Harris waiting as an option. Finds a pass here, Harris. Lovely release. Still on here for Newcastle. Turn back on the inside. It's real hot potato stuff to start with, and it's kind of what we expect for the men's 20s.
I think so, and that's a good confidence boost for Central Coast too. You said they hadn't really held him out, so they would have been a bit flustered coming in this final, expecting to be favourites and have Newcastle, you know, quick fire 4 tries on.
Oh, Rodriguez with speed looking for a hat-trick. Great diving touch made in the end there from Logan Cashmore it was. So now popping a little pass here from Dixon. Wider still here for Hunt. Hunt hopping out of acting half. Oh, they've slipped there. Newcastle finds a pass. Rodriguez gets a hat-trick in the grand final.
Absolute superb touch football. I know it's not coming through on the on the TV, but the grandstand's full. They're flooding in. They're standing up. Everyone's getting drawn into this excitement. And look at that pass. It was a short ball for all money. Everyone thought it was going to be short, but not Rodriguez. He knew it was going to be drifting across. And look at this finish. Low to the ground, diving onto it. A great exhibition of skill here on the stadium. The fans are still piling in here. Everyone's getting drawn into this contest.
Yeah, you're right, Stanto. It is absolutely jam-packed here in the grandstand. Might even try and see if we can get a shot somehow off the grandstand just so you can get an idea of the atmosphere. So at 4-3 here, after about 8.5 minutes of play, Newcastle, they'll get a penalty and a chance to square it up now. In fact, my apologies, a chance to go ahead by 2. Central Coast with more pressure here. Restarted now for Mackenzie. He's already gone across himself. Pops a little pass. Cooper Mackenzie once more. Drops it down. Quick release. More pressure building here on the Central Coast. Newcastle finding support in the form of Mackenzie, who stretches out. Slams it down.
I think it was that Brain again in the in goal? I'm not sure what...
Oh, they're going to say he's dropped it. Well, I'd love to see that again. I thought Mackenzie still had just fingertips on it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what that... I'm not sure if that's necessarily the right call either, because he's got in the in goal. There didn't look to be a lot going on. Let's have a look on slow-mo, see if he does get it down. There's not a lot in it. It's all clear for me.
Oh, that's a try. That's a try.
Yeah, that's a try. You finally got me not to be sitting on the fence and call out an error. But, yeah, very unlucky not to get that one, Newcastle. But 7 tries in the best part of 8 or 9 minutes, plus 1 disallowed. So that's a bit of a shout-out to the referees as well. They're opening the game up, and we're seeing lots of great tries, expansive play.
Well, even that one there could have gone once more for a set to Newcastle. Jesse Walker was very sloppy in clearing the ruck, and now here they go, the Central Coast. With a bit of speed, Walker hops in an acting half. Rodriguez back out there now, looking for a 4th try. They'll make the touch. Rodriguez looping around into that left link position. Quick release here for Travis Jackson. Now they slow it just a touch. Hunt, who set up the last try, he's out there now as well. Hops in at acting half. Hunt taking off out towards that right side initially, then back to the left, scoops it up. Great footwork here from Hunt. Now comes up with the flick pass. He had opened up the space too.
Yeah, would have liked to have seen the link hold width on that occasion, just to give the dummy half a bit more of a chance to beat his player to the short side, or, to the short of the two sides. So maybe a bit unfortunate for Central Coast. They've got to hold their width.
Wind also picking up here at Port Macquarie. So that'll impact the passing game a touch. And, geez, it's flown by that first 10 minutes.
I think so. It was actually quite exciting in the commentary booth to see the grandstand go from half to 3/4 to packed within the space of a few minutes. As each try was scored, the crowd was starting to flood in, and these young 20s boys are putting on a good show for us. Hope it continues.
Now the Dolphins marching forward here with Plaister. Plaister bouncing around through the centre of the field. Rodriguez waiting for it as well. Instead it comes to Buckley. Buckley drops it down. Plaister again. Buckley having a look. Rodriguez gets a 4th. They can't stop him. Every time he touches it, it's almost like Sydney Head's parts open and he dives through with no one there to even try and stop him.
Kobe Rodriguez, he can smell out a try, can't he? Anywhere near the line, he can finish. What he's done really well there, James, he's actually pushed up flat. Rather than being deep, charging onto it, he's actually crept up. You see him creep up flat. The winger almost thought he wasn't going to get it. So it's really, really clever play there, the way he's done that. Moving up flat, not giving the defence a chance to react, and in the blink of an eye, we're all locked up at 4-4.
We had 8 tries between these two teams in the pool stage in round 4. We've already done that in 14 minutes. In fact, I take it back in 12 minutes. Now an intercept here for the Dolphins. They try and put on the afterburners, all nearly falling into touch. Well, that would have been a cardinal sin, if you will. As now the Dolphins spread it from right to left. Meters on offer again. Geez, both these teams are just thinking attack 24/7.
Yeah, it's just high energy, high octane, and this is, as we move into this second 10 minutes, this is where probably a little bit of wind out of the sails maybe, and we'll see who can control the ball and still execute once that energy's got out of the game.
Walker drawing pass, finds a lovely ball. Now wider still, the Dolphins looking to go back to back, and they do exactly that. What a finish there from Dylan Kesby. They hit the lead.
Well, very mature footy from the Dolphins. They haven't been too flustered with the Knights getting out with that 2-try gap. They've just edged them back one at a time. And here's the same thing too. Very good executing. 50-50 on the end, whether it was forwards or line ball. But Central Coast taking the opportunity when they can. And now they're out by 1. And they've thrown down the gauntlet now to the Knights. You're not leading anymore. You're going to bounce back. Can you respond?
I'm actually okay with that pass, Stanto. That was pretty much bang on that 7-metre mark, and I think it still stays there. And we've got to, of course, take into account momentum. So a little bit of inertia, if you will, with the ball moving forward. But 5-4, the Dolphins hit the lead. About 16.5 still on the clock. Oh, Newcastle had a good chance there. Just out of the reach of Stone, he's continued to hold that arm down by his side. I noticed that in the first try, so he's not 100% here, Jai Stone.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of contact too. I think he's got a bit of an injury. You'll probably see him try and find his way towards the far link and then maybe sub off so we can get some treatment. Might have caught a little knock there, but Central Coast full of running still.
Oh, Hunt, great movement. Now gets all the way through to the in-goal. Finds a little pass. Diving to catch it in one take is Riley Jones. And they'll say no here for Jones.
It's a close one. It could be a bit unlucky for Central Coast. That could have been down there. Touch and go there in the corner. We'll have to check the replay, but very close call. Tough one for the refs, and the winger there diving at the same time as the defender's diving.
Well, here it is again. Hunt finding a little pass Opportunity here for Jones. Oh, geez, I'm not so sure, Stan. I think that might have been a sixth for the Dolphins.
Yeah, maybe a
hard
little bit
to tell
unlucky
from this angle, though.
It's end-to-end, isn't it, James? Just absolute electric footy from both teams. They've definitely turned up here red hot, as we thought. They've knocked out two classy teams in the semi-finals to get here in Manly and Hills. And now they're into this grand final full of running, and the first 15 minutes has gone by in a blink, hasn't it?
It's great action to watch as Playster wrapping around to that left-hand side. Hunt picks it up, goes that way early, or at least one of those markers was offside. They'll call play through. Smart work once more from Hunt.
Yeah, good call there. Again, listening to the referee. When that dumps on that dotted line or inside, that's the reference point. The referee's going to say hit the line. And we'll see here, dump right on the 7. I don't think the number 39 for the Knights actually even made it to the line. So the referee, great call. I think it might have been Goodchild wasn't there. Referee's great call.
Yeah, he's miles off.
Both defenders offside. Great work by Central Coast. Now they're out by 2. I think that's 3 or 4 tries in a row back to back. Knights have to respond.
It's been a good run here for the Central Coast Dolphins, and yeah, Hunt's really come into his own. Once more, well identified to find a little ball there for Playster. And now Newcastle trying to move through, and I think he was impacted. There was probably a chance to regather possession, but there was strong contact there from Jake Dixon. So another set to work with here for Newcastle as we hit the halfway point in this match. Hard to believe it's only halfway.
Yeah, and I think the response is important. I think it might, was it 4-2? I think we could have had 4 tries unanswered. Let's see what Brain can come up with here, trying to get his good combination here with Mackenzie.
Oh, Mackenzie goes all the way through now. Another chance here. Brain appearing late, but they take the intercept, Central Coast. So that'll be a 0 touch. Back on the 7. And it's a big change here for the Central Coast Dolphins. Previously, it was just Newcastle at their own readiness. Whenever they got down this end, they were getting across the line, and 90% of the time it was resulting in a try. Now it's all dried up.
Yeah, we'll see how this play ends up, because there's still a good chance here. Inside ball from the winger.
Oh, good speed, but a good touch in the end as well. That time from Joe Thompson, who makes it just on the backside, and up to the 7 they come once more. And they're still streaming in the fans here. They've now occupied pretty much the entire back fence.
Yeah, standing room only, I think. One of the things here that's a real treat, which is why I was mentioning the semi-finals a couple of times, James, is when you get through a big semi and you knock off, one of the juggernauts, sometimes you're a bit deflated, and the grand final can turn into a bit of an arm wrestle or a grind. But what's quite unique here is both these teams have knocked off, very big sort of opponents in the semi-finals, but they've brought the energy. This is a lot faster than some of the other games we've seen over the first 2 games. So almost 2 days, sorry. So almost an anomaly, isn't it? They're supposed to be tired, but they're not.
No, they're all full of running here on both sides, but unfortunately for Newcastle, another turnover now, and they're just starting to creep in those errors more frequently. Dolphins have a golden opportunity to really put a nail into the coffin. It won't be the final one as of yet, but they can start the process, so to speak. Back to the 7 they go now with 12.5 remaining. The margin at 2. Newcastle had a nice big lead early on. 4-2 it was. Now pop another short ball here. All back once again. And this will be a penalty for offside. So Central Coast just continuing to turn the screws.
Yeah, no, it's probably a little bit late getting back, and so a little bit guilty. They've got to listen to the referee there. As we mentioned, the touch, if it's on the 7, they've got to get 2 feet to the line. And they're sort of a little bit late getting there on a couple of occasions.
Oh, well identified there. Great ball from Jesse Walker. And they'll stroll over through Jake Dixon. There's a 7th on the board. They really need to stop this run of points, Newcastle.
Yeah, definitely one-way traffic. And this has probably been the first try that's been of a little bit of concern here. They just run straight into an easy 3-on-2. Knights probably numbered up wrong, or, a little bit disconnected there. They should have been pulling towards the top of your screen. But unfortunately, they were coming totally the wrong way. So, very smart play there from the Dolphins to exploit that. And that's the 5th straight try. So, the dark clouds are looming, James.
Certainly are. They got both middles interested in the Central Coast Dolphins, and it was Cashmore who then, off the back of the touch, headed back towards the centre instead of sliding. So, perhaps a little bit of communication there required from Stone in that link position, just suggesting that he might have needed to slid a little bit more out to that left-hand side. Scooped up now from Newcastle, bombing long and just trying things that perhaps weren't in the game plan initially, because they are being a little bit frustrated now. It's been a long time since their last try.
Yeah, it's starting to stretch out. We're moving into that last 10 minutes, the championship minutes now, James. This is where Central Coast are going to want to really complete their sets, ask lots of questions, put more pressure on the Knights, and don't give them any chance to get back in this one.
Rodriguez is back out there to try and see that off. Playster out for Hunt. Hunt can't get away from them. Oh, nearly did enough to evade the touch. The ball's been thrown away. Now, will there be a little march upfield as a result? I think the sideline official is saying he didn't see anything. Oh, no, there it is. There's the late call. So they will get marched up a touch. But in that situation for Newcastle, I'd be more concerned about just getting on with things quickly.
Sometimes it's better just to get on with it. Look, there has been a little bit of sort of niggle from the Dolphins, probably more than what I'd like. But ultimately, as you said, Knights have just got to get on with the game. It's not one penalty here or there is not going to be the reason why they've led in 5 consecutive tries. So they've just got to try and get one back here. Here's a good chance here with Brain leading from the front.
Brain now charging forward, drops it inside the 7. They'll bomb long this time. And once more, Central Coast squeeze across. They were wide open in that link position. Nate Jackson had oodles of space, but they didn't really look there. It was almost like a pre-orchestrated throw out to the wing.
I think so, yeah, and that's when you get a little bit anxious. You know, you're trying to force your hand a little bit too much, throwing that long bomb. So this is probably where they've got to start their charge here. The Knights, they really need one in this set.
Great pressure from out wide there. That time it was Riley Jones who jammed in. 7-4 the score. Just over 9 minutes remaining. Newcastle led 4-2. It's been a big run here for the Central Coast. Newcastle back on the inside, or nearly squeezing under was Cooper McKenzie for a second, but turned away and back to the 7 he goes. McKenzie now takes off, looking for a pass here for Brain. Oh, Brain splits them. Brain with a big Brain move. He goes right up Main Street, and Newcastle, they're still alive.
Straight down the middle. You could do worse than copy this fella. He's got great footy IQ. Look at the way he came back in on the inside, spotted the gap, and you don't need to do any fancy moves or flick plays when you've got that sort of vision. Ball in 2 hands, just looking up. He had everyone thinking something else was on. And Brain, could he have snuck the Knights back into this one? Is there a bit of hope left?
It's a big defensive set now for Newcastle. And hate to concede yet again, they've done enough here. They've taken care of that assignment. Dolphins just hang on to the ball. Newcastle wanting to get on with it quickly. I think both teams are at fault here.
Yeah, a little bit of shenanigans maybe, but Central Coast have had a very mature performance, James. There's been definitely some moments in this first 20 minutes where you could be mistaken thinking you're watching Premier League. Like, really had good ball control, good execution. Look at them coming up here in defence, active in the midfield. Ooh. These are all really good signs you normally see from more mature players.
Newcastle probably getting away with a forward pass there. Up to halfway they go again, trying to bay for a penalty, but just keep the momentum flowing. That's got to be the key here. That's what was the undoing of the Dolphins in the opening exchanges. Good little scything run now from Geordie Harris. They'll pick it up again. Harris was there looming in support, couldn't get the pass away. Good child was suffocated.
Yeah, good drive there from Harris, as you pointed out. A little bit maybe unlucky not to get a penalty because it was a better set. And as you mentioned, if the Knights can just focus on their footy, I think they will get the 6 agains and the penalties. Those opportunities will come. They just got to stay in the game. They're only down by 2. Still got time.
Now heading back towards the middle is Jackson. Drop down here from Kesby. There's a penalty late in the count. That's a coach killer. Central Coast now with a chance to once more heap on the pressure. Extend that margin back out to 3 tries. Played quickly. Thinking for the little dive over there through Buckley, but Buckley's turned away. Back to the 7 he goes. Scooped up once more here from Kesby. Dropping it down. Now an option again. Oh, too easy in the end. In fact, it was Riley Post who posted another try for the Central Coast. And yeah, probably the last 2 ones have been concerningly easy.
Yeah, a little bit soft as the fatigue kicks in. Again, we've seen that dump in the middle of the field, and Newcastle flooding to the wrong side, almost like we call that against the grain or against the flow when you come back the other way. A little bit of fatigue kicking in, and the 3 try gap may be too much of a mountain too high to climb for the Knights. Let's see if they can get one back here, but some pretty good play there from Central Coast on their last 2 trips to the scoreline.
Brain once more taking off out of acting half. Oh, was trying to find that ball to Nate Jackson. It was a nice looking pass, slapped down there from the Dolphins. I think if they don't make it play it, there would have been a try for Jackson. So now he bounces around that 7 metre mark. Brain, short ball, back for Jackson again. Pulling up slightly. Slow it down a touch here, Newcastle. McKenzie. Back to Brain. Now McKenzie wrapping around all. Brain was thinking one step ahead, but first task, of course, is to take possession of the footy.
Yeah, they needed to try and get the dump right on that dotted 7 metre line so the referee would call the defenders to hit the line. So 8-3, they've been gifted another chance here, and this is probably the set they need to make it happen, James. This is the one.
So Brain's still out there. He's the one to watch. Once more with ball in hand. Good footwork. You can see a couple of the Dolphins hitting the deck there. Good conditioning from Brain. They'll drop it inside the 7. Oh, trying to work it away. I think that's a professional foul for mine. Never onside. He was still rolling around and bats at the ball. I'd be happy to see him at least 4 subbed.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. I don't think that's what the 4 sub's for. Professional foul's got to be...
That's what I mean.
6 on
minimum,
5.
At minimum, though.
It's got to be 6 on 5.
Oh, and there he is again, running directly into traffic. I think this one now might be right off to the other end of the field.
Now it's a slam dunk. The 50-50's gone straight to... He's got to be having a rest now. Has to be 6 on 5.
There we go. Well, that probably should have been the decision in the first place.
Yeah, that's been my gripe. The 4 sub is not for professional fouls like that. You prevented a try. You either give the penalty try or you put the guy in the bin. Pretty simple.
Oh, Stone right through the middle now. And, of course, this is a couple of sets that Newcastle will get with that extra advantage. 4 sets in total, I believe it is. 2 defensively, 2 on offence. As Stone takes off. It's all too slow here at the moment, though, Newcastle. There's a strong touch. That might be another man sent up the other end. Because that was cynical as well.
Yeah, Central Coast, they're going to be wasting a fair bit of time here.
And there it is.
But they've just got to... Central Coast have got to do what they can just to work the clock. Newcastle have got to try and get this try as quick as they can and see if they can stage a bit of a comeback in the last few minutes. But Central Coast are going to do their best to waste as much time as possible. 6 versus 4.
Well, Newcastle just have to get on with it here. They're trying to work for another penalty. Just go for the try. And they had all the numbers on that right-hand side. It's not smart footy at the moment from Newcastle.
Yeah, when you've got 6 on 4 like this, you want to bring both the middles up and get them in the touch, and then you'll have a 2 on 1 on both sides of the ruck. That's the trick. You don't want to really run around them. You want to get both middles in the touch. And when you get it, it flows quite easy. So that should only be 1 set. So mathematically, the Knights should be able to get a couple more tries and get back into it, but I think the clock's going to be working against them. Let's see if Central Coast can be smart and working the clock. If not, the Knights still with an outside chance.
So 8-6 the score, just under 3 minutes remaining. It looks like they've got one of their players back now, so 6 on 5. That's interesting as well, Stando.
Yeah, one player was sent for the period of the time, the 2 sets each, as you mentioned, and the other one was an exclusion just for that set of 6. That's why it's back to 6 on 5 after the try.
And here comes Central Coast. Oh, that would have been the nail in the coffin. Just over 2 minutes remaining. 8-6. Newcastle need to go the length twice here. They've still got that extra man advantage. They just have to focus on playing footy here. They've been banging for penalties for the bulk of this time where they've had the extra player on the field. As now Newcastle head up over halfway. Brain straightening things. Just keep driving, boys. They've taken their foot off the gas. That's a little bit better from Brain, though. Stone with the flick pass. Pops the ball. That's played out from the Central Coast. They'll get another chance here.
Yeah, and it's still the second set. You mentioned the 2 sets of possession. The 6 again, or the penalty doesn't change that. It's still that possession. So the Knights have still got a 6 on 5 with a good chance to bring it back within 1. But they're going to have to do it quickly because we're down into the last 2 minutes now.
Well, it's a lot of lateral movement. There's no actual digging into the line here to try and extract a defender out.
Yeah, same thing we mentioned before. You want to try and get the middle up in this occasion.
Brain doesn't even look out here, unfortunately. Brodie White completely unmarked, and Brain simply tucked it under the arm. Well, I've seen some bizarre things from Newcastle in the last few minutes. Now a very flat pass there for Brain. They'll bomb it long. Easily covered, though, from the Central Coast. It goes to ground. That'll do it inside the final minute. And I've got to say, based on what I've seen with that numerical advantage, they don't deserve to win, Newcastle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a combination of they probably would like to have that again to run some different plays, maybe get the middle up. But on the flip side of that, Central Coast have scrambled. A few little nudges. They're just doing whatever they can to wind the clock down and use the lead that they've deserved. So in the end, I think Central Coast are going to be very deserved winners and champions of New South Wales for 2024.
There's only 20 seconds to go. They can't possibly lose it from here. Newcastle now just looking to finish with a consolation try. Stone brings it up towards the middle. Scooped up here again. The wind's really gone out of the sails of Newcastle. It's almost like they've run out of gas about 5 minutes ago, so they couldn't take advantage of the extra man. Final moments here. Stone bouncing around. Opens up a bit of space. Comes up with a flick pass. And Central Coast, the celebrations begin. It's a deserved victory. Newcastle came out of the traps firing. Oh, and all the boys are getting involved too. It's not just the under-20s. The men's team is also crashing the party as well. Great scenes here at Port Macquarie. 8-6 at full time. And they deserve that victory, Stanto.
Yeah, they're the champions. Central Coast, a great club. They were the number one in the state last year in the men's. This year the 20s have come back. The men's have fallen short, so the 20s have taken over the representation of the great Dolphins club, and a well-deserved victory. They were down by 4-2. They didn't have it all their own way, James. They had to claw their way back into it, but they were able to control the ball, and then when it got tough, they worked the clock. So there's a lot of maturity there from Central Coast, and they hold the top position now, number one.
Great display from the Dolphins. That wraps it up here, 8-6 at full time in the men's 20s grand final. Up next, it's a cracking fixture between Parramatta and the Hills District in the men's Open B division.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Well, here we are, live action from Port Macquarie, the New South Wales State Cup. This is the the Men's Opens B Grand Final. Adam Collins in commentary, joined by Mitch Walkerton. It's Parramatta taking on the Hills, the local derby, to decide who will be the Men's Open B champions for 2024. Mitch, should be a cracking game.
Yeah, it should be, Adam. They both know each other very well, these two teams. It'll be tight. Like all the finals, there'll be a little bit of a settling in period, and then who gets into their flow best.
Yeah, good speed here already from both outfits with the possession. Taking it out wide is Vaviakila Rawali. Now they put it back through the middle. They look long here. Overlap, but Viviakila doesn't need it. Rawali, beautiful skills there, just so well balanced.
Yeah, it was. It was actually quite fortuitous because I think the open winger ran too far. The Hills winger came in on the passive. He made the right read, but just wasn't able to make the touch, unfortunately. So Rawali gets us underway.
Let's have a look at here again. Rawali tucks away a little bit, just a shimmy.
Little off the left at the last minute. That's quality, Adam.
Here comes a hot stepper.
Absolutely. You're like you at the disco tonight, mate.
Please turn it up. Those days are long gone. But it is the Hills on the attack now. 7 metres out. Cut out pass. A little bit of a deflection by the look of it. Referees call all clear. And we're tied up again, one apiece.
Yeah, beautiful. It's the Waikato play. Looks like it's going to be middle. Nope, we're going to flick it back the other way. The winger made the right read, but just was a fraction too late.
Yeah, and the deflection from the pass there of Riley Canning finds the winger. We see it here again. Nice delivery from half.
Yeah, he did very well to catch, release, and get it away. So
Jaden Douglas, the try scorer.
That was foot in the ruck? No, he said it's an error.
Again, that's something that creeps into this game when they play at that sort of a pace, those little mistakes around the roll ball.
Yeah, got to be strong in the ruck. Sometimes there can be the feet or the hands, or not too strong like that though, giving away a penalty.
And the referee's going to have a little chat early on just to say, leave that stuff out.
Joshy Phillips says, "What, me? No dramas."
Sir. And now it is the Hills on the attack once again. That's in the hands of Ethan Klein. Klein with the ball again. This middle play. Now he goes down. Alexander Nolan. A name synonymous with the Hills touch, Nolan. There's a long ball out to the left-hand side. That one could have been forward for mine.
Yeah.
The referee on the spot.
It looked very spectacular, but it went 3 metres forward. So bad luck there from the Hills boys. You can see he actually passed the ball in it. 3 or 4 metres out and caught well into the dead ball line.
Nice completion there.
Yeah, great catch.
But unfortunately, the whistle had already blown, and it's Parramatta back on the attack. They roll up over the halfway line. Offside player was called out there. Sebastian Klein it was called out. Now Parramatta roll on. Pick up attempt.
Oh, have you seen the Prince Guyane 38? Have you seen him in clear space?
Haven't yet.
Is
I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely lightning. Hopefully he's in the dash for cash, which is after the mixed grand final, I believe. I hope he's going to line up because he'll be very hard to beat. He is very quick.
Nice pick up from the half there and just lost possession. Play on, taken by the Parramatta team. They charge forward now. Good transition.
Yeah, really fast transition. Got to the box, getting the fresh players on.
This will be the third touch now right on the halfway line. So an opportunity to go deep into the Hills space here. He gets the ball down, strike dump. On the line, cut out pass into space, but the winger jammed in nicely there.
Yeah, really good read there from Douglas. Nice line from the link. Great pass.
Link defender as well did his job.
Yeah, he did. He got up, made it a little bit harder, but well done to Douglas out on the wing.
So now the Hills will look to take it towards their sub-box. They'll need some fresh legs on. They've had to get through a ton of work, and having that turnover as well, they weren't able to make the substitutions. Now they roll forward. This is good.
Yeah, good flow here.
Back on the inside. 6 touch now. Cut out pass into space and tried for the tap on, but he held on just that split second too long.
Yeah.
It was a tough one to get away.
Absolutely. Yeah, he'll have to practice the bat-ons at training next season.
Next season, yeah, I think you'll be having a rest after this weekend. It's torrid conditions out there, mate.
Is.
You've been out there.
Yeah, just even watching, it's hot and sweaty, let alone playing.
Yeah, you've coached the team here this weekend and experienced the conditions. Port Macquarie certainly has laid everything on.
But you wouldn't want it any other way. Better than rain and thunderstorms.
Yeah, well, yesterday, I spoke about it earlier, the whole town lost power yesterday afternoon as a freak storm. It was not forecast and it was over in a matter of minutes, but certainly left a trail of destruction.
It did. New South Wales Touch did a great job. Pushed the games back by an hour.
We got it
back
underway.
on. Play on.
Yeah, I think it was 7:30 this morning. It was already 31 degrees and 87% humidity, and it's only increased since there.
Yep, fantastic.
But these boys are certainly putting on a show. And at the moment, it's the Hills on the attack, 10 metres out from the Parramatta line. Ball back to the inside now. This play there, just trying to draw the defenders up. Good pick up. A little bit of a hot step again. Big long ball to the right.
I think he's got the ball down.
I think he has, mate. The referee's tucking back into position.
Wow, he had a lot of work to do there. Curl did a really good strike dump, and then he gets the ball, he jinks off the left.
Luke Mata it is.
Yeah, great ball. And he had a lot of work to do. That's a great put down at him.
And yeah, Jaden Douglas, the man you called down the other end for that, clutch defence that he did.
Yeah.
He was underneath that one, took it and got it down to the ground as quickly as he could.
Very quickly.
The Hills take the lead for the first time in this match. It's Parramatta now, they look to respond.
Setting up a splitter or an ML.
And then the ball over the top.
Oh, the sinker. Great read.
Shut down defence from number 99, who unfortunately we don't have on our run sheet from the Hills.
Look at Curl coming down the middle there.
He gets one in the back for his trouble.
There's another one. The referee got that one at him.
A little bit of spite starting to come into it. They just want to stamp an authority on, but the referees are in control out there. It's great to see.
Yep.
And they continually communicate with the players on the run as well.
Absolutely. They do such a good job, warning the players. They sort of let the first one go, but you can't let the second one go as it turns into a game of WrestleMania.
They're always that third team in the game too. They combine. They're mic'd up here as well, so they're able to communicate with each other. It's
a real team effort.
Real professional part of our sport, the referees.
Yeah. Absolutely, mate, it is.
So the Hills, the ball on the right-hand side, they'll have a penalty. 8 metres out.
That's a really good touch there from the link out there.
39,
Barnett.
Left himself a little bit short. He had to make it.
Yeah, sniping from the short side, though.
Little ankle tap.
Yeah.
Splitter here. Then he goes long. Looks like the defence slid beautifully. A little wraparound play.
Good defence, though, from the Eels there.
It's nice. Good defence here from Parramatta. Here they come to the right-hand side now. They switch it back. Numbers here if they can get through.
Oh, that's close.
Referee might have called the pass from the ruck forward.
Yeah, I think he has. Yeah, he has, mate. Forward pass. The outball, though, asking questions.
Parramatta defence looked really good there. That last play, was that half a step?
Yeah, no, it did. Really, really solid.
Now Parramatta just working up this sub-box side of the field. They have numbers on. They look to go wide early here, interestingly. The full back line spread out to this left-hand side. Numbers here if they can take that advantage.
Oh, bad luck.
That last pass it was on too, he was in space.
Yeah, it was. Phillips and Rawali with a play that's become really popular, the open side quickie from midfield with an early release. Yeah. It really puts pressure on the middle and the link.
So now the Hills roll forward once again up over the halfway line. They shift it to the edges as well.
Good
now
job
they push
tipping
through the middle
inside.
third. Back on the inside, good switch. Long pass, that one's forward.
Yeah, it has gone forward.
Referees are straight onto it.
Good flow though through the field and actually turning the ball back inside, getting closer to the 7 metre line as opposed to just burying the touch. I think they'll do that again, mate.
I'm sure we'll see it. There's still plenty of time left. 21 minutes left on the clock here in a very warm Port Macquarie as Parramatta roll up over the halfway line. Keeping it in the middle. Pick and go.
There he
Here's your
goes.
man.
Oh, good touch.
Wow, he had to throw his body on the line.
Yeah,
you don't want to give him half a step.
A noted speedster. Very well defended.
Cracking. We'll keep an eye on him. Young. I don't know if you've seen the footage of Gout. Have you been?
No, I haven't. I've heard about it though.
Outstanding.
Very fast.
So I think Prince down there might have...
Short ball. No, bad luck. Well defended again from Para.
They did really well there. And the winger stayed out too to shut down any of those opportunities for that pass.
Yeah, no, he did.
So now it is Parramatta back on the attack. It's Guian that'll be in half. He'll let go of that one and then come off for a well-earned break. Thought they might have lost control of that one there, but the referee says play on. Now the ball put back into the middle of the field. Sweeper goes around. They come back to the short side numbers.
Oh,
he didn't need to throw that pass.
No. Dean Russell, wherever he is at the stadium, would be burying his head in his hands. He hates the flick pass. It wasn't necessary. A 2-on-1 draw pass.
That's all it took, or just put his head down. He was, 4 or 5 metres out.
Yeah, that might come up at Kangaroo Court, I reckon, Adam.
I think it might be. It would be in a team I was coaching, let me tell you.
Absolutely.
Regardless of what the result is at the end of it, that one would get a mention.
Yep, think so.
And of course, all the pictures coming from Bar TV on KO Freebies. All of the action here from Port Macquarie. And here it is, the Hills in front 2-1. Pick and go. Space here. Now they have to... No, he's called a touch and he's not happy about it either.
No, Curl's not happy about that. I'm not sure.
He's having something to say as he brings the ball back.
And
the referee's not going to cop that.
No way. He's going to give away a penalty and he better be quiet.
He's still going to,
He's going to get a forced sub here, I think.
Yeah, it needs to just rein it in a little bit. Looks like he's laying down the law of the referee. He won't like that either.
Absolutely.
Now,
Yeah, forced sub. Go and have a little drink.
Fair enough too.
Compartmentalise.
That's great control by the referee.
Yeah, it was. Play through. Oh, wow. There.
Nice defence there from, who's that? The number 23, Luke Mata. He knew he was off. He just trailed and waited for the referee to call onside and then made the touch. It looked like our man was away there. Long ball back inside for the tap.
I think that one went forward, though.
And late.
Yeah, great defence. Really, really good defence out here from the winger.
It's been top quality so far.
Yeah, it has, end to end.
We talked about it yesterday, teams asking questions, but so far, both teams have had the answers to some of those clutch plays. And it is the Hills looking to get to the sub-box. Roll ball 1 metre in now. This is good, extra metres down the edge.
Oh, well done.
Oh, wow.
Saved a certain try.
There's that defence again.
Yes.
That's a 50-50 call if he takes the intercept.
Yeah, that's try time.
So the Hills on the attack. Matthew Curl, he's back on. He's there in the middle.
With his brother, Josh.
A little wraparound play. Nice shutdown defence coming in from Max Barnett.
He's been good defence, Barnett.
Curl down now. Here's the brothers.
Oh, look at that. Oh, no. Bad luck. That goes down as a bombed chance.
It certainly does.
That ball just kept rising and rising and rising.
Just out in front too.
Yeah.
And off the fingertips it rolled.
There are those moments you've got to take your chances, don't you, Adam?
Roll out Parramatta here, trying to exploit that error. Sweep it goes as well. They come back to the short.
Good touch. That's curl there. Didn't fall for the dummy. Didn't let him run through from half.
Just stood very strong there in defence.
Good touch. His brother Josh making his way to the box.
This is good here from the Hills. That's a great transition.
It is.
Back on the inside. Meters here. Parramatta just rolling back in defence. That opens up their long pass. Tap inside. That's a forward one from one. Then tap.
Oh, there we go.
The bang play, but I think we're going to have a touch call. No. Referee says
well
all clear.
Done. That's a beauty.
Wow. I thought the first tap on could have been forward.
Yeah, we've got the bat back and then a bat back to him.
It's a bang play.
Yes, whatever you want to call it.
Let's have a look here.
Tremendous long ball.
So there's the first one.
Bat back. Yeah. And then he did very, very well to catch that.
I mean, the hand-eye from both players is exceptional. Let's not take that away.
The reaction time is so quick. Catch, bang, straight back to you, brother. Get down in the corner.
Close to a touch too. He got him on the calf as he was putting the ball down.
Yep.
The referees are on the spot, and they make the calls. The only ones that matter, and it is Hills now, 3-1.
Great touch there from Nolan. Had to be made on Rawali.
Wiley with the ball again. He'll centre it up.
He loves a punish. Oh, of course he steps the other way.
He was through the line. That's down. I'm going to call it down. Let's see what the referee says. No, I thought he tucked himself back. He's going to give a penalty.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looked very, very close, mate.
Let's have a look here in replay. Courtesy of Bar TV on KO Freebie.
We've got a slip in the middle and...
Off the right foot.
Oh, that's close. You can see the touching the ball down at the same time.
He grounded the ball short too and then pushed it over the line. So let's benefit of the doubt there.
And the ref was in a better position than we are, 50 metres away. So
and doesn't have the benefit of a replay.
And probably has better eyes than us, mate. So
100%. I've got to go back to Specsavers.
That's a good strike dump.
Good momentum here from Hills.
Oh,
no! Yeah, I thought he was touched on contact. Referee.
Had to be a little bit of contact.
Yeah.
Hang about. Oh, we've got a punch. Hold the phone.
Yeah, exactly. Curl, is it Curl in the 21?
Yeah.
It is. He instigated that as he came back through the ruck area.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He gave him a little tap on the back of the head, and the Parramatta player responded.
Yeah, I think the refs
are going to... Jesse Parker.
The refs are going to have a bit of a meeting here.
We can see there are two referees in the midfield. The other referee out on the side, he's communicating with them as well through the technology.
I would imagine that both are going to get time. I didn't get a good look at it.
Yeah, they're all pointing. Parramatta are pointing to the player.
He's trying to hide in the box.
And he took his hat off too.
Turn it off. It's like when you're getting kicked out at the disco. You try and change shirts before the seckies can find you. Turn it up, Matt. Yeah, he's going for time.
Has to go.
Has to.
And then we'll see the Parramatta player here, you would imagine.
He gives him a bit of a point and a bit of how you doing. He's going to go as well.
They're both saying, it wasn't me, sir. Hands are in the air.
Yeah. He's been sent off.
Yeah, I think it's the incorrect player here.
He's been sent off.
I don't think he was the one. Or was it that threw the punch? Yeah, it might have been actually.
Wow. Wow.
It was a definite punch thrown.
Yeah, it was.
And it was retaliating to the original offence, which is for what curl is in the bin.
It was.
But you cannot throw a punch to the head of another player.
Especially from behind.
Yeah.
I think he hits him. See? He hits him from behind. That's a bad look, mate.
Yeah. And well handled by the referees.
Very, very well. Very well handled.
Ball back on the inside. So no damage done. But now Parramatta playing a man short for the remainder of the game. 12 and a half minutes.
Coach Ricky Hetherington will be telling the fellas, we've just got to calm down and just keep playing. Worry about us.
Stick to the processes.
Absolutely. Here they go.
Hands.
Good touch.
Nice shutdown defence there coming in from Bay Mitchell. Mitchell, solid defence. They had, even though they're a man down in the line, they had numbers on that left-hand side.
Well, it still is 5-on-5 while Curl has another couple of sets to go.
Good pick up. Got ahead of myself there.
Yes, but no, I hear you, mate. They just need to, Hills just need to keep playing straight, and they'll run over the top of Parramatta with 5 players.
Pick up and go from half. Not going to get away.
Yeah, the right play too. No flick pass, no silly play. Just turn the ball over. Play the percentages.
He's not going to beat Yarn in a foot race, I wouldn't have imagined.
No chance.
So now Parramatta, they bring it to the box. Really need those fresh legs on as much as they can now. Rawali, he steps out. Nearly got through a half opening, but shut down there by Luke Mutter. As he is again.
They've got an extra man here. They've got an extra player here. Can he shake free? He has shaken free.
Yep, try time.
Yeah. A little bit of something to the crowd. I wasn't sure what that signal was.
I think it's to his own men. Just saying, yeah, ball down.
Yep, potentially.
Ball down, sir. Put that one on the scoreboard. Let's have a look at it again.
Really good scoop with so much field.
Troy Blackett is it gets through the line, and then, yeah.
He did very, very well to shake his defending player.
Is that Liam Bissett, I think, out there?
Yeah, they go man on, and then, just gets that separation. Well done.
So still a little bit of feeling in there. There's some contact.
There is. Hills are back to 6 now,
Now
though.
it's 6-on-5.
Yeah, for the remaining 10 and a bit minutes. 3-2.
Good ball shut down. No, he didn't get him.
Hang on. He's calling touch. He's calling touch. He's calling touch.
Yeah, the number 4 for Hills played out like he didn't feel it. But
he's either
the call was immediate.
We don't want this to boil over. No. That either has to be a late pass penalty or it's a try.
Correct.
He's going to play.
Here it is here. Yeah, the call was immediate.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're right. It has to be a late pass for mine.
I would have thought so, but anywho. Oh, there's foot in the ruck there.
He
from
tried. That was deliberate too.
Yes,
it was gamesmanship.
Yeah, it was.
But it didn't pay off.
No, it didn't.
And the Hills score in the corner.
Really clever play, 6 versus 5.
Just comes down to numbers.
It does. Middle dump. Early release. Bombs away. 3-on-2.
But costly there again. Let's go back to that decision about the late pass.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Could have been. Anyway, it's fish and chip wrapper paping now.
It is, isn't it? Yesterday's news.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Para really need to try and get back into the game. I know it's hard with 5, and there's still, emotions and.
Correct.
But they've got to get back to playing touch.
Just a tick under 9 minutes left on the clock.
That'll help.
Penalty to Parramatta on the 7-metre line. Yep. You've got Rawali and Guian out there together. Ryan Bono. Offside was the call, play on was the call.
Yep, we always say it. You've got to listen to the referee.
And Rawali responded beautifully then.
Absolutely. Referee said play through. He did the right thing. Open side quick dump. Came forward early, play through. And the boys at the back, they go up as 1. They're back into it, 3-4. Imagine if they get back to 4 all, Adam.
They had numbers there. Curl just turned his back as soon as he saw the touch affected. He didn't react very well to the offside call either.
I'm sure Coach Curl in the box would be telling the boys, you're throwing this away. You've got 7 to go.
They've got all of the advantage, haven't they?
Absolutely. Let's keep running, fellas.
Nice cut out. Passive out the back. This is tough now for the defence to get across.
Yeah, that's very, very tough.
He's pumped too, putting the ball down.
Yeah, good try. Look, it's very hard to defend that with 6, let alone with 5. Well executed the passive out the back. The winger did as good as he could. Well done. Lead Lunner comes in. Bit of a wobbly old pass, but a great dive into the corner.
Yeah, Bay Mitchell it is out there that gets the reward for his effort.
Did well not to pass it forward.
There's a nice chase from Ryan Field. Unfortunately, couldn't get there in time. But it is Parramatta back. They're only 2 down here. Right up to the 7-metre line. And that is Rawali. Out to the right-hand side.
Oh, good defence. Oh, where are you going?
Another collision.
Yeah.
The penalty there for not moving forward. It wasn't the penalty for the collision.
There's a bit of chit-chat out there,
There
too,
is
mate.
too, yeah. As we said, they know each other quite well.
Yeah.
They're just up the road, up the highway from each other.
Absolutely.
Or the
He's going to be a punish play here.
Windsor Road.
Yeah. Josh is pointing like a traffic cop. The middle
wants
will
it-
not move forward.
Yeah, right next to the referee too,
Yeah.
so that's 2 penalties
Yeah,
now.
it is. They'll take their time here. Make them come out. See if they can get a third penalty if they don't move forward or if they drop.
The referee
Punish
come
play.
up out of the line
Punish
saying,
play.
keep up with me there.
Oh,
No,
bad
didn't
luck.
need to throw that one.
No. Needed to feed Rawali, the live man.
Again, they come back to the short. Now they have to go long. Rawali does take and attempted there. The big arms of Braden Wickman went up, but he couldn't grab it now.
Very
the
good.
Hills roll on.
Sorry,
Interference in the ruck.
Very good defence there from Mitchell, though. Really good defence. Came in, shut it down.
It's a name we've called quite often in this match in defence. He's got through a ton of work.
Yeah.
But the Hills get a penalty coming out of their own end.
5-3, 5 and a bit to go. They could really ice this game with a try here.
Not going to beat him on the outside.
No, but they keep trying.
Kudos to them.
Oh,
Now, there's a hook.
That should be a penalty.
That should be a penalty against
Absolutely.
the Hills.
Unnecessary.
Spite. in the
Yeah.
match right to the end.
Yeah.
Good defence from Parramatta
It was.
here. Now let's see what they do. Oh, he
Terrible
lost it,
roll
yeah.
the ball. Terrible roll the ball.
Well judged there, Mr. Referee. It was a nothing play, and that's exactly how he rolled it.
Yeah.
You cannot take the easy option out here. And Parramatta now.
Trying to get a scoop here.
That's a good drive. Play on is the call. Threw a dummy,
Oh.
didn't need to throw that one.
No. The boys get tangled up again.
I don't know. The fella that played the ball, I'm going to keep an eye on him. He was the one that did the hook and then came into contact there. I think he's just been a little bit cheeky, a little bit cute.
Yeah, that's Klein, I believe. 24.
Yeah.
Just got to be careful. Just get back to playing touch, brother. Do your job.
Now we're back into the midfield here for the Hills. Nice strike. He just lost control. Yep.
Yeah, that's the right call. It was a
call,
knock
ref. Numbers are here for the Hills in defence. Parramatta take us forward up to the halfway line. He's our speed man there
And
in
I'll
the
probably
half.
try and set a scoop for him. He's a through. He's away. Oh, it's an intercept. Bad luck. Bad luck.
And then he actually fell over, so now he's back in the defensive line, in the attacking line here. He needs to get back, help his teammates out. That's a good move here.
Trouble.
Speed down the side. Wow! Guian beaten
no, he
for
cannot
pace.
get him. Wowzers.
What a move from that young fella out there on the wing.
It's Jaden Douglas. We've got a new favourite in the dash for cash.
What about the knee lift? The power and the balance of that run.
Yes.
Let's look at that
He
again,
gets the
courtesy of
ball.
Bar TV.
Guyan's coming and we know he's quick and he goes, ta-ta, Tatiana.
Look at the style. I think he's a sprinter.
Absolutely. He must be. He must be. Look at the high knees.
Yeah, and the arm swing.
He gives him a look and says, you're not getting me. See you later.
And the balance to run like that when you're carrying a football.
Well
outstanding.
done. So good.
Young Douglas. Wow. 6-3. Hills over Parramatta. 3 minutes just ticked over.
Good touch.
It's Parramatta on the 7 metre line. Long ball. Needed to hit the link. Tap back inside. The referee's going to call that one forward.
Yeah, when you've got 5 on the field, you have to step in though, don't you? You have to sort of dump on the link with your winger and your link to step in to have any chance to try and create an extra man.
Extra man, yeah, exactly.
And that's
right.
what they're doing. So they're trying really hard, but it's very, very difficult.
And they've played, the majority of the game a man short.
Yep, well, yeah, they have a really, really big effort. They haven't stopped trying. They haven't stopped the energy.
It's just been Hills taking control from that moment on. There's Klein working with Mata.
Great
Matter.
touch.
Nice touch. Max Barnett.
Again. Really, really good touch from Barnett.
Last touch coming. They just need to stand tall here. Hills aren't going to put anything on.
No. They got the champagne on ice, mate.
Parramatta will keep moving, as you said. Coach Hetherington, he'll be into his charges. He knows.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've tried their heart out.
They have.
This man here's got through a ton of work. Well, he looks to go back on the inside, but the winger, he had nothing left in the tank.
No, he's exhausted as well.
I don't know if he's been off Ryan Field.
No, I don't think he has. I think he's played the whole game.
Just 1 minute remains here, and it will be the Hills who'll take out the Men's Opens B Grand Final.
Oh, look at that. Nice double pump. Bad luck from Whitman there. Couldn't do much about it.
And try awarded.
Yeah.
7-3. Real blowout.
Look at that. Nice double pump.
Double pump.
That's a beauty. Holds the winger up.
Who was it? Edmund Matter with the
Yeah,
double
look at
pump.
that.
Yeah, he
That's
held it beautifully.
gorgeous.
Didn't just put it on a platter, really.
Yeah.
And Matthew Curl scores what should be the final try of the game, unless Parramatta can pull out a Hail Mary in 20 seconds.
I think they're just going to cruise on down. Maybe see if they can score one more to finish on a positive note.
10 seconds remain. Ball on the 7 metre line. Penalty. This will be the final play here for the Parramatta team. And it will be the Hills crowned Men's Opens B Grand Final winners for 2024. Walko, it was a great game. Unfortunately there.
Yeah, it was. It was, let's say, marred by, that incident. I'm sure if he had his time again, he wouldn't have thrown a punch. But you just can't be punching. It's just not acceptable. And to be honest, it's selfish because he leaves his teammates with 5.
Absolutely. And they paid the ultimate price.
They did.
And Hills take out the championship here for the Men's Opens B division. Well, sit back. Go and take a quick break because there's plenty of action coming your way. It is the Mixed Opens Grand Final. That'll be followed by the Women's. And, of course, the day will be rounded out by the Men's Opens Championship here from Port Macquarie. Go and grab a quick drink. We're going to take a quick break and be back with all the action here on KO Freebies.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into...
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The stage is set for our first Opens Grand Final in the mixed division. Your referees are Brendan Sanderson, Alec Clark and Charlie Cheesley as East and Wollongong make their way out, led by their respective captains. For Wollongong, it's Ed Burrell holding that trophy, and for Eastern Suburbs, Jared Watchman. They line up as follows for Wollongong. It's Luke Tonagato, Dominic Dutoit, Terry Deegan, Ashley Stanley, Brittany Rudd, of course, Burrell in the 7, Jamie Viren, Jaden Sargent, Rachel Tonagato, Corey Bamford, Bart Hill, Matt Tope, Emma Veron, of course, formerly Emma Tonagato, and Nicole Beck. For Eastern Suburbs, Tom Wong, Kingston Day, Ashley Borg, Emma Hayes, Jack Harrison, Dave Marr, Justine Watchman, Carly Walsh, Jared Watchman, who is the captain, Scott Prince. Yes, that's right, Scotty Prince himself, the West Tigers legend, Tony Demaria, Aaliyah Ibrahim, Lachlan Green, and Jack Lewis. 2 undefeated sides coming into this one. James Preston and Jason Stender take you through it, but we'll have the national anthem before we see these two teams do battle. So the stage is set for our first Opens Division Grand Final. Mixed Grand Final between Wollongong and Eastern Suburbs and Jason Standen. 2 teams that have had a lot of success at this tournament in this particular grade.
I think so. It doesn't always work out this way, but I think since Friday morning when most of us arrived here, or the Thursday, the mixed division, everyone's been saying Wollongong and East, wouldn't it be great to see them play at the end? And that's the way it sort of rolled out over the weekend. A very interesting matchup, big names on both sides. I'm particularly interested to see the amount of dominance or inclusion of the female players, because when teams match up pretty even, often it's that female that gets in there, ball in hands, running plays that makes a difference. So we've got you mentioned Emma Veron, Nicole Beck. They're going to be, every time you get them in the middle, that's going to create problems. On the other side, it'll be interesting to see how much of the female players get injected. We've got Justine, Carly Walsh, Ashley Borg's one to watch that we've been hearing good things about. So it'll be interesting to see that female influence on this mixed game, James.
And of course, the form for both these teams coming into this grand final is absolutely peerless. Undefeated throughout their pool stages. For Wollongong, they've actually played a game less overall. So just the 4 matches in the pool stage, 5 for East, and then in their most recent matchups in the semi-finals. So, of course, both these teams finishing top of their respective pools. They didn't have to play a quarter, just the semis. And it was a 4-3 win for Wollongong over Newcastle, a 7-5 victory for Eastern Suburbs over Wallsend. So they both are in terrific form. Out of those 5 games, Wollongong have scored 44 tries in 6 games. Eastern Suburbs have scored 42. So Wollongong with a slight attacking advantage, but defensively the exact same amount they've conceded, these 2 teams. So this one should be an absolute nail-biter. It will be Wollongong who start first, and as you mentioned, Jason Standen, there is plenty of quality across both these 2 outfits. Final checks here before we get underway. There's the siren, 30 minutes away from glory for one of these 2 teams. Wollongong with first use of the ball. Tope will then send it back towards the middle now. Draw and pass, releasing Dutoit early here. Dutoit hopping in at acting half. Back here for Tope. Floats it towards the middle. Slowed down momentarily by Terry Deegan. Deegan now dropping it down. Tope with a little short ball. Sargent looking dangerous. Sends it long, finds a little pass. Chance to crab back on the inside. Or Scotty Prince, good touch. Back to the 7 metre mark they go. Dutois out here for Deegan. Sargent bouncing around, drops it on the 7, return serve once more. Sargent straightening up. Did he squeeze through? I certainly think he beat the outside man, and then back on the inside. They didn't get there in time. So yes, Jaden Sargent start things brilliantly here for Wollongong.
Yeah, great start there by Wollongong, and I wanted to point something out here to the viewers at home in the lead up to that, if you get to watch it back later, is the Wollongong were able to get their female player to drag the eastern suburb defence all the way to the bottom of the screen. That pulled 2 or 3 guys out of the way, and that opened up the field. So that's a little bit of mismatch type footy. Female running at a male, creating a male on female mismatch. So pretty clever start there for the Devils.
And Lachlan Green, the man that never quite got back the distance. So even though he did make the touch, obviously play through being offside, as now Wollongong, having scored first, looking to drive it upfield now. Good metres in this set in particular. Nicole Beck picking up another 10 or so. He's now chiming in his heel. I'll take off once again through the work of Veron. Veron will leave this one behind. So pretty good start here from the Devils.
Yeah, it was particularly clever play, as I mentioned, to create that mismatch. We'll see whether East are able to make that adjustment. So just as a general thing, something to look out for, whenever you see the female player driving in the middle, setting up play, there's going to be a mismatch somewhere else. There'll be a male versus female mismatch somewhere else on the field.
Rudd momentarily got interested, and they nearly had an opportunity on that right-hand edge there, the Roosters, but in the end they went back towards the middle. Prince couldn't find support with that final pass. So Wollongong in the ascendancy and up over halfway. Popping a little pass here for the run of Bamford. Bamford drops it down. Rudd. Quick ball for Dutois. Now Tope takes off. Last one here for Wollongong. Bamford again. Oh, lovely drawing pass. Dutois was looking to get it on quickly. Scotty Prince collected. That Wollongong man right through the middle. No malice in it. Oh, but they will still call the penalty.
Yeah, there's a little bit of contact there on Terry Deegan, so some of our viewers might be familiar with some of the superstars here in Wollongong. Terry Deegan, Matt Tope, both former Australian players, and Ed Burrell, of course. Shout out to all our Kiwi viewers. Ed Burrell, a former New Zealand player, so plenty of superstars on show.
So 3 minutes gone, just the one try in it. Tope waiting here for that contact. Plays it on the 7. Wider still they come. Oh, great footwork again from Sargent. Back to the 7 he goes. Tope through the middle. Very prominent in the early exchanges here, Matty Tope. So they send it wide early. What a ball that is. It's a ripping pass from Terry Deegan. Pinpoint accuracy, and Wollongong have a second.
Too smart at the moment. They're putting on a bit of a clinic at the moment. They had a middle dump. Beautiful work there by Matt Tope. They've dummied going to the bottom of the screen. Everyone thought it was going that way. Terry Deegan, that's a set play. Sweeping to the bottom. Never was interested. He was always going back to the top. Caught the eastern suburbs blindside defence there, a little bit napping. And it's 2-0 to Wollongong. The Roosters, they've been thrown down the gauntlet. They need to respond.
Rachel Tonagato with the try. And 2-0 after 4 minutes here. So, of course, both these teams coming into this one undefeated. Someone's going home with that blemish on the record, though. I'll head back to the 7 now. Kingston Day working through the middle. Then hopping out onto that left link position. Now Dave Marr just slowing it down momentarily. Looking for Day. Finds him here. They've lost ground, the Roosters. Now Day takes off. Finds a nice pass. Oh, it's just hit the deck, but it was building well there for Ashley Borg. Just couldn't quite get a good grab on it.
Yeah, and Borg's someone they need to get into the game, James. You would have noticed there that the 3 male players, just a few quick releases, a few little dink plays together, not really pulling the field apart. So I'd love to see Roosters get someone like Borg right in the middle, dumping between the guys, opening the field up. Roosters have got to try something a little bit different because Wollongong definitely have started better of the two.
It's very hot out there too, so fatigue will really become a factor. 32 degrees in Port Macquarie, plus the sun beaming down. Good interchange of passing here for Deegan, but he can't get away from them. Kingston Day working hard, makes the touch. 5 minutes gone here. 2-0 if you're just joining us on KO. And there's a poor turnover from the Roosters. More pressure on their line coming up.
Yeah, just looking across this Wollongong lineup, just noticed, remember Brittany Rudd, didn't she have a great country champs out wide? So Wollongong definitely male and female players, superstars everywhere. East are definitely going to have their handful if this first 5 minutes is anything to go by.
And of course, good form for Wollongong, having claimed that country championships not too long ago as Sargent now sends it out to this left-hand side. Making himself large is the captain for Roosters, Jared Watchman. They'll take off now. Sargent finding a good pass. Great scramble, though, out wide from Carly Walsh.
Good hands there from Tonegado too.
Sargent now for Tope. Dropping a little ball here for Luke Tonegado. Tope again looking dangerous. Floats a pass that was in between Sargent and getting into the action. And that link position was Dominique Dutois. She'd only just come onto the field, so a tough one to take.
Yeah, good defence there from the Roosters. I think Wollongong probably wish they had that set again. A little bit disjointed, probably didn't run the best sequence of plays. And Roosters will get a penalty here. Charlie Cheesley, the referee's all over it. You're not gonna put one past him. And Roosters, they haven't been down there for a while, James. They probably this is a welcome penalty.
Yeah, they certainly need a bit of field position. They haven't launched too much in the way of an attacking raid so far. As Wollongong maintain this high line. Nice assertive defensive style. A little bit too assertive on that occasion. There's the penalty. So even better field position now for the Chooks as they come forward with Jack Lewis. Drops it down. Harrison in an acting half. Lewis bouncing away from them momentarily. Touch is made by Luke Tonegado. About 9 metres away from the line. Sargent up to meet them. Now the reinforcements arrive as well. Lewis taking off. Oh, good footwork from Lewis. Sargent may have just got a fingertip to him. No, he hasn't. It was brilliant footwork from Lewis. It looked good at first, but even better when you consider he beat two in the one motion.
Yeah, Jack Lewis making it look all too easy there. Both the defenders got called off. The dump was right on the 7, which was perfect. And then the referee was looking to see 2 feet on the line and making sure the defenders don't leave early. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get the job done there. You'll see the defence not quite getting back to the line. And Jack Lewis, a beautiful swan dive there to get the try. Now we're back into it. 2-1. We've got a game.
Well poised. It's flown by this first 8 minutes as well. I don't know if we've learnt too much about either of these sides in the first 10 minutes, though.
No, the main thing that sort of jumped out is that the Wollongong team, they look to be using the females a little bit better, but that's only early days. Roosters can make the adjustment, and Roosters probably got to drive a little bit better. So it's still definitely up in the air, anyone's game. Let's see which teams can make the adjustments as we move into the second 10 minutes of this final.
Little pass popped here for Watchman. Prince is out there once again in that left wing position. Now Tom Wong. Watchman, an acting half. Back to Wong here. Wong floats it wide early. Oh, it was a try that's gone begging there. Ibrahim, all she had to do was take clean possession of it. No one within Kui, and that would have been levelled up at 2-2.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. The Roosters, that one went begging. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them later in the game. They'll have plenty more chances, though.
Now on the charges, Luke Tonegado. Picked up here from Rachel Tonegado. Now Sargent. Scooped with one hand by Jamie Verron. Verron takes off. Good speed. Great touch made, though, from Jared Watchman there. Right up through the middle. Now a little pass from Demaria. She continues to track across field. Prince with the dummy. Then picking up an extra 5 or so metres. Demaria with a little pass, but still winning this territorial battle here, Wollongong. It's taking a little bit longer for East to get up over halfway. That's better now, once more from Jack Lewis. So he's been the spark so far for the Roosters. He's lost track of the touch count there. He thought he had one more up the sleeve, and as a result, there's the turnover.
Yeah, you'll notice with the East side that Prince tends to stand quite wide, almost in that traditional link-type play that we often see in men. So Roosters have got to be driving and expansively getting the ball down so they can utilise his long ball. So they've got to try and bring him into the game as well if they can.
Tope now drops it down. Last one here for Wollongong at speed, popping a pass back on the inside. Deegan, though, was heavily marked. There's the turnover as we finish off the first third of this grand final. 2-1 the score, still 20 minutes to go. If you're just joining us on KO, no half-time breaks here. It's all done on the fly by the coaching staff and the players. Prince brings it into enemy territory. Now Ma sends it a little wider still. Lachlan Green bouncing around, eventually caught there. Ma yet again picking it up and simply throwing it away about 5 metres forward too. Well, a little surprised that's the turnover. Of course, it has to find someone regardless.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating. He probably would hope to have that one again because we're only 10 minutes in and there's not a whole lot to be that upset about. Only down by 1. Roosters have got to stay patient. I think Wollongong probably gone off their game a little bit in the last few minutes. They've got to reset a little bit. Maybe they can do it on this set.
Bamford now turns it back on the inside. A chance building for the run here of Bart Hill. Hill now with Veron on this left-hand side. Looking for that strike dump. Gets it. Veron, quick release. Back for Hill. Oh, Hill was looking to link up wider still, but Scotty Prince read it nicely. Took the intercept. And there's that 0 touch. And now they have a good chance to work it upfield here. 2 plays down. Prince will drive, but still, it's great defensive pressure here from Wollongong, even with that extra touch. Play number 4, and they're lucky they'll get the penalty, but they weren't really going too far.
Yeah, that was a welcome penalty. And this is where we often talk about these mismatches in the mixed game, James, because if you're not able to get the male players involved pre-touch, as you saw Prince on that occasion, when you try and run your move, they're in good position. And they're able to defend and stifle your play. So both these teams left a little bit wanting in terms of their structures in attack.
Oh, Day with a wonderful ball out wide, though. Bang on the money. Carly Walsh is there waiting for it. But Kingston Day assessed the situation very quickly and fires an absolute rocket.
The Roosters, they're showing why there is so much class. We'll see here, they're running a sweeper to the top of the screen, which makes the Wollongong team over squeeze and shut down. They probably didn't need to come in, so a little bit of panic there. And a beautiful dump there, you'll see. I'm just trying to check. Was that Day with the long ball, was it? Great pass.
Yeah, Kingston Day.
Yeah, great pass there. And all of a sudden it's 2-2. And I think Roosters will be happy with that. They haven't really had the run of the game, and they've locked it all up coming to the midpoint mark.
Nice little switch here. Out to Sargent, then finds a quick ball. Great step back off the right foot from Rachel Tonagato, who collects a second in the grand final. Still had plenty of work to do and did it with aplomb.
Beautiful right foot step, and normally you'd expect to get a bit of help on the inside. You'll see the long ball there. The defensive winger there's coming across, forcing her back in the inside, expecting to get a bit of help, and it wasn't there. And the number 10, Rachel Tonagato, what a game she's having. She saved a couple tries, and the right foot and the put down. Does not get much better than that, and the Devils out by 1.
So 3-2 now with 13 minutes gone, still 17 on the clock here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The Mixed Opens Grand Final, the New South Wales State Cup 2024. All very flat pass there for Ma. Flat's been kind as well, but they'll get away with it. And then it was played out from Dutois. So a full set to work with here for the Roosters. Ma drops it down. Hayes waiting for it. There's maybe a little bit of karma. I think they should have been pulled up for the 4 pass previously, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed. Again, labouring the point a bit, but I'd really like to see Hayes and Borg on the Roosters side getting in there, doing the dumps, because the male players have got such good skill. I think they've got to try and open the field up a bit. Try and play a bit more expansive as they got their second try. They need to open them up a bit. Let's see. Wollongong on the drive. They're going to try and make some adjustments as well.
Last one here for the Devils. Sargent draw and pass. Prince marked the space very well. In the end, there was a massive gap between middle and link there for the Devils, so easy pickings for Prince. As he now heads towards the sideline. Fresh troops onto the pitch. Head up over halfway. Lovely show and go there from Day, and then teetering along the sideline momentarily. Wong pops a little pass. Now once more they scoop. Lovely ball there, looking for Kingston Day, who's been involved in everything so far for the Roosters, but that one doesn't come to fruition as now the Devils start to work it away from their own end.
Yeah, probably a better set there from the Roosters. I didn't mind that. So the game's starting to settle in. We're getting into that halfway point now. Still very much in the balance. And like I said, I'm wanting to see what adjustments can be made. Let's see what the Devils have got here. It's on if you hit the winger.
Oh, Deegan, lovely pass again, looking for Tonagato. They'll keep it alive momentarily with Emma Veron. Still hot potato stuff here for the Devils. Bamford puts the foot down, gets through the middle. What a cracking try that is for Wollongong.
Great team play there. I was about to applaud Roosters on their scramble because they just didn't give up. They were running everywhere, right and left, but Wollongong just seemed to have one more pass in them. It looked to be stifled on the top of the screen. It looked to be handled again. But like you said, he put his foot down, didn't he, right at the end there. A beautiful run bit of acceleration. I think it was Bamford. Look at that. Clean pair of heels. And 4-2, the Roosters have to respond.
Great work there. And you've talked a little bit about how Wollongong have utilised their women a lot better than East there. And we were seeing that with both Tonegato and Nicole Beck managing to keep the play alive. And off the back of it, space opening up for Bamford. And now a good dive here from Lewis. Healy squeezed underneath the pressure of Ed Burrell, the captain for the Devils. Back to the 7 they go now. 14 minutes remaining, a long time still to go. Prince scheming, finds a pass over the top. Oh, it was a decent effort. Just didn't quite come out of the hands cleanly though.
Yeah, it's a shame on that one. So just to quickly unpack it, James, for our viewers at home, when we're talking about a mismatch, if you can imagine the field with the women being the two wingers, you've got 4 players left. 3 males or 3 men and one woman opposite each other, and what you want to do is try and create that mismatch so you have your female opposite the male and vice versa. So we've been seeing a little bit of mirror in touch, 3 males against 3 males, and generally when you get that female player in there, that's when you create lots of opportunities, and Wollongong's doing that a little bit better than Roosters so far.
It's picked up here from Veron, now dropped off for Matty Tope, and Tope taking off yet again. Drops it down now. Bart Hill looking dangerous. Hill looking dangerous. Hill finding a way through. Wonderful work from Bart Hill, who now leaves the Roosters with a bit of a mountain to climb, if you will.
Yeah, Bart Hill with a beautiful bump and run play. He came charging onto it. Sometimes you can be guilty of looking at all the superstars around the place. And Bart Hill said, what about me? Come charging onto it. Ball in 2 hands. It looked like he was going to pass. He stamped the right foot down, and it's the finish that's important. He got down so quickly. A nice combination of expert skill there resulting in the try.
So back-to-back tries for Wollongong. Once more, there's pressure heaped on the Roosters. Prince flings it wide. Walsh up along the sideline, has to step back infield. Prince, once more, bouncing around. Last one here for the Roosters. Prince was looking to find a pass. I think that was very clever from Prince. Tope was up in the line and he intentionally threw it into him.
Yeah, and one of the things too, James, when we're looking at the way you construct tries in mixed is it's a little bit hard because through the Friday and Saturday you might be scoring tries an easier way against lesser opposition, and you get into the big game where the defence is stronger and you need to come up with something a bit different. So that's why sometimes these tactics are quite a challenge for these teams. They may not have had this strong defence against them up until this point.
So Prince denied there. Short pass now for Dave Marr. Drops it down. Green. Back to Marr. Nothing really doing here for the Roosters. Once more, it's this high press. Wollongong getting up quickly. Marr will fling it wide. Out to Walsh, simply trying to kill the play away from the Wollongong box. But unfortunately, they've got the bearings wrong there, and that's right up along the sideline where Wollongong have all their reinforcements.
Yeah, nice drive. They'll get their substitutions on here. Roosters have got to try and meet him here. Come up. Don't make it too easy for him.
Dutois sending it long. Lovely pass there from Dominique. And a bit of a collision, but no penalty called as Deegan sends it to the middle. Drops it down once more. Deegan still an option there. Changing of the angle. Here goes Deegan, taking off. Deegan, good speed. They just got him in time. It's been around a while, Terry Deegan, but still showing a clean pair of heels there.
Yeah, it was pretty good tee there, from Dave Marr too. He looked like he was beat there for all money, but he just kept his head down, stayed in the contest, and come up with a good defensive play.
So we're approaching the final third of this match. There's still a lot of work to do here for the Roosters. I don't think they can afford Wollongong to get another one on the board, and that certainly will invite them to do so. 5-2, I think they still have a chance. 6-2 though for mine, that might be a bridge too far.
Yeah, the main concern I've got about the Roosters' attack at the moment is I don't know if it's going to be able to break down Wollongong for 3, 4, 5 tries. They need to make some adjustments to what's happening in the game. So there is plenty of time. If they can make a few minor changes there, they can be in this. But at the moment, the way it's playing out, Wollongong are on their way to being New South Wales champions.
Sargent will pick it up once more. Bart Hill's back out there. Hill directing traffic. Sargent hopping in and acting half. Has Hill with him. Hill opened up the space and then went away from it. Turned back on the inside, but I think he had Kingston Day beat on the outside.
Yeah, he definitely looked good on his feet there. They had Roosters scrambling for all ends money, but As you see, they're holding on. The Roosters, they're hanging in there. Can they get the elusive try they need?
And that previous pass there from Ibrahim was forward. Took a little while to be picked up, but the referees are on the money. So 9.5 to go. And Wollongong with a chance to perhaps make it almost an insurmountable lead here. Bring it forward now with Sargent. Tope back into the action. So too is Deegan. Sargent will head for the sideline. Luke Tonagato coming on for him. Nicole Beck's out there as well. She gets it now. Beck caught here about 20 metres away from the try line. Tope. Tonagato. Now Deegan. Caught here from Lewis. Slow approach in the build-up for Wollongong. Now they start to unleash. Deegan, big dummy, opens up the passage. Tope's on the spot. Good touch made in the in-goal.
Great defence there by the Roosters. They stayed connected. They matched up on their opposite player. It looked like it was going to be a try for all money, but they very, very good talk there. They stay connected, but their job's not done just yet, James.
As Deegan brings it forward, trying to find a little opening here, and then they'll run out of real estate in the end through Luke Tonagato and turn it over. But a bit of confidence building in that set there for the Roosters. I thought Wollongong asked a few questions, but no answers, if you will.
Yeah, very much so. Look, the Roosters are a class outfit. You know, they wouldn't be getting to this level undefeated. But maybe a little bit of fatigue checking in, coming in day number 3. And as I mentioned, it's a different opposition, James. You know, you're not going to be scoring tries against Wollongong the same way you would have against lesser opposition on a Friday morning. So that's that bit Roosters have got to adjust. They've still got time.
So Day wrapping around to this left-hand side, creating the extra number. Takes off now all day. I don't think they were back on side there, Bamford. And I'll say he must have got there in time. Very touch and go, though. As now Ma brings it to the middle. Slow play the ball, but Ma will send it over the top. A ripping pass. All good pressure, though, out wide from Rachel Tonagato, who's already stopped at least 2 tries. Make it a 3rd.
Yeah, the wing play's been superb from Wollongong. It's been a feature of this team over the last 12 to 18 months, and we've seen it on show here again. The wingers saving so many tries.
Well, they really have carried on that form from country championships. This is very reminiscent of a dominant final win in that competition. And at 5-2 here, the Roosters almost look out of ideas.
Yeah, there are only minor changes, James. Like if you look at the last play that Roosters just ran, it was sort of like towards the top of the screen if you're looking at it, at home. And that sort of play needs to be like dead centre or more towards the bottom of the screen. You've got to pull the defence apart. If you want to sort of score on the left, you've got to push them to the right and vice versa. So Roosters probably a little bit guilty of not really troubling Wollongong as much before running their money play.
Now Sargent looking for Hill, finds him. The quick flick on was the intended idea there, but nice jamming in from out wide from Roosters. They keep this game alive as a result. Just over 6 minutes remaining. Prince back out there. Nice drive from him. Not too much room to work with, though. So they'll scoop it up now through Watchman. Watchman again here on the last, taking off, draw and pass. Nothing really doing, but a very good read there from Dominique Dutoit, who jammed in from link.
Yeah, pretty good save there. So if you just look at that last sequence, James, what I'd like to see was you've seen Ash Borg done a really good dump, then they've gone in for the male dump in the middle for the scoop, and I'd like to see that reversed. I'd like to see the male player do the setup dump, and then Ash Borg coming in to dump for the strike dump. Just a bit of a mix. It's only a minor change, but it makes a big increases your chances of scoring when you can do that.
It's a good chance here, though, for the Chooks. Prince is caught about 15 metres away from the line, centre of the field. Still waiting to get the full complement on deck, and they've got that now. So Prince will take off. Lewis controls it with the feet. In theory, that should be a knock-on because there's no feet in touch footy. But
he's held on. We'll let him have that one, James. We'll let him have it.
It was entertaining nonetheless. Here comes Prince. Now looking for an opening. Popped the little flick pass. Had he shown a bit more patience there, Prince could have waited for the support of Carly Walsh.
He did smoke him then. He just needed to hold on to it and look for a vacant support player.
Back to Prince Hill, the no-look pass. We might have learnt that from his old halves partner, Benji Marshall.
Yeah, there's definitely a fair bit of... Look, there's no shortage of skill in this Roosters outfit. I know I've been a little bit critical of maybe some of the tactics, but they are a quality outfit. It's just that Wollongong have raised the bar, and that's the way that the Roosters needed to play to try and match them, and haven't been able to do it so far. So pretty strong tournament for them, but at the moment it's the Wollongong Devils marching to a classic victory here in 2024.
And the time is very much running out. 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock as it comes out here for Luke Tonegado. Tonegado heading back towards the middle. Pressure here on Sargent. He's caught. Oh, they jam up once more here. Strong contact from Harrison, but they'll take off through Bamford. Draw and pass. Popping it over the top. Tonegado looking for a hat-trick. Now bring it back, though, for a touch pass. I think she dropped it anyway, though, unfortunately for Rachel.
It was a pretty good finish, and again, out of nothing. And Rachel Tonegado, she's been all over the game, hasn't she? She wouldn't be far off the best, would she?
I was actually going to say, I think she's probably VIP in this one.
Yeah, she's
Player
had a
of the
great
match.
game. Yeah, she's had a great game.
Prince there with a very flat pass. There was a couple of referees looking back towards the middle, but that was cleared. And then the very follow-up, indiscretion in the roll ball. So at 5-2 with 3.5 left here, if they score, that will kill it.
Well, you did mention the referees. They've had a good game. They've barely been in the call. Sanderson, very strong. Charlie Cheesley, I think it's Alec, is it, down on this side? They've had a really strong game, the three referees. When you don't hear much of them, they've done really well.
I must say, there hasn't been too many calls we've had to highlight. A Sargent turns it back on the inside. Luke Tonegado will put the icing on the cake, and it will be the State Cup in the Mixed Opens division that heads all the way south, back down to Wollongong.
Beautiful play there. Luke Tonegado, he said, well, you said Rachel might be the player of the game. What about me? A beautiful trail run. You'll see there he's just following on the inside of Sargent, and a great put down. That's quality with a capital Q for Wollongong, and they're deserved champions here.
Now look at the elation there from Jaden Sargent, who I must say has also been close to best on ground. He's been terrific through the middle. Matty Tope also very busy. The Roosters will still want to finish strongly here, but there's not enough time on the clock. Wollongong have just been way too classy. Tom Wong looking for that penalty. Turns it back on the inside. That's nice play from Wong. Watchman was there on the spot, but a really good touch, mate. I think that might have been Nicole Beck, who just jammed in to get there in time.
I think it was Emma.
Emma
great
Veron,
save.
is it?
Yeah, great save.
Yeah, in fact, it is Emma Veron in there, the number 15. Little juggle there and then turned away. And, of course, it wasn't that long ago. I think it might have been last State Cup. We saw a great length of the field chase down with Scott Prince and Emma Tonegado, as she was known at the time.
Yeah, well, that's what she's shown, whether she's Tonegado, whether she's Veron. It doesn't change the quality. She's definitely a great entertainer, a great player, and she's going to be the champion this year. You mentioned Rachel. Sargent wouldn't be far off too, wouldn't be the best, would he? He's had a great game.
Nice little movement here as well through the middle from Jamie Veron. Veron turned away. Less than 90 seconds on the clock now. This one has been a result that we've known for a little bit of time now. So just losing a bit of the steam, but of course we're going to pick things up with the tempo after this one. It is our Raise Dash for Cash that's up next. So we wanted to see it in the NRL Grand Final. They were talking about it, Peter V'landys and co. It never happened. I'll tell you what, here at Touch Football in New South Wales, we make it happen. That's up next, Stanto.
Yeah, because we've got faster players, James. Let's just call it what it is. Might be the elephant in the room. Our touch is a lot quicker, and you'll see that if you can hang around in the Dash for Cash. We just got to be careful there. Do you reckon Athletics Australia will be tuning in on KO? They might want to poach some of our athletes.
I think Gout might have a few of them covered, but could be a little bit of pressure. Having just run, I believe, a 10.5. And as they go right through the middle, the Roosters will finish with a nice little consolation try here. And, of course, don't forget, directly after the Raise Dash for Cash, it's the Women's Open Grand Final, and then we wrap it up with our game of the day. Little wonder it's the Men's Open Grand Final. Newcastle will take on Doyleson. So we hope you've been enjoying all the action here on KO Sports across the past 3 days. But, of course, we do save the best for last. Everyone wants to see who's going to claim victory. Will it be Doyleson, who can come back after the heartbreak of last year? But there's no heartbreak in this one for Wollongong. They deserve their victory. They got out of the traps flying, kept the pressure on, and they'll run away 6-3 victors here in the Mixed Opens division.
Yeah, great game, deserved winners. As you mentioned in the call there, I think it was Sargent. He'd be one of the best, Rachel Tonagato. And then, of course, the usual suspects of Burrell, Tope. There was Emma there. Who else was there? They had players everywhere. Terry Deegan, very strong performance there for Wollongong. Deserved winners, putting on a bit of a show. And there's lots coming up. What do we got? The Dash for Cash. Then we've got the women's final, then the men's final. So it's a real feast coming up over the next 60 to 90 minutes. A lot of excitement coming up on KO.
Some great scenes here as a bunch of the kids hop onto the field to celebrate with mum and dad as well. Don't go too far, though. Just around the corner, the Rays Dash for Cash, and then it's the Women's Open Grand Final as part of the New South Wales State Cup for 2024.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Welcome back here to KO Sports. Well, this is an exciting little event for us. The Rays Dash for Cash. We'll have both the women's and the men's division. The women are up first. It's Saldern on that inside running area. Evers in the middle and Perrott at the top of your screen. Just the three of them, but they're all very quick. 70 metres to go. Great start, mate, here. Oh, they've all sort of stutter step, but Saldern gets away quickly. Has about 5 metres on them. Perrott's coming for it. Evers falling behind. Or Perrott might get there. It's close. That's close to a dead heat. I'm not sure there between Saldern and Perrott. It's very quick. I'm not sure who's going to claim that one there. It's very, very tight. Saldern and Perrott embrace one another. It might be Saldern here. So I think Nicole Saldern for the Northern Beaches has got that one. So well done to Nicole Saldern. Now the men are off as well. Plenty of speed across the park. Our boy from Maitland's out in front. Manly not too far behind. Oh, Maitland gets it. It's Maitland by the narrowest of margins for mine. Manly also staking a claim, but I think Maitland's got that one. Well done to the Redbacks. They got across the line first. Bit of fun here on grand final day. And there it is, the big bag of cash. You got to love that from Rays. And, of course, that's very exciting stuff. If you want to make your money work harder, sign up with Rays. The only way you can make money quicker than what you've just seen with the Dash for Cash is to sign up with the app themselves. If you start doing so, earn $20 straight away as your first investment. Just make sure you've got someone else signing up. Great to see a little bit of fun here. We'll take a very short break, and then it is the women's grand final here on KO Sports for the New South Wales State Cup 2024.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Sporting Stadium. More grand final action here, this time in the Women's Open Division. We've just had the Raise Dash for Cash. A bit of fun here on grand final day, as the referees are about to come out here. We're just seeing the Maitland boys celebrating their win in the Dash for Cash as well. Not a bad little way to end 3 days of action, but our referees for this Women's Open Division, Amanda, Savannah, and then, of course, Rachel as well. So great to see the girls leading from the front as they come out now. And, of course, Newcastle up against Eastern Suburbs. It's been a massive campaign for both these teams. Gab Rose.
It sure has, and we see them carrying the coveted trophy there. They'll be looking to take that home in about 30 minutes' time. And, two of the red-hot teams of the competition. It's no surprise, James, to see them here at the end of the going for the cash.
It's been hard work for every single team that's come up against both the Roosters and Newcastle. And, you know, a real successful campaign here for Newcastle as a club. They featured in the boys' 20s grand final, for example. They're here in the Women's Open. We'll also see them in the Men's Open. So it's been a really strong tournament for Newcastle and showing the growth of touch in the region.
Yeah, it sure is. You just, if you can get your men's and your women's in the one grand final over the weekend, you're doing a good job as a club.
So, of course, we will have the national anthem very soon, but let's quickly run through the lineups here for Newcastle, 1 through to 23, not particularly in exact numerical order, but Alice Mitchell, Callie Atkins, Lucy Spain, Amy DeFore, Chelsea Highmarsh, Jessica Potts, Rachel Jess, who is the captain, Alex Kennedy, Elise Wilson, Sarah Stewart, Madison Mitchell, Billy Taylor, Ava Simpson and Olivia Steer. For the Roosters, it's Summer Halliwell-Quinn, Bella Slattery, who's been in fine form in this tournament. So too is Tynese Bowery, Ruby Tomasiu, Angel Barber, Christy Watchman, Maddie Sutton, Abby Bonnick, Emily Irons, Adelaide Sylvester, Bella Cable, Madeline Morton, Sophie Davis and Tyler Leo. So the stage is set here as the two captains take a little glance at one another here. Bella Slattery and Rachel Jess. It's all love, though. It should still be a rather fierce competition, but I think it'll be played in really good spirit too, Gab.
Yeah, it sure will be. As you said, it looks all like they're all smiles with each other at the moment, but the minute they get back to their box, it'll be game on. And it's going to be an exciting game, this one. As you said, there's some superstars of our game. No more than their captains in Bella Slattery and Rachel Jeffs.
You know, Slattery has arguably been the form player of the competition here in the women's division, and for Rachel Jeffs, part of that victorious World Cup winning campaign over in England a little earlier this year. So such outstanding quality across the board. Jess Potts also involved in the mixed opens, for example. So there's been a lot of just outstanding contributors for both these teams, and the form coming into this grand final as well, just superb from both Newcastle and Roosters.
Yeah, the Roosters played here on the stadium game in the semi-final, and yeah, they've just been the team to watch all weekend. They've gone through undefeated, and they've got here unscathed. It looks like they're 14 players, and sometimes, James, that can play a part if you're coming into the grand finals with injuries. But both teams look like they've got their full complement, and yeah, current and future stars of the game across the board here.
And of course, through the pool stages, the Roosters so dominant. 5 starts, 5 wins, 33 tries for, conceding just 12. So it's not just that attacking prowess, it's also how hard they work in defence. But a pretty similar story as well for Newcastle, 32. And we talk about great defensive efforts, just 6 conceded in 5 matches in the pool stages.
Yeah, so you're looking at that's 1 try a game, pretty much. So, you know, games are won in attack, and we love watching the attacking flair, but championships are won on the back of defence. So, clearly, it's going to take some brilliance from Bella Slattery and her crew to break this Newcastle defence. And
in terms of their form in the final series, Roosters defeating the Doyleson Dragons in the quarter 4-3. That was a tight tussle. That probably gave them a bit more trouble than they were expecting, the Roosters, in that quarter final as well. And for Newcastle, edging past Penrith 6 points to 4. And then, of course, in the semi-final, another very tight one for Newcastle, 8-7 and 4-2 for the Roosters. So it's just going to be a match, I think, of attrition. Both these teams are really hard to break down.
Yeah, I agree. And we see Roosters are going to start with the ball, and that's their first pod is on here. You've got Slattery with the ball, working with Davis, and then you've got Ruby Thomas out here in the left link.
So final checks here, 30 minutes away from hoisting that State Cup trophy. Slattery will start us off for the Roosters, running right to left on your screen. Davis hopping in an acting half. Now Tomasiu brings it forward. Little pass provided. Studden looking wider still. Running out of real estate, though, was Bonich. They played here on the 7. Davis looking for support. Well picked off there. Pretty easy in the end there for Chelsea Highmarsh. It was almost like they weren't sure what to do with it on the last.
Yeah, they won't be happy with the ending there, the Roosters, but suffice to say they finished it down their end of the field, but we see Newcastle going straight into their processes.
Rachel Jeffs carting it forward. Well, she's the main one to watch here for a Newcastle team that is brimming with talent, though, as Wilson comes forward but leaves it behind.
Yeah, and there'll be a few nerves. Obviously, they're on the big stage. It's championship game, and not having nerves there was Maddie Studden, and she's used to the big stage playing NRLW, Harvey Norman Premiership, and she's obviously featured in this Roosters team the last couple of years as well.
Now popping a little pass here is Olivia Steer. Still an option through the middle. That's where they cycle it. Steer drops it down. In fact, that's Morton out there in the 23. So Morton still waiting for it now. Popping up a little ball here for Bowery. Bowery having a little look.
I'm going to say that's ball down, James. Opening try to young Tyne Bowery.
So Bowery can take a bow off the back of that one right up through Main Street. They almost took them by surprise here. So it was a quick little roll ball, and then Bowery just goes straight for the throat.
And that's her bread and butter. They should know that, Newcastle. She does it. I know she's young, but she does it time and time again, and she's such a good execution of it. So she gets the ball on the 7. She looks to go wide, and she just slides straight through the middle.
It's been a real feature, and we've mentioned this multiple times in the call for those who have been watching throughout the past 3 days. It almost seems like the women have taken over with that long-range slide and dive. It used to be almost exclusively by the men's and the men's 20s, for example, but the last few years, a real switch.
Yeah, there sure is, and there's a few in the Roosters team that can do it. So we've just seen Tyne Bowery, and also out in the link here, Summer Halliwell-Quinn. She's scored a few superhuman efforts as well with long dives. Oh, that's going to be play on.
Mitchell finds a pass, and then tipping it on is Lucy Spain, and Newcastle hit straight back. That was beautifully done initially by Mitchell, but finished in the end by Alex Kennedy.
Yeah, look at Alice Mitchell here. Skips out, off the left, I'll take you on, I'll just pop and pass, draw in. Beautiful 2-on-1 situation. 1-all. 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, well poised here. And that one's come free, but with a bit of extra assistance from Newcastle. Jess Potts called out for that one. So an extra set to work with now for the Roosters. Sylvester. Right through the middle. Now popping a little pass here for Cable. Tomasiu picks it up. A little high press out on that left-hand defensive edge from Newcastle. Now they'll look to launch a raid, though. Studden holds it up. Trying to find the pass, but only into the arms of Ava Simpson.
Yeah, and you caught it well there, James. The Newcastle defence were pressing up, out past the 7, putting pressure and taking the time away from Roosters, and I think that's going to be their best play to try and stop the juggernaut that has been Roosters this weekend.
It's a juggernaut that keeps on ticking over too. Hasn't quite clicked into gear yet in this one. I don't think Newcastle have, though, either. There's probably still some early game jitters here on the big stage as now they pick it up on the last and start to scoot. Chance here for Olivia Steer. Steer keeps it alive. Now popping a pass back towards the middle. The juggling act comes out, and the circus will now leave the town as that one hits the deck.
I was going to say, it was a little bit like the Wiggles hot potato there. But Roosters are back with the ball, and they're bringing it straight towards their box, James. But you're right, both teams are a little bit nervy and unsettled, even though the score is 1-1.
So around about 4 minutes gone here. Still very early days. Flat pass now offered for Halliwell Quinn. He's also had a really good tournament. None better, though, than Bella Slattery, who takes off out of acting half. Ran a good 10 metres before popping a little pass late in the piece there, but she has been exceptional from the very get-go, and it's great to see our star players ready to roll the moment they have that first match.
Yeah, and she has been on all weekend. You're right, there's been a number of our stars that have just game on. They keep producing when it matters, and no more than Bella Slattery.
Newcastle now with pretty decent field position. Bring it forward through Mitchell, who was the architect of that previous try. Once more, receives it through the middle. Now Lucy Spain. Mitchell. Now Alice Mitchell takes off from the right foot, gets around Davis initially. I think they're going to say this is play through. Great footwork from Alice Mitchell. Davis is trying to suggest she got there, but she was never back in time, and Mitchell identified it brilliantly.
Yeah, that's great game awareness there by Alice Mitchell. She set one up before and she'll take one for herself here on the 7, identifies that Davis is offside, keeps playing through, listening to the ref, and the referee, correct call right on the spot. Newcastle 2, East 1.
Looking very strong here, the Novocastrians.
So
work
for those
to do
at
now
home,
for the Roosters.
She did make the touch there, Davis, but the referee correctly called played through, and so that's a try in our game.
I'll explain there from Gab Rose, our Hall of Famer for New South Wales touch. Is now Bowery once again through the middle. Can she conjure up another miracle? Yes, she can. Right on the spot to Madeline Morton. And Bowery, well, we were talking about Slattery being the one to have her fingerprints all over it, but it's Bowery who's pulling the strings at the moment.
Yeah, and just finished school, so she's just completed her HSC, and you see here, this way we call that the trail or the little buoy, and it's a pass back inside. They draw the defender across and they just pop back up, and Tynese Bowery, first 10 minutes of this game, you are on.
So locked up again here. 2 tries apiece. 6 minutes down. Now it comes out here for Sarah Stewart. Stewart just slowing it down a touch. Good ball here from Callie Atkins. Well, they had plenty of space out wide. They'll pop the pass. Now, there's no way that was intentionally played at. It's a Falcon. Right in the head of Tyler Leo, and that certainly is using her head.
She used her head well there. She might come off. It looks like she's just rubbing her nose, but she looks like she's okay and potentially saved a try for her team, so she'll just brush that off.
So 10 shy of halfway now. All good handling in the end from Sylvester. That was well behind the body. Halliwell Quinn with a nice straight drive now. Ran directly at the offside, Lucy Spain. Well, they'll say that she was actually caught, though, but I think once you've called through, you've got to keep rolling forward from the referees. There, a Slattery drawing pass. Oh, had they kept the width there? Angel Barber came back in field looking for a bit of ball, but had she stayed wide, that was a try.
Yeah, definitely if she'd stayed wide there. But the call from the referee there was because Summer actually made the touch on the Newcastle defender. So when that happens, if you're watching at home, that means that the referee has to call the touch rather than give a penalty.
Speaking of touch, that was touched in flight there by the Chooks, and as a result, set restarts here for Newcastle. Alice Mitchell, who's already been on fire in the opening exchanges here, a try and an assist. What can she conjure up this time? Hops in at acting half here. Pops a little pass for Maddie Mitchell, so the 2 Mitchell girls out there at the same time. Steer also looming in the background. Now switching sides is Steer. The Mitchells combining well, popping a ball back towards that open side, but I think they got a little bit too congested there, the Newcastle girls.
Yeah, and to Roosters, praise for them. They decided to come in a little bit tighter and work hard on the two Mitchell girls, and it made it hard for them to find any gaps out wide.
Meters now for the Roosters. This one is well poised. Bowery back out there, looking to capitalise on a bit of field position. Basically been the Bowery v Mitchell show at the moment. She takes off again here. Bowery finding a beautiful little pass. Speed for Tomasiu. They're going to call it back though. Touch pass.
It was nearly 3 from 3 for Tyneese there, and she couldn't have asked for a better start to the game. And as I said in the early game, she's an excellent young woman on and off the field, so it's great to see her shining here. But penalty given for a late pass, so we're back with the action with Newcastle with the ball.
Just keeping a close eye there too on Alice Mitchell, who's a little bit worse for wear. So she's got the strapping on the right leg, and I haven't seen her hobbling as of yet, but just then there was a bit of a hobble. So that could be an issue moving forward. We'll stick with the play now. Good movement from Potts, trying to get around a couple of defenders through the middle, including Madeline Morton, who's got a try so far for East. It's now Tomasiu, brings it forward. Leo up towards halfway. Strong collision there. Jamming in was Billy Taylor. Haven't really seen too much open space for Billy Taylor so far, but she's one of the real flyers in this women's division. It's now last one comes up here for Roosters. Sylvester takes off. Sylvester looking for support. Once more, they can't unleash anyone on the outside.
A real feature of the Roosters game this weekend, James, has been their ability to come into the box and then with speed come out of the box and run the plays. And you see most sets they're finishing down on the opposition 7-metre line. And here we see an opportunity if they can swing the ball wide straight away, although they're happy just to wait, hold it up.
Yeah, they're looking to get the full complement on deck there, but sometimes you just have to go. As you were speaking about there, as Billy Taylor comes up and makes the touch. A bit of a sloppy roll ball there. That could have certainly gone against the Roosters, but Irons will keep marching forward. Hopping a little pass now, back towards the middle. Studden's out there. She certainly can bomb it long. Studden, quick release. Picks it up from Halliwell Quinn, who'll have a crack herself. Well tracked back through the middle. They'll turn her away. One more to see off for Newcastle. 10 minutes gone. Third of this match has already passed us. Now Studden pops a little ball there for Slattery, and there is the turnover.
Yeah, it was really good defence there by Amy Dufour for the Newcastle Knights there, and they're looking for a late switchback, which has worked well for the Roosters with Studden and Bella Slattery.
It's a little dummy coming out here from the work of Sarah Stewart. Now popped on for Mitchell. Late release there for Chelsea Highmarsh. Mitchell again, just directing traffic at the moment. Now Maddie Mitchell. Picked up from Lucy Spain. Spain taking off. Good speed from Spain. Davis got her just in time, and that was out of acting half, so that means a turnover.
That was an excellent touch there by Davis, and it had to be made because otherwise they were behind the line and it was going to be a chance for a try for Newcastle.
Highmarsh up to make the touch. Davis with a good driving run there. Now meters on offer for Watchman. Slow release from Leo, but eventually finds its way to Bowery. Last one here. Not great meterage on this set from the Roosters. Bowery, good footwork though. Opens up something out of nothing. And geez, I'm not sure they had to make a play there from Alice Mitchell, especially on the last.
No, they'd done a really good job there, Newcastle. They'd contained Roosters back into that midfield and they weren't giving him much look at their line. But Bowery just stepped back inside and engaged the defender. And now you'll see her again here. She'll come into play. And with the magic she's shown in the first 10 minutes, don't be surprised to see another dive from Tyneese Bowery.
Little bobble there, but play on is the call. Bowery sends it wide early. Taylor got far too interested further in field and had a lot of ground to make up in the end. Got there just in time and turned away the attempt there of Bonnick. Now back for Bowery. Drops it down to Matthew. Little wrap-around play. Numbers building on that right-hand side, or the pass was just a little behind the run. And as a result, they were able to catch up with Angel Barber there. Back to the 7-metre mark. She goes. 12 minutes down. You could cut the tension with a knife here as Bowery sends it out to Tomasiu. And I spoke about a war of attrition before this game started. It's exactly how it's panning out.
Yeah, you are right there. So as you can see, that was a really solid defensive set by Newcastle, and they needed that because they've had a few errors coming out of their line. So they'll be looking to have a complete set here as they drive the ball towards their box.
Yeah, good meters there from Spain, and now as they continue marching forward. Pop a little pass here. Haven't seen too much of Rachel Jeffs, but she's out there now in the hatch. She'll scoop it up. Popping a little pass over the top. Well worked from Newcastle. Try time here for Ava Simpson.
Yeah, and as you said, it was something out of nothing, and you saw Jeffs and Potts working together here, so they'll get that touch on the 7. Beautiful cut-out pass there by Jessica Potts, and a equally good put down by Ava Simpson.
Yeah, lovely work here from Potts. Once more, it's that World Cup class contingent, if you will, both Jeffs and Potts.
Yeah, and Newcastle hit the lead, so it felt like Roosters were in control, but on the scoreboard, which is the only board that counts, Newcastle are currently in the lead.
3-2 it is, with still plenty of time to go, though. 17 minutes. We've only had the 13 of play so far. So they'll head short side yet again through Irons. Newcastle claiming the touch. Irons will go back to the 7. Last one now. Irons nowhere to go. Turned away from Jess Potts, and it's a big few minutes here from Potts.
Yeah, it sure is. They've scored a try down one end, and now they've saved it there, and no doubt they'll be marching the team forward here.
Floating it a little bit wider still here. Bouncing around is Callie Atkins, and now Jeffs gets involved as well. Atkins recycling the footy. Good read, though, from the Roosters. Jamming in nice and quick and shutting down the play. Hindmarsh now. Tough meters through the middle. Scooped up again here from Stewart. Wider still they go. Now there's a bit of a foot race. And it'll be Barber who wins out.
Yeah, and we've seen Ava Simpson come through the junior ranks through at Newcastle as well, and she has got speed. So it was a really good touch there by the Roosters winger. Otherwise, Simpson was down the sideline for a second.
Barber popping a little pass here for Davis. As we approach the halfway point in this match, that was about a metre forward. Well, the central referee had a little look out wide, and it was waved away. Now Slattery picks it up on the last. Slattery having a little look, and I'm glad they didn't score off the back of it because they shouldn't have the ball in the first place. They might still get another look. No, there we go. The touch footballing gods, they smile upon us.
Yeah, and you know, that's fair play because it definitely was a forward pass off the ruck, but Newcastle defended well, and now they're driving the ball, and this is probably their best set we've seen from Newcastle coming out of their box, and they're driving it in between there.
Great metres here from the Newcastle City Knights as it's popped out to this left-hand side. Turned here for Spain. Back towards the middle. Bit of a static start there. They're looking for the strike dump. Mitchell, I hope she knows it is the last. And no, she has in fact lost track of the touch count. And you can always tell when they're coming into the line, they sort of pull up like that. You've just got to keep going if it's the last.
Yeah, and that's happened a few times. They're going to get a penalty here, the Roosters, so a much-needed penalty for them, I would say, and it's unfortunate there because Newcastle Knights were on a roll, and we've seen that a few times today that in the fatigue and the heat and the noise, they don't hear the touch count from the referee. And now there's a drop ball, and there's an error, and there's hands going everywhere, but you've got to get back in your defensive line. They're not going to change their mind.
So 3-2, Newcastle in front, looking to add to that buffer. Mitchell bouncing around and then heads to the right-hand side of the field. Taylor hopping in at acting half as Mitchell will come off for a little break now. Atkins, bring it forward, looking for support. Jeffs eventually arrives and then finds a bit of an opening here for Taylor. If she was a little bit more ready to go, so to speak, and not so much on the heels, I think that might have been a try out of nothing, as now Jeffs tries to drop it down. There was a boot in the roll ball there from Maddie Morton.
Yeah, so we've got on here, we've got Jeffs and Potts, and they were the combination a few minutes ago that put Knights in the lead, so let's see if they can manufacture a repeat for them there. And we're going to say touch made, but very close there. Question being asked by the captain. She's pleading with the referee.
And she had a little look to Billy Taylor too, and I think had she fired it, might well have resulted in a try that way. As now Jeffs pops in with another dummy. Potts drops it down. All very flat pass there. Back for Potts, who takes off through the middle. Bowery's claiming the touch, but she wasn't back in time. There's another one for Newcastle. It's the old firm again, combining Jeffs to Potts.
Yeah, you cannot buy experience. And here you see on the 7, pops it back into her, foot race to the line and dives from 2 metres out. And that's a great try there by Jessica Potts. She set one up earlier a few minutes ago, and now she scored one herself to give her team a gap of 2 tries.
4-2 with 13 to go. So into the second half of this match. Davis drops it down. Work to do here for Eastern Suburbs. Studden takes off, dumbing here for Slattery. Studden thought for a moment she was all the way through.
Yeah, she accelerated through after she got touched, in fact, there, Maddie. So I'm not sure if she thought the player was offside, but she's back in the defensive line now, and looks like there's going to be a forward pass off the ruck, and that is not what Newcastle wanted at this stage of the game when they're just consolidating a good lead.
That opens the door now for the Roosters. I thought on that last play as well, Gad, there was a great opportunity for the little wrap-around late angle change. We haven't seen that too much for the Roosters in this grand final.
No, so we'll see here, but we'll have Davis and Slattery working together.
Slattery goes directly at the line. Good touch made there from Amy Dufour. Ball came squeezing out too. Back to the 7 they'll go now, but I like that straight away asking a question.
Yeah, they'll ask questions, I'm guessing, through the middle for the first few, and the defence will compress, and don't be surprised if you see then a nice long ball out wide.
Halliwell Quinn drops it down, Slattery off the right foot. Back here for Davis. Davis looking for the strike dump on the inside. Oh, that's close to me for being potentially a professional foul.
Yeah, she got right, and she was always offside, but she got in there, knocked the ball down, saved a try, but she hasn't given away a penalty.
We saw one a little earlier. I think it was in the men's 20s grand final. Slattery now takes them on again. I think Dufour's very lucky to stay on the field there. So we'll come back to the 7 now.
She's got to try and stay on her feet here. She's had to do a couple of diving touches to save the day for her team, and yeah, they're peppering her there right through the middle of the field.
Slattery once more has a little look at them, running directly at one offside player in the form of Sarah Stewart, but Dufour this time through the middle. She's done a lot of work in that set, Amy Dufour.
She's done a really good job for her team because Bella Slattery threw everything at her then.
So 4-2 it remains with 11 minutes on the clock. It's an eternity in touch football terms, but the way Newcastle are marking up on their own line, they're going to keep growing in confidence in this one. The Roosters just can't quite seem to find those openings that have been presenting themselves with relative ease against other opposition.
No, and you've got players like there. You've got Elise Wilson, who's coming in as what we call the latch player, or directing play up the middle, and she's doing a really good job for her team out there in the left link.
And that one is let go as well. So Newcastle now also a little bit guilty of an easy turnover. Roosters have probably had the bulk of territory in possession the past 5 minutes, but still yet to get anything on the board. So they head up towards halfway now. Halliwell Quinn pops a pass here for Sylvester. Good meterage. So they get more reinforcements onto the field. Watchman is there. Rolls it back now. Bowery getting into the action. Tomasiu drops it down. Bowery with a retreating defensive line finds Tomasiu. I think she just needed to put the foot down, get into the in goal.
Yeah, she did a good job there setting it up, but you're right, she probably just had to go straight through and see what she could find behind the line. But we spoke about it earlier, James. We said they've both got attacking prowess, but this Newcastle defence right through the tournament has been very solid.
Yeah, just the 6 tries in the pool stage, and there weren't too many more conceded in the final series either. As now Potts drives forward, drops it down. Jeffs with Potts at full tilt, puts on the speed. Good touch made in the end, though, from Morton again. She's come up with probably 2 or 3 really important touches.
Yeah, she sure has. She scored a try for a team. As we see something equally important, but they won't be happy with that because that's a drop on the first touch and gives Newcastle 6 touches with only 4 defenders at this point.
I was going to say, if they went very quickly, it would have been a 5-on-2. They will probably still get away with the try. They took a little bit of time to recognise it, but still comes up with the correct result. Simpson has a double.
Yeah, so what was happening there was, we'll see on the replay when it comes up, that there was an early error. Roosters had already started subbing players, so they couldn't get their players on board. So it was 6-on-4, and easy equation. You've just got to get the ball out wide, and Ava Simpson will do the rest.
So Sylvester now marching forward. Newcastle with a 5-2 lead. I dare say Roosters need to be next to score. There's a big groan from the grandstand. That's because the pass was forward, and yep, there it is. It's called.
Yeah, we've seen a few of them, and now I don't want to be cliched, but the clock does become a little bit of a factor, James. There's 8.5 minutes to go. 3 tries behind the highly fancied Roosters. You know, they've got to manufacture something out of nothing in the next few minutes.
Dumming left and right. It's now Mitchell receives it. Lovely little tip on play here. Good meters from Elise Wilson, and Wilson takes off out on this left-hand side. Just kept running there like Forrest Gump. As now Hindmarsh sends it back towards the middle. Maddie Mitchell there for Alice Mitchell. Hindmarsh again taking off. Well met though by Christy Watchman. They head back to the 7 now. They'll simply try and kill it away for the Roosters box, and not a bad set there from Newcastle.
No, they won't be disappointed with that. They're going to make it hard here. They're pushing defence there with Alice Mitchell. So we see Halliwell Quinn. She's making a beeline for the box.
Good meters there from Halliwell Quinn. It's now Wilson. Makes the touch to Matthew. Speak of good meters. Picks up 15. A great try from her. No one really there to capitalise, though. But Slattery, in like kind, marches forward. They haven't worked for a strike dump at any point in this set, though. Can they do so now? Slattery pops a little pass for Maddie Studden. Then picked up by Slattery. That's better movement. That's smarter work. Slattery puts it right on a platter, and they'll gobble that one up there through Angel Barber.
Yeah, and it was almost like in that set of 6, the Newcastle defence was retreating rather than pushing up, and they gave them easy metres. It was a perfect setup by Studden to Slattery. Patient as you like, should do that every day of the week. 5-3, game back on, James.
And how often do we see a Gab just simply holding the ball in 2 hands causes so many issues in defence?
Yeah, and all she had to do was put the ball down there, and she did a good job, and it's now back 2-try game.
Apologies there, that's actually Abby Bonnick who was out there, so a little bit of a substitution with Barber making way for her. So now Jeffs heads back towards the middle. Slattery makes the touch, and back to the 7 they go.
Yeah, she nearly headed her way straight through Bella Slattery there, but Slattery was onside.
So 6:40 on the clock, the margin back down to 2. Newcastle still in front though. Jeffs taking off. Davis was nearly beaten with a little hop on the skip.
Yeah, but she's had to do a few full-length touches, and to her credit, she's come up with all of them so far in this match.
So 5-3, Roosters. Love another one pretty quickly here just to set up that grandstand finisher. I can tell you now, the grandstand themselves, they would also like that.
Yeah, the crowd's full here because we had Roosters featured in the mixed open match just before, and we've got Newcastle in the men's open match afterwards. So it's a 50-50 with the crowd as Bowery takes off.
Nothing really doing there for that set, though. So now Potts will head up through the middle once more. Jeffs to pick it up. Switches away here for Atkins.
And Potts and Jeffs have really taken a hold of this match, haven't they, James, in the last 10 minutes?
And their work through the middle has been absolutely perfect so far, and that's far from perfect for the Roosters. Very sloppy release out of the ruck, and as a result, there's another set to work with. DeFore popping a little pass here for Stewart, and now for Lucy Spain. Hasn't been able to unleash so far as of yet, Lucy Spain, but she's got plenty of speed. Now, she was thinking that Halliwell Quinn was offside, but she got there in time, so back to the 7 they go.
Yeah, it's a good battle out there, but Summer Halliwell Quinn there. Now you see her rushing up in defence as well. She needs to make something happen for her team.
DeFore, back for Stewart. Stewart floating it wide here for Taylor. Big right foot step. Oh, they've done enough. Cutting back in. Halliwell Quinn made the touch right on the line. Taylor rolls it back. Stewart, DeFore, sending it wider still. And simply killing it away from the box, but geez, they've just been very smart with how they've played Newcastle.
Yeah, they've been super intelligent in the way they've played. We see another error there. They don't need to panic Newcastle. They're ahead by 2. Clock's on their side. They've just got to hold the ball for six touches every time they've got it.
Speaking of the clock, less than 5 minutes now as DeFore goes short side. Back towards DeFore. There's the 6th on the board for Newcastle, 6-3, and it's now looking a little bit dire for the Roosters.
And put that down to the number 9, Elise Wilson, for the Newcastle City Knights. She's had an excellent game driving the ball forward, but here we see the skill. She just gets off. They're doing a little link punish, we call it. Engages 2 defenders, pops it back inside, and Amy Dufour, who's also had a good game, she'll be happy with that, gets the 6th try for her team.
Yeah, lovely short side raid there from the Newcastle City Knights, and they just got the numbers wrong there, Roosters. It was 3-on-3. A little bit of overcommitment as now Tomasiu pops it back on the inside. Beautiful ball. And Bella Cable says, I've got the right channel for you.
She sure did. And you see Ruby Tomasiu there. They go in here. They go for a little sweeper play. Ruby comes around, looks out, pops it back inside. And that gap was huge then.
Well, it's not done with yet. 6-4. Still 3.5 on the clock. Once more, though, I don't think the Roosters now, certainly with the amount of time remaining, I don't think they can afford to concede another one.
No, I think they've definitely got to be next to score, so they've got to get a stop here, and you can see Slattery there pushing up, Halliwell Quinn and Studden on the other side. They're all pushing up. They need the ball back, and they need it back quickly.
Ooh, was that played it there from Davis? No, Jeff simply let it go, and that opens the door once more here for the Roosters, and she'll be marched.
Yeah, the door is slightly ajar still for Roosters, so they've still got 3 minutes on the clock here, and with the star power they have, anything can happen.
Davis now marches forward. Halliwell Quinn, who's been a tireless worker throughout this tournament, up over halfway. Sylvester bounding around through the middle. Halliwell Quinn picks it up again. Good tempo about this set here from the Roosters. Halliwell Quinn takes off, targeting Jeffs, finds a little pass, opens up once more. Oh, Halliwell Quinn couldn't provide the John Travolta-esque dancing moves, and in the end is just caught, though.
There was bodies everywhere. They were going in, they were going out. They just couldn't find the right gap to get to the line.
So 2.5 to go. They just need a big defensive set here, the Roosters. They are still alive as it stands. I don't think they can win it outright, though. They'd have to force the drop-off, the dreaded drop-off, if you will. Up towards halfway, Dufour popping a little pass. Now Stewart. Dufour, back for Stewart, opens up. Good thing they had a fullback standing there for a moment in the form of Cable. Now they'll send it wide, and you don't often see another player just drifting in behind the line, but that's perhaps why the gap was there in the first place.
Yeah, you're quite right there, but it was lucky she was there because otherwise they were going to go straight down and take two hands on the championship with only 2 minutes to go.
Well, they basically have to score this set here, the Roosters. I'd almost not even be worrying about the subset. Just keep driving forward, but they'll head to the box regardless. They drop it down now. They've already burnt 3 plays. Newcastle can now jam in and further add the pressure. There's the turnover. They just had to go.
Yeah, you just don't have time. There were 7 players on the field, and that's desperation, trying to get their key players on the field to try and manufacture something. But I'd say the trophy's going to Newcastle this year, James, for the Women's Open.
And Newcastle certainly deserve it. It's been a great performance from the get-go here. And time definitely not favouring the Roosters. Just over a minute left. And Bowery was about 10 metres above the rest of her teammates. They're looking for an intercept. Ball never thrown, though, and I dare say Newcastle won't be looking to be too expansive in the final moments here.
No, they don't
just
need
got to run
do
down the
anything
clock.
silly.
Here they go again through Lucy Spain with a bit of speed. Spain trying to get on the outside. Well taken there from Watchman. Less than a minute to go, and the trophy will be heading to Newcastle. What a time the Novocastrians will have, and we get to see them once more again here. Can the men follow it up? They're up next as we close out 3 terrific days of the New South Wales State Cup for 2024.
Yeah, it's been an outstanding performance right across the park from Newcastle. To see Thomas Hugh trying to get something here right at the end for her team, and Tiny Sparrow as well, who's been a tireless worker for the Roosters.
Marching forward once more, Slattery will have one final crack at them along with Davis. Drops it down, Slattery takes off, great speed. Slattery trying to get through the middle. Good touches made. Newcastle have had all the answers. Once more it's Elise Wilson, who's had a really big game here for the Knights.
She's had an outstanding game. As I said, she's setting up tries, she's making metres, she's defending there well, and she might have the ball in her hands at the end of the game, and it's all Newcastle Knights as they're running onto the field, James.
And they deserve to celebrate. What a performance from the Newcastle City Knights. Coming into this one, it was perhaps a case of, for many pundits, Manly and Roosters perhaps featuring in the final, but Newcastle, time and time again, they've dug deep, found the result, and on the biggest stage of all, they rose to the occasion.
And how good. You can see those scenes on your KO screen there. They've come from the stands, they've come from everywhere. Congratulations, and a very well-deserved win for the Newcastle Knights.
So victory for the Novocastrians. Will see their male counterparts up next in our final match of the State Cup for New South Wales Touch 2024 as the Newcastle Knights take on Doyleston Dragons, who are looking to try and correct the wrongs of 2023. They were runners-up last year. Can they go one better? We'll find out in just a moment in our Raise Invest Game of the Day.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
I'm losing it.
You beauty.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. This is the big one, the Men's Open Grand Final. It's how we will wrap up a brilliant 2024 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup. It's Newcastle taking on Doyleson in the Men's Open. Our referees are about to come out. It's Kim Skelly, Dave Baggio and Tony Calabria who will be our officials for this one. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action. Two absolutely stacked sides here, Jace.
Yes, we've got the best of the best here. This is what we've been waiting for. There was a few of us did predict this clash earlier in the week because we saw how good Newcastle were playing. And this is a rematch of the Country Champs Grand Final for those astute viewers.
You can see there the cup being brought out by the two captains, Jack Edwards and Dylan Thompson for the Doyleson Dragons. And Edwards, of course, part of that victorious Australian Emus World Cup campaign. There's Carly Banks, the coach for the Doyleson Dragons. She was over there as well. And let's quickly run through the two sides because they are stacked. For Newcastle, it's Connor Edwards, Will Botham, Tamana Ellis, Matt Atkins, Lachlan Fitzhenry, Reeve Howard, Hugh Doherty, Jack Edwards, the captain, Bailey Ritchie, Luke Simmons, Liam Squires, Nicholas Caruso, Floyd Ty and Sam Mitchell. For Doyleson, it's Jake Fitzpatrick, Harry Cash, Daniel Langbridge, Mitchell Wilton, Alex Langbridge, Dylan Thompson, the captain, Tom Dafter, Kaya Ardita, Riley Jones, Jared Rodimer, Bailey Hodges, Zach Sun, William Eagleton and Lincoln Little. It is, of course, our Raise Invest game of the day. If you want to make your money work harder, sign up with Raise, Australia's #1 investing app, and earn a $20 reward after your first investment. As we now stand for the national anthem. So the stage is set at Port Macquarie. The two big dogs doing battle, Newcastle City Knights and the Doyleson Dragons, undefeated coming into this one. No one could touch them in the pool phases. Just the slightest little blip on the radar for the Doyleson Dragons. They tied 4-4 with Manly early on day one. But Newcastle, you'd have to say, Stanto, in terms of their form that's been displayed, probably the form team in the pool stage.
Yeah, that's fair. Newcastle have definitely been the form team over the 3 days. You've got to mix that, of course, with Dawson, with the experience and being the team that set the standard over the last few years. So this will be a case of whether, maybe between the years, I think, James, if you don't mind me saying. I think if Newcastle mentally are on, they can be the champs in 30 minutes' time. If it all goes, according to plan and they're both sort of at, average type performances, then I think the experience and the class of Dawson will rise to the top. So can't wait to get into this one. 30 minutes of absolute amazing touch coming up.
And there's a few extra stories around this one too, of course. Last year it was true disappointment, heartbreak for the Doyleson Dragons, going down to the Central Coast Dolphins in a match that probably everyone tipped them to win as well. It was a changing of the guard almost. So they'd be pumped up for this one. They've had a great 2024 more generally, though. They're the country championship winners. And, of course, that was against the Newcastle Knights.
Yeah, very much so. And then I think Newcastle matched up again up at the Hunter Championship. So these teams would know each other very well. They'd know all the different, moves and set plays, the different tactics. Dawson would know full well that Newcastle have dominated over the 3 days by having very good drive through the midfield, being very active in defence, often get into their substitution box in 1 or 2 touches. Dawson would be aware of that. And then if you flip it on the other side, Newcastle would be aware of the set plays that Dawson run as they sweep on, in particular those passes we've been seeing from Dylan Thompson when he rips it to the player out the back. Knights would be aware of that. So this is not, there aren't any secrets there. This is just who's going to bring it. It's going to be a good old-fashioned shootout.
I like that you mentioned Dylan Thompson there because I think it's really going to be a battle between him and Edwards when it comes to that smart play, if you will. And both of those have almost tapered their performances. They were a little bit quiet, certainly both of them on day one. Thompson started to come alive on day two, and Edwards was probably left it until the very final day. We've really seen him turn it on in the final series.
And I think that's a bit of maturity from Edwards, because if you look at the country champs, it was the flip, wasn't it? He was on fire on day one, like during the rounds, and then maybe a bit not at his best for the final. So we're hoping here that we've seen that reverse. A little bit quiet. He had a really big quarterfinal and semi. Wouldn't it be great to see Edwards explode with Floyd Ty Ella's matching up against Thompson, Jones, Rodimer. This is an amazing game coming up. Really excited.
Strap yourself in. We are 30 minutes away from finding out the premier club in the New South Wales State Cup tournament. It's one of the most prestigious in the world calendar of touch, and Newcastle will get us underway 30 minutes from finding out if they can do what they've been dreaming of. A bit of revenge for the country championships, perhaps, or is it a case of just 1 year too late here for the Doylestown Dragons? Can they enact some vengeance on their runners-up campaign at this tournament last year? Newcastle turning it out here for Atkins. Ritchie just slowing it up a touch now. Connor Edwards, a little ball there for Ritchie once more. Atkins taking off, looking for Edwards, can't quite find him. Good touch through the middle from Doylestown. A little bit of a passive start there for Newcastle.
Yeah, Doylestown did good. They've already showed their tactics, right? They were flying up 15 metres out off their line in defence, being very aggressive in almost like a blitz. So they've already played their hand. They've already showed what they're going to do. Knights are going to have to adjust their attack.
Great speed here from Ardita, but just slipping where that turf has been a little bit more chopped up as they send it out here for Fitzpatrick. Last one now for Doylestown. Ardita once more looking to put the foot down. No room there, and as a result, can't link up out wide. There's the turnover.
All right, so let's see how Doylestown go. They know Knights are going to try and go to their box in 1 or 2 touches. Look at Doylestown being active here, James.
This is great to see. The tape of the semi-final.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a tactical battle as well. That's why I mentioned between the ears. This is going to be between the coaches as well.
So Mitchell up towards halfway, then Doherty crossing that threshold. Last one here for Ehlers, who takes off. Ehlers with speed, burns them, tries to find a pass here for both of them. I think Ardita got him anyway, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he had the ball. I wouldn't mind seeing the replay. Sometimes it happens in our game. The players touch before he actually catches it, but that one's a close one, 50-50. Probably goes the way of Doylestown, but I really like them being active in defence. If you see the replay here, I don't know whether 15, he might have touched him while he was juggling it, so good call. Good call in the end there. But I like Doylestown being active in defence. They've certainly come out with great intent. Maybe not with that forward pass, but...
Yeah, very flat there for Jones. In fact, they have pulled it up more than flat, and the crowd will let you know all about it as well. Big groan through the Atmos mic.
Maybe they can mic me up to the referees. I'll help them out with some calls. What do you reckon? No good?
Well, now you've come out of the Switzerland camp and you're fired up for the final.
I'm an ideas man. If I see it forward, James, I want the right outcome for the game.
I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
Mic me
Ellis
up.
brings it forward. Now Doherty. Edwards will drop it down. Doherty back towards the middle. Reeve Howard, who was massive in that semi-final, has the ball now. Sends it wide. Doherty pops it back on the inside. Geez, that was dangerous for a moment to nearly fall into the arms of Langbridge for the Doylestown Dragons.
Yeah, Newcastle coming out good as well, but I do like what I'm seeing with Doylestown. Just that intent, in that intensity, can they keep it up for the full 30 minutes? Certainly that wasn't a good one for them. You don't want to be giving Knights too much ball, would you?
No, they've certainly shown they can burn you left, right and centre as they bring it out to the left now for Doherty. Edwards just gradually tracking into the defensive line. I'll wait for the full complement to arrive on field. Now Floyd Tye popping a little pass for Atkins. Ritchie backpedaling. I thought he was caught before releasing. Yeah, there's the touch pass. Didn't need to be thrown either from Ritchie.
I don't think so. And from what I'm seeing this first couple of minutes, if I'm in the Knights camp, you've got to be a bit more direct. I wouldn't mind maybe running a second phase, another forward pass. I wouldn't mind doing maybe a second phase or something, trying to condition the D to come in. I don't know whether I'd be going smoke up, like, one-on-one, trying to run around players just yet, because Doylestown have got their measure. So let's see what Newcastle can come up with on this set.
Tye now sends it out here for Edwards, waiting for a little bit of support to arrive. Emerges through Doherty. Jack Edwards out there now as well. He's certainly one to watch, the number 15 for the Knights, as Simmons brings it forward. Ehlers picking up. Thought about having a little attack at the line, but instead waited for that support to arrive. Simmons now takes off Edwards. A little darting move. Oh, well locked up there from Eagleton. And, geez, had he got a better grip on it, he might have been away for the prize.
Yeah. It was nice to see them going a little bit direct there. I like that early, James, running at him rather than maybe going for the move. Try and keep the defenders honest and run at the offside player.
And Eagleton, though, will get away with that one. I thought there might have been a stray boot in the roll ball, but that 50-50 favours Doylestown as they start to work it away. Ardita Caught here from Fitzhenry. Now about 10 shy of that halfway line. Zach Sun gets going again, but this is the third set in a row that Dawson have made an error before crossing that halfway threshold.
Yeah, it's a little bit uncharacteristic, and if Newcastle are going to get on top of the Dragons today, they've got to take these opportunities. They took their opportunities in the quarter and the semi. This will be no different. When they get chances like this, they have to make Dawson pay for their errors.
And, of course, coming into this one, they're almost the giant killers, Newcastle. They beat last year's winners, the Central Coast Dolphins, in the semi-final. And a pretty resounding result as well in the quarters, as Connor Edwards works it towards the middle now. Wrapping around is Atkins. Back here for Ritchie. Atkins just slowing it up a touch now. Ritchie. No thoughts of taking on the line himself as of yet. Nice cycling of the footy as now Mitchell hops in at acting half. Short ball here for Atkins. Little wraparound play for Mitchell. I think the pass from Mitchell initially was a little bit too hard and it just stifled the play a touch.
Yeah, it's still early, the first 5, but they're probably a little bit lateral maybe. I liked when they went direct and got in the in goal. I'd like them to see the Knights straighten up a little bit. So maybe a little bit lateral. Dawson we haven't seen a lot of because they haven't driven well enough, have they? But they get a good opportunity here.
And look, that's a penalty that's come off the back of, as you said, actually driving nice and straight, which has been not so much a feature that has been prominent so far in the opening 6 minutes here for Doyleson, as now they start to work it forward. Here's Daniel Langbridge. Cut out pass for Ardita with speed. He's got plenty of that. Uses it to full advantage. And finally, Doyleson, with pretty much their first look at the line, if you will, come away with points.
It's their first look at the line. Wouldn't be surprised if that was their tap-off move, because that was a straight out of the training run. Textbook, choreographed set up there. That could be the tap-off move. The sweepers come around, ripping it straight to the link. They know Newcastle come in and shut on the sweeper. So to me, that was just straight class there, knowing ahead of time what Newcastle were going to do.
It's and coming up with a nasty ball there from Alex Langbridge. That was just fired out from acting half. As now, big dummy in the attempt there from Floyd Ty. It nearly fooled them all. He was just short of the line, though. That was the big problem for him. Simmons, Edwards loses his footing and possession in the process. So Doyleson, I think that try has rattled Newcastle a touch here. Wilton starts to head up towards halfway. Now the drive is working here for Doyleson. So suddenly it's all clicked into gear. Thompson onto the field now as well. Passes here for the run of Eagleton. Good late footwork. Thompson picks it up. Danger signs now for Newcastle. Thompson takes off, looking for support, finds it out wide. Hodges is on the spot. That should be all clear. And Doyleson go back to back.
And it's clinical play there by the Doyleson Dragons. Newcastle had some opportunities early in this game. They didn't make Doyleson pay for the errors. As soon as Doyleson have settled in, they've only got down there twice for 2 tries, and both times very clinical. Picking out a play they want to run at, executing their play. Look at Dylan Thompson. That's probably the first or second time he's come on the field and just, boom, injected himself straight in. And Newcastle on notice now. It's a bit of a clinic because Dawson are showing them, every time you're a bit off, we're going to make you pay.
Both of them out there now for Newcastle. They're trying to inject a little bit of speed. Fitzhenry getting away from the initial touch, but losing ground in the process. Nearly 9 minutes gone here at Port Macquarie. The culmination of a brilliant 2024 State Cup as Edwards rips a pass for both of them. It was there for the taking, but the ball goes to ground.
Nice D there from Doyle again. Newcastle got to try and pressure another mistake. This is better drive.
Hodges with good metres. Now Lincoln Little following up in like kind. Here comes that famous Doyleson drive. It's clicked into gear. Adita, an option once more with the speed on this right-hand side. Oh, he's way too quick. Kaya Adita. We've talked about Gout being fast. I'll tell you what, put him on the same track. Let's see what happens.
I mentioned it's turned into a clinic because Dawson are very clinical. They would have learnt from last year's result. They've come out hungry, but more important than hungry, it's clinical. It's clinical. They're all hitting their spots, nice dumps, hitting their lines. Look at Adita coming around the back here. The winger holds width to keep his defensive winger, interested. That opens up the space for Adita, and it's 3-0.
What an acquisition as well. Kaya Ardita for the Doyleson Dragons. Spent pretty much all the juniors through the Central Coast Dolphins. We saw him on the main stage here in the under-20s alongside the likes of the Moffat boys a few years ago. And, geez, he's really continued to grow as Newcastle nearly came up with something quite special there. And, you know, we talk about the fact you can't substitute for pace, and he's probably the quickest in this division.
Yeah, very much so. And the reason we're talking about it being clinical is because the dump before that needs to be perfect. That sweep around needs to be on. The winger's got to get his defender interested and pull him wide to open up that space. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes which creates that one-on-one that Adida needed.
Now Thompson taking off again, finds a passive runner out the back. Nothing really doing for Wilton. Turns it back to Thompson. Now there's a little bit of something happening. Thompson threatened to link up with that little flick pass back to Daniel Langbridge, but they stayed tight on him. Didn't offer the opportunity. Now a really nice aggressive approach here defensively from Doyleson. They're going nowhere fast, Newcastle. Look at them just ripping in defensively and getting up so quickly there. Harry Cash as well, the winger, shutting down the space. That's better, though, from Simmons. One-handed scoop here from Ehlers. Runs into Simmons, unfortunately. Simmons, not an option, back towards the middle. Ehlers, as a result, goes to Edwards and then kills the play.
Yeah, pretty big rap to Carly Banks, too, the coach of the Dawson Dragons, because I don't think anyone's really met Newcastle. They've allowed Newcastle to get their box over the first couple of days, and Newcastle have had that platform. So I think tactically Dawson have come in saying we've got to meet them, we've got to make them earn it. And Newcastle a little bit flustered.
Jones again, looking for a little pass. He was up in the lane, so to speak, there, Floyd Ty, but the arms were well away from the ball, so that'll be a turnover. It's a good point you raise as well, Jace, because we saw in that semi-final against the Central Coast Dolphins, Newcastle hitting that halfway point, getting through the subset within 1-2 plays max compared to 3 or 4 for the Dolphins. And you're right, this is probably the first time those terms have been dictated back to them.
Yeah, and that's why you've got to give a shout-out to the leadership crew, because it's not like Dawson sitting back watching Newcastle play. This is something where the coach or, you know, the leadership sit down and say, right, this is what we've seen and this is what you need to do, and that's why it's clinical. They're executing their game plan. Spot on.
Rodimer out there now for the Dawson Dragons. Haven't seen too much of him so far. Looking to make a statement. Ehlers, though, makes the touch. So 12 minutes down, 18 to go. They're not out of it, Newcastle, but confidence-wise, they probably need to be next to score. As Ehlers gets up over halfway. Squires with a little pass now for Floyd Ty. Now for Fitzhenry. Finding support in the form of Howard. Good one-handed scoop here from Edwards. Passive out the back. I think had he hit the front man, though, they go straight through.
This is what we were talking about earlier in that first 10 minutes. They're going lateral a bit wide too early. You've got to earn the right to go wide. I'd like to see him try and dive through the middle if they can. Might be a scoop to the in goal or hit the short runner. We're not even at halfway in this game. It's just that Newcastle have got to change the way they're playing, James. They can't just roll through like this. Dawson currently have their measure.
Now Ardita once again with those quick wheels that he does possess. Picks up easy metres, and now Wilton drops it down. So too with the hat. Wilton, big dummy, nearly squeezing through. Newcastle mark up tight. It's better defensively from the Knights.
Yeah, that was better. Hopefully we get a bit of a momentum swing. We need to see the best of the Knights here today.
Wider still it comes here for Squires. Now Ty scooping up just shy of the halfway line. Mitchell on the charge. That'll certainly help the cause.
Yeah, a little bit better drive there. Dawson probably, they don't need to take any half chances here. They've got the 3-0 lead. They just got to do what's been working for them in the first 10-15. Maybe the door slightly ajar here for the Knights if they can grab one here.
Ritchie dropping it down now for Atkins. Ritchie opening up the space, and look at the speed there of Ardita, who went tracking infield to make the extra number, but got out so quickly.
That's
this time they fool him, though. Ardita, he was looking to do the same thing yet again, adding an extra body to the middle, but they figured it out the previous play, the Knights.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen it. We're at the 15-minute mark. It's the first time we've seen a reverse or against the grain or any type of direct play. You'll see the sweeper coming around, dummy, short ball, try, and that's in direct contrast to what we've seen in the first 15 minutes. So good adjustment from the Knights, from their coach. That's the one we want. Let's get the best in the Knights if we can in this second half and put on a real show.
And it was Bailey Ritchie diving over for Newcastle. As Dawson now looking to respond. Thompson wants that strike dump on the inside of the 7. Not a great release from acting half. Newcastle just starting to get into the contest now. Howard sends it wide. Out for Edwards. quick release here for the work of Squires. Edwards once more with a quick little tip on for Ellers, and there's a penalty. So the tide just beginning to turn a touch here in favour of Newcastle.
Yeah, a bit of a confidence boost. This is what they need. This is what they need, and now they've got to learn from that. You know, that direct play against the grain and run it again. Dawson just need on their side. They just need to get back to what they did in that first 10 minutes.
Howard now drops it down. Fitzhenry picking it up, cycling it back towards that right-hand side of the field. Howard drawing past both of them over the top. Squires on the spot. Oh, that is absolute filth. Wash your eyes out. It doesn't get nastier than that.
Straight out of the top shelf, James Preston. Newcastle Knights don't write them off at 3-0. Sit back and enjoy. We've got the sweeper coming around the back. He looked like he was going to dive. There's the short ball which brought the winger in. And that tap on. Can you even teach that? You can't walk in to the sports shop and buy a packet of that. Look at this. Look at that tap on. Absolute superb play.
And he took a hit for his troubles as well there, both of them. But, geez, that was nasty for the defensive line. There's nothing you can do about that. Great eyes-up footy.
Now we've got a game. Now we've got a game, James.
Well, that'll certainly help. And I think it's that try that gave them the blueprint. Off the back of it, we saw them drive forward, get the penalty as well. Just ruffles the feathers a touch of Doyleson.
Yeah, well, both those tries were those short balls. We almost, we sort of prepped into it. We said they need to do this. And it was almost like they were tuning into the call. They went out and did it. 2 direct options, 2 short ball options, 2 tries. Dawson still got the lead and still looking the better of the 2, but Knights not letting them have everything their own way.
Now scooped up here from Floyd Ty. He's been very dangerous. Now the big question was Jones ever back on side? No, he wasn't. So back to the 7 they go. The momentum has completely swung in this one. So Ellers will restart it now. Up to meet them is Jones. Ellers again. Short pass here for Ty. Stutter step. Now looking for a wide ball. Squires back off the right foot. Oh, Squires with the diving effort. Somehow Lincoln Little got him.
Beautiful touch by Little. If you end up winning, you come back to that. That's as good as scoring a try, that save from Little.
Simmons threatening, bombing long. That was completely unnecessary, though, and midway through the count, too.
See that difference, and I'm labouring the point that going the wide hasn't been working for him. Got to go through. See, because the Dawson are they de-scramble so well. So Knights with a missed opportunity. Dawson inviting them back in with another chance. What do you think? Can they go direct? A bit of a reverse, the second phase. Can they be direct and lock this one up for us? It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, the standard, the one to watch here for that exact purpose is Jack Edwards. He's come on now in the 15. So it is almost like they're listening up here in the booth. So too with Reeve Howard, who was massive in the semi-final. I'm not sure why they're going for that long ball early again. That hasn't been the one that's been producing results. It's been working over the middles. As Howard, once more, provides here for Fitzhenry. Brings it forward. Now Edwards looking to scorch them. Edwards finds passive out the back to brother Connor. Couple of big right foot steps. Back to Edwards. Bats it over the top. Nearly there. It's a circus act out here.
Great defence by Dawson. They continue to scramble. And they're going to handle most. That's what's thrown. This is what we want to see. This is going to script. Dawson's got out showing their class. Knights have responded. Now Dawson a couple deep breaths and they're going to show us what they can do right here.
Eagleton, great meters, picked up now from Thompson on the last. Eagleton floating a ball over the top. Harry Cash looking to cash in, but Doherty's on the spot. Just over 11 minutes remaining here. It's end to end. This is the grand final we wanted. Took a little while to get boiling, but now it is white hot.
Yeah, championship minutes coming up. We're coming into the last 10. It's within 1. So this is where the tactics are important. This is where the energy is important. And the discipline. Dawson still pushing up in D. That's great to see. Good tactics. Knights, they know what they need to do. They've got to be on the run. They've got to be direct. They've got to go against the grain.
Mitchell now on the last big left foot step. Oh, opens up the passage nearly. There must have been a late touch, but surely you let that play through if that's the case. Mitchell had opened them up.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen that just be a playthrough. I'm not sure how we come up with that. But either way, 6 touches ready to go for the Knights.
There's another one First one wasn't inside the 7, though. So this is the first count, if you will, with 3 potentially resulting in a man being sat down. As Atkins drops it here on the 7. Once more returns it to the middle. Ritchie fires early. Botham, good chance. Thompson got on his bike quickly.
Wow. Good on his feet. Going up against a young fella. Dylan Thompson showing the class that he's got.
Now Mitchell diving.
That's down.
That's a wonderful effort there from Mitchell. And he took off the moment he started heading towards that try line. He bounded off the turf. And we are now level, 3 tries apiece in the grand final.
Well, we've got the grandstand finish. We'll see the 71 there. I don't think they got back 2 feet on the line. Dave Baggio, great call. He's on the spot. The touch was made right on the 7, James. So both those defenders have to hit 2 feet to the line. And they've got a very good call from the referee to open things up. I really like it when it's official that way because everyone knows what's happening. Dump on the 7. You've got to hit the line nice and clean. And it's 3-all. The challenge has been set to the great Dawson Dragons. Can they respond in this last 10 minutes?
Last one now in this set. Langbridge takes off, finds Ardita again, but he can't quite get the hat-trick on this occasion. 9:10 on the clock. The tempo has gone through the roof. A great contest here. Doyleson raced out to a 3-0 lead. Now we're all locked up. Edwards drops it down. Ehlers up towards halfway. Great momentum in this set here. Botham picks up another 10. Squires popping for Howard. Now dropping down. Howard with a chance here on the last. Big jinky right foot step. Howard nearly all the way through. He thought he was there. He is there. Fitzhenry's on the spot. Oh, now they're going to bring it back. There's a late call.
We might need to unpack that because I'm not sure how we went from a playthrough to a touch. You would have thought the minimum would have been a penalty. You said you didn't want me in Switzerland, James. You said you didn't want me to sit on the fence. To me, that's playthrough or a penalty. There's no way that's a touch.
Well, it's been waved twice here. So there's one straight after this initial attempt here. And you might see in the corner of the screen, there's a little wave from the referee, followed up by another wave. He's just off screen there, but there was 2. So whoever's come in late, it's a very late call.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is what it is. You said you didn't want me to be in Switzerland. Once it's a playthrough, or it's a back for a penalty. But probably a missed opportunity there for the Knights. A bit unlucky. The referees have had a great game so far. Let's see. We've got that grandstand finish.
Well, they just have to put it out of their minds here, Newcastle. They've got all the running of things. That's also play on. Ritchie bouncing back to his feet. Drops it now for Edwards. One-handed take. Oh, and this time I think there might have been a little bobble in the play of the ball. That's why we've come back for the advantage.
Yeah, good call there from referee Badger. So it's 3-all. It's set up. We've got the grandstand finish. This is where the plays come into mind, the tactics. You've got to think back very quickly to the last 20-odd minutes, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and put your best foot forward to get the try to get you in front.
And they're thinking footwork here is the way through. From Coach Matty Richards. Ehlers back out there now. And Simmons. Ehlers drops it down. Oh, receives it back, but just took his eye off the ball momentarily. That's a moment he would like over there from Taimana Ehlers.
First touch. That's a coach killer. They might come back to regret that one. That was a bit of a shame there for the Knights. Let's look at the drive from Dawson.
Only 7 minutes to go here as Jones brings it forward. Now Eagleton up towards halfway. Nice high press here from Newcastle. They haven't let Dawson get into the groove, so to speak, as now Langbridge takes off. That's a bit better from the Dragons, but overall still a very good defensive set.
Yeah, they just got to settle. Dawson have had, for the most part, they've done well. They've had that big momentum swing to Newcastle. Now the champion teams absorb that and they step up. So look for Dawson in this last 5. Coach Banks will have a few tricks up her sleeve and Dawson will be showing their class and try and finish over the top of the Knights.
Fitzhenry now drops it about 20 metres away from the try line. Brought forward once more. Scooped up here. Edwards. Fitzhenry. Great step. Back to Edwards. What a play from Fitzhenry. That fits the Knights to a T.
Great play there from the Newcastle Knights. You mentioned, I think it was Coach Richards. Very clever play. They stopped trying to run around him. They've gone through again. Look at this, the quick release from the ground, a great left foot step, and then the presence of mind to throw it off his hip. Sensational play. Look at this, bang. It's actually almost like it's off the right foot, a left foot step off the opposite foot. Was that Fitzhenry?
There's the son of a Tigers premiership winner, Daniel Fitzhenry, who is here today, and I'm sure he'd be very happy with what he's seen produced from son Lachlan there. Last one now for Doyleson. Thompson heading out to this right-hand side. Oh, the Knights, geez, they have really turned it on here. The last 10 minutes has been superb. 3-0 down, 4-3 in the lead, and all the momentum with Newcastle.
Yeah, and this is where they haven't had, like, they don't have the experience in their squad, but this is where we're going to see what it is, because they need to roll their sleeves up and keep driving hard. Dawson, they're not done yet. 5 minutes is a plenty of time for this champion team to come back.
Ella's great pickup. Wilton just got back in time. Geez, that was close, though. He really had to get on his bike because Ellis can move. And with just under 5 minutes remaining still, just the one try in it. Dolson, of course, if you're just joining us, led early, 3-0, but what a comeback from Newcastle. 4 straight as Sun gets up over halfway. Now Jones has been a little bit quiet in this one so far. Langbridge takes off. Great footwork. Ella's caught offside. It's play on. There's Jones as the doctor ordered. Dr. Jones in the house.
A great try there. I'm sure some of our viewers will be thinking back to the playthrough 2 minutes ago. That was called back. So these are those 50-50s that can go both ways, and great teams take the opportunity when it's presented. Great listing there from the Scuba to hear the referee call the player offside, and a really good finish there from the number 21. I think it was Jones on the spot. Champion teams don't lie down, they come back, and Dawson are a champion team, so a great hit back. Let's see whether Knights can respond.
Don't go anywhere. Keep it right here on KO Sports. This is where all the action is on a Sunday afternoon. Edwards brings it forward, finds a great pass, just had to go. Well, they held up on the run. There was so much space on the offering there. That's a missed opportunity as Howard now brings it forward. Finds a little pass for Squires, but that was squandered from the Knights.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of inexperience. I would have probably kept it direct. It's a little bit hard, I think, maybe subconsciously or, automatically they keep going back to trying to run around this Dawson team. But the Dawson defence is so connected and they're so well drilled. You've got to come up with something special to break it. So 3 minutes to go. Have you got a winner?
I haven't got a clue, I can tell you that much. Newcastle about 2 minutes ago, I would have said then, but Dawson have come storming back into contention. Langbridge nearly all the way through. There's just too much class on both sides to have a clear winner at this point.
Yeah, well, sometimes you've got to lose a final to win one. Newcastle trying to break the mould here today. We also haven't had a women's-men's double in recent times. Our historians might be online trying to see the last time a club won women's and men's. So there's a few things working against Newcastle. First time in the final. Let's see how they go.
I'll take off again here. Meters for Atkins, but he'll turn it over on the last. 2:20 on the clock at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The Men's Open, New South Wales State Cup Grand Final. Thanks to Raise Invest, our match of the day. And certainly living up to it as Rodimer brings it forward. Hodges, Thompson, now dropped here for Jones. Thompson takes off. Atkins is struggling, floating over the top. Good marking up, though, from Newcastle. The scramble was nice.
They did well because Dylan Thompson there, he's got all the skill, doesn't he? Speed, footwork, pass. They did well to hold him out there. We're coming into the last 2 minutes. It's the championship minutes. We need to know who is going to be the champion.
Ella's now marching forward, linking up with Simmons. Edwards drops it down. Last one, back to Edwards. Danger brewing. Oh, just had to take it, Floyd Ty. Well, it was a preemptive bat on. Had he had a look, he goes over with no one anywhere near him.
Yeah, I think that's a replay the Knights fans probably don't want to see. If he plucks that out of the air and puts it down, the State Cup could be going Newcastle's way, but instead it's 4-4 still, and Dawson, they know what they need to do now coming into the last minute. Look for a set-piece play coming up.
Here's Langbridge taking off. Langbridge, that's been played at here from Newcastle. That'll be play on now, an extra set you'd have to imagine. Hasn't been caught as of yet. Langbridge takes off again, pops a little pass, back for Sun. Now they've called it.
It'll be a late pass, I think, to Newcastle. So it looked like we could be heading to extra time here, and I think when you reflect back on the last few decades of touch, there's been definite dominance. There was Parramatta in the 90s, there was West during the 2000s, it then moved into the Hornsby dominant period. Dawson are trying to make this their period, and they're so close to doing that. They've been great for the last few years. They're one step away. They really need this title. They're hungry.
One final chance here for Newcastle, though. They'll come up with the flick pass. It was audacious, but it was misdirected. Now Doyleson, do they think expansive straight away? There's 15 seconds on the clock. Locked up at 4 tries apiece in the grand final. Caught here about 10 shy of the halfway line. If they want to have a crack, it's got to come within the next couple of plays. Thompson is out there as a result. They'll work for the strike dump. Here it comes. Thompson looking dangerous. Sends it wide. They've run out of room. They've run out of room, but nearly all the way through. It's happened. It's happened for Doyleson. The final play with 1 second on the clock. Both them somehow misses it, and Doyleson come up with a miracle.
After the siren, Dylan Thompson out of nothing. We're talking about champion teams and dynasties. How about these Dragons? Dylan Thompson, he just created doubt in the opposition. They all just stopped. They just stopped and out of nothing. The Dawson Dragons are the champions.
Well, let's break this down here on the replay. It was the very final play. Thompson scoops it up, goes into the line. Finds a little opportunity here with nothing really doing. Both of them just has a little relax there. And in the end, it's Daniel Langbridge who wins it for Doyleson. Wow.
It was great work. You'll see the replay here, James. Dylan Thompson just dished it off. The game should have been over here. And you'll see the number 8 looking at Dylan to see if it's coming back. That's created the one-on-one. And that's all that was needed. And the Dragons are champions for 2024, and they make another statement of their dynasty.
Well, you could collectively hear the jaws drop in the stadium. No one could quite believe it. Botham stops, so does Fitzhenry, and they take full advantage of the moment, and it does come down to the big moments. And as you mentioned, Stanto, it's perhaps that experience, the guile, when it comes down to those big moments. Who stands up? And of course Dylan Thompson had to be involved.
I think so, and what was so unique about it, James, was it wasn't like he was doing some big miracle play. It was presence. All he did was release the ball, but he's there alongside, hands up, getting ready to call it back. That's made the defence put their eye on him, and that's all that was needed, because this is a champion team. And the Knights were absolutely superb, but just not there. Look at this. There's the ball off. There's not much going on here. The eyes go to Dylan. That's enough. And that's the State Cup final.
Well, what a way to finish an incredible tournament, an incredible final couple of seconds. No wonder it is the Raise Invest game of the day. Don't miss out. Join Raise and start building your wealth now. Australia's #1 investing app. Make sure to read the PDS and TMD. And, of course, if you're a Touch Footy fan, make sure to watch that one over and over again on KO Sports. What a way to wrap it up. A massive thank you to all the admin staff at New South Wales Touch Football for putting on yet another brilliant tournament. Huge thank you to all the sponsors getting involved. And, of course, also to the Port Macquarie Council. We'll be catching up with the winning coach very soon in the form of Carly Banks. But what an outstanding tournament it has been. We'll take a very short break and then we'll head pitch side with Kylie Hearn and Carly Banks.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Well, the Raise Invest game of the day had to be one of the best games of the weekend, and that was the Men's Open Grand Final, Doyleson versus Newcastle. I'm currently with Carly Banks, the Doyleson Men's Open coach. Carly, first of all, amazing game. Congratulations. But I just want to also congratulate Newcastle. They have been the team to watch all weekend.
Yeah, their form all through the representative season's been outstanding. We played them at country, got them there. They got us at regionals. I always thought that, these two teams are always going to be there featuring prominently at the end of the day. And full marks to Lindsay, Matt and the boys. They stuck it to us the whole way. And what a grand final that everyone was treated to, Kyles.
Yeah, it was amazing. At one stage there, I thought Dawson might have taken this game, but Newcastle handed it back to you and it was tight. And right at the end, when the siren went, we thought, hello, we've got a drop off here. What happened?
Yeah, had my plan all ready to go. Dylan went out with the strike dump sort of thing, and it was to get it down for Dill, give him a shot. Got it off to Dan Langbridge, and he did a magnificent job to spot the gap. And at the end, when all the boys were jumping on, he said, yeah, it's all that sprint training I've been doing. So Dan Langbridge, take a bow. Couldn't have done it without him.
So from here, for you as a coach, our next big one at a New South Wales level is, and for people who are watching, Carly has been named the New South Wales Men's Open coach. First Indigenous female as well to coach a Men's Open side in the history of our game. You must be getting, your team's cheering, you're missing out on the celebrations, I'll keep it quick. You must be getting excited. You know, a win today, you had a win at Country Champs. You must be really looking forward moving to State of Origin with the talent that's around in the men's division at the moment.
Yeah, there's lots of talent both in the city and the country. We've got a camp next weekend, so looking forward to that, Kylie. But full marks to our club. Couldn't do it without everybody. You know, all the boys, Cheryl Lee, Sharon, the club in general. We're a little club, but we fight pretty well for our weight. So thanks to everyone from Dawson Touch and everyone at home watching. Thank you.
I'll let you go celebrate, mate. You're missing out. That is finished, done. State Cup for another year. Thank you to everyone that's been watching. Thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you to Raise Invest, who has been a major sponsor of the New South Wales State Cup this year. Thank you to Shine. Thank you to Hard Fizz. All our other partners, Inferno, Gripstar, Budgie Smugglers. Thanks to Port Touch. Thanks to our commentators. Thanks to everyone watching at home. And most of all, thanks to everyone that plays touch footy. That's it from me. Hopefully see you soon.
Thank you very much, Kylie Hearn, our operations manager here at New South Wales Touch Football. Done a great job to put this tournament together, and also well done to a very happy Carly Banks. Chase and Stennon, we're still just trying to compose ourselves in the box here. Quite literally the final second of the match when that ball is dropped. The siren goes, they get across the line, they score. But what moment do we go back to outside of that one where it was sort of setting up for a Dawson victory, if you will? Who is your player of the match?
Yeah, it's a tough one because, as you know, it went through different stages. I think maybe Adida early, getting Dawson out of the blocks, giving them that lead meant that when Newcastle did come back and the momentum, swung, they had enough tries in the bank to keep them in the game, and then they were able to get those late tries. They definitely came back late in the game as a team, but I think earlier there was some classy stuff from Adida, and I think that's a good game. You mentioned, some of our viewers might want to watch it again. That's a great game to look at tactically, the way the tries were scored and the way that the teams adjusted throughout. I thought that was, so it's a really good example of our game of touch and the way the tactics change. And I think Newcastle probably think that maybe the one that got away from them, but they'll come back better. And Dawson definitely making another statement for why, in this current sort of decade, I guess, why they're the ones setting the standard.
Newcastle have been building all season a good result in the country championships. It's the same foe that ends up just taking away their chance at a big trophy yet again here in the State Cup. And for Dawson, of course, the big story for them, it's revenge for last year. They went down to the Central Coast Dolphins in a pretty similar fashion too, another tight affair, but they steal this one at the death. A great result for them. Stanto, big thank you for joining me in the booth the last few days. Also a massive thanks to Adam Collins getting involved as well. Mitch Walkerton, Dean Russell, our General Manager of New South Wales Touch. Gab Rose has done a great job too in the booth. As we also see all of the juice poured here on Carly Banks. Well, there's a bit of Powerade for the coach. And certainly they'll be partying quite hard tonight. But from all of us here at New South Wales Touch Football, thank you so much for tuning in on KO Sports. A big thank you as well to Bar TV for providing all the beautiful shots you've seen throughout the weekend. Massive thank you to the sponsors for the Port Macquarie Local Council, and of course to everyone watching along at home. We'll catch you soon for our next major event with New South Wales Touch Football.
spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.